deliberate in turning this thing off. So there's no way that I could have just bumped something and turned it off. It did, and so.
Katie, are you ready?
Yep.
Sure.
Yep.
Bella?
Yep.
Lois?
Yep.
Don?
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us here on Tuesday morning, May 9th. It looks like it's going to be a beautiful day, so hopefully we can get out and enjoy it within an hour or so. So we'll call this meeting to order at 9 o'clock. And if everyone will join me for Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call when ready.
Goss here, Bennett here. Valmute
Here.
Glenn,
Here.
Pop.
Here. Any changes to the meeting agenda here?
I would like to make one addition. Passed on memo to everyone this morning on the salary wage schedule for 2023-24, just to clear up a matter and possibly have some discussion on. So,
Okay, all right.
And I would like to add, it can be added to your motion to hire Baird and whatever their names
Sure,
are.
yeah.
A quote from Tobin and an RFP, which I told you I was gonna bring.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so you handed out 2 memos this morning.
yeah, the other memo is that standing item on the park.
Okay, so that'll be handled under
can't be
unfinished
parked,
business
yeah.
number 1.
Yes, so
All right.
yeah, similar to what we did last time.
Oh. And then, so this one is going to be, where do you want to put that on? Where do you want to put the salary wage schedule memo in the agenda?
I mean, we can add it down to, under new business 13, I guess. Unless we consider it unfinished business from the budget adoption.
What's everybody think? Is this a budget item? It looks like from March 8th. Discussion, do we want to handle it under unfinished business or new business? What's the board's pleasure?
Might as well make it new business.
All right. Does everybody concur with that?
Yep, that's fine.
And Adela, your memo for Tobin And the request for proposal will go under number 8, annual audit. Is that what you intended?
Mhm, sure, yep.
Any other changes or adjustments? The board agree on that agenda then?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Sure.
There should be a motion. Supposed to approve agendas by motion.
Motion to approve the agenda, anyone?
Make the motion to approve the adjusted agenda.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Valmuth,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes.
All right. Any conflicts of interest today? Hearing none, we will move into public comment. Anyone out in Zoom land wishing to make a public comment, please use the raise your hand function. And we'll go ahead and do public comment here in the Township Hall and then circle back to you once that's done. So thank you for helping us do that. Anyone here in Township Hall wishing to make a public comment?
Lois McLean, resident. Thank you to everybody who came out for the auxiliary dinner. It was great. It was an awesome event and it shows support for our fire department. Item 1 that I want to discuss, because we aren't limited to number of items, just time. So is the Zoom facilitator information. I've kind of been through before all of the different things, but I can tell you as an example, yesterday when I was downloading the 5-3 meeting, 56 minutes to download a multiple hour meeting. And
then you have the access to whatever they would allow you from your
can you
401k.
not talk, please?
So typically they'll let you, like what you put in, but that would get you some
Can you
cash.
still mute her?
But I don't think it would be
Mute
enough to get the house though, like to. Yep.
Anyway, and possibly sometime could be eliminated doing this stuff if the online availability of the internet meetings would be good, and that we could skip the old recordings and go directly to the current files, since that seems to be the indicated area of problem. I do not do facilitator time at the meetings for the Planning Commission, PrAC, or ZBA. As for the meeting chair running the Zoom, because the clerk can do minutes and participate in the meeting, you may recall that that is exactly why she had someone else do the minutes for a while, because it is difficult to participate fully in a meeting discussion and be distracted by details of minutes and Zoom facilitator. The chair of the meeting should not be distracted from what is happening in the meetings. There are too many interruptions right at the tables, with interruptions from members of the commissions and boards. And then to have to constantly be reminding people to use the microphone properly and deal with comments on the Zoom chat. As a Zoom facilitator and recording secretary, it's different for me, as I am not participating in the discussion of the meeting. If I'm distracted, I can go back and listen to it and clear it up. The chair doesn't have that option. And to go back and listen and then cast their vote after they've had a chance to catch up on what they've missed. My understanding is that the Zoom facilitator is currently charged to the specific department. When it was brought before the board, July 2020, it was at my rate of pay, which was 17 something at that time. Creating a pay rate for Zoom facilitator blah, 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 is a good idea, flat amount or graded wage scale. If the board decides to go with multiple people, having access to the Zoom setup, administration to add, edit, change, delete meetings, I will not be involved with that. I won't deal with wrong links being changed, edited, or deleted accidentally or on purpose. Yes, on purpose. I totally believe there are some here or some who would have that type of mentality, well, to cause mental anguish, because not everyone who is who they portray themselves to be. I am witness to things that have randomly disappeared here in the township, and I believe this would be one more area for problems. I'm okay with your decision. It just won't be with the treasurer's laptop. Second subject, LRNT, Lossy Road Nature Trail. Shutting down the parks, the trails, etc. I'm sorry, I can't do gum. I remember very clearly I remember that very clearly being something the supervisor talked about when he ran for office. He also indicated that he didn't want Grand Traverse Regional Fire Department. It's not the right word. Or at least didn't want Whitewater Township in it. After he got on the rural fire board, it got shut down. Coincidence? He indicated that he did not want anything to do with working with the tribe on getting an emergency services facility. Another coincidence that shortly after he got elected, all communication with the board, with the tribe stopped. When he ran for office, he indicated he didn't want or didn't like the private road ordinance. Guess what? We don't have anymore. Coincidence? Is he just that good at keeping campaign promises, or is it all just coincidence? Is not moving forward on upgrades at the park trails part of his plan? It certainly seems. There are constant battles trying to get things done and done properly at the parks. Many of you were not involved when there was so much struggle trying to get the board to agree to anything the PrAC wanted to do. The use the funds this year or lose them attitude stopped many opportunities until PrAC got a couple grants. You can rip all you want about the dugouts, the dugout project itself and other projects at the parks. But if you weren't at the meetings and you weren't part of it, you don't know. You don't know that it was impossible to get funding for installation of equipment. You don't know that many in the community dedicated a lot of personal time, money, and equipment to doing the best we could. Still, even now, everything the PrAC does to do is roadblocked. Why has it not been approved to have the same people under the same contract that did not get maxed out on its up to bid amount to finish a job that was not completed due to an error by the board to have the BCNA trail cleared of damaged and dangerous trees? What's the holdup there? Lossy Road Nature Trail, why on earth would the board approve to send grant funds back to the grantor for a project that has been on the township radar for years and is in the plan for the natural parks? Why? Why on earth would the supervisor even suggest it? There is so much dysfunction in this board, and it starts in the supervisor's office. The board meetings are a joke to people inside and outside of our community who watch the meetings with the constant interruptions of people trying to speak. That has now become a problem at the Planning Commission. Even during public comment, the board member will comment. During public comment to the person making comments. The insanity that our township board has needs to end. It would be awesome if the last year and a half of this board's current cycle could be functional and something to be proud of. Thank you very much.
Anyone else here in Township Hall? Good morning.
Morning. Thad Soar, resident. I want to go on record as being in support of keeping the funds for Lossy Road Nature Trail. That's an asset to our community. I think we have the funds. Let's use them for that. Why would we turn them back? I think that's a very poor use of funds that we have available to us now. Thank you.
Phil Knapp, new resident on Vincent Road. That Losi Trail is a gem, which should not be set aside. I now have somebody to walk with it. But I don't think I want to put her through the climbing that's got to take place if we want to use the west end. So I really would like to see a plan, and I would fund some of it to put that Losi Trail usable. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good morning, Melissa Melton, resident, Vinton Road. For those who don't know the history, the Lossy Road was relinquished by the Grand Traverse County Road Commission in 1992 to the Whitewater Township. In February of 2008, the Whitewater Township Board adopted the BCNA Management Plan and was later amended in October of 2010. The plan was facilitated after the Grand Traverse Regional Land Conservancy provided the township trust funds to acquire additional properties making up the Battle Creek Natural Area. The plan includes Lossy Road Nature Trail and is described as, quote, "The Lossy Road Nature Trail was granted to Whitewater Township for use as a natural trail and consists of 66 feet wide right-of-way. Lossy Road Nature Trail shall be utilized for passive recreational use by the public, including hiking, skiing, wildlife viewing. Such use shall be non-motorized. However, motorized vehicles may be used for maintenance activities by authorized persons. This management, unquote. This management plan has many suggestions for these trail systems to be improved, including connecting the Lossy Road Nature Trail to the BCNA Trail, making BCNA a loop trail system, etc. Whitewater Township committees recently surveyed the public, and two different surveys, in fact, one being the 5-year rec plan and the other most recently the local ARPA funding. Both unequivocally ranked the nature trail systems very important in our communities. The Parks and Rec Committee has done extensive work, including the 5-year rec plan, the capital improvements list, the public survey, grant writing, and an Eagle pre-construction walkthrough, all supported by the board to help fix these wet issues and trail improvements at Lossy Road Nature Trail. The Grand Traverse County awarded Whitewater Township almost $96,000 in ARPA grant funds to assist with this improvement project around the beginning of the year. The ARPA requirements are, quote, funding must be obligated by the end of the calendar year 2024 and expended by the end of calendar year 2026. The PRAC has continued to move this project forward in various ways, including a pre-construction permit to walk the trails with Eagle in the Grand Traverse Conservation District. That was approved by the board. To gather facts for the scope of this project, we have engaged discussions with the landscape architect to understand the next steps. The wet area is primarily on the west end of the trail systems, up to around the footbridge over the Battle Creek, which also needs to be replaced. Just weeks ago, the board adopted 2023-2024 rec plan budget, which includes $130,000 designated for Lossy Road Nature Trail mitigation project. Now, there is one property owner on the furthest east end of the trail system who has requested ingress-egress access through the natural trail instead of using his property off Skegamog Point Road directly. Maybe the board could have conversation with his property owner to discuss the actual potential implications this would or would not have on the trail system, or maybe there could even be a negotiation discussed to utilize a portion of his property further down the LRNT to create a parking area larger than what we have now, where it would become a non-motorized the rest of the trail system. I don't understand how the board is using the request to make a very rash decision that this trail should be no longer a natural walking trail, nor should we accept funds to make it a safe and reliable walking trail for future generations to come. Please consider what the taxpayers of this community has spoken up for and vote no.
Thank you. Anyone else here in Township Hall?
Amber Voice. I'm asking you to reconsider rejecting the money for the ARPA grant for Lossy Trail for a few reasons. Fixing up the trail would provide a safe place for people to walk and exercise. Knowing this, being outside in nature creates a relaxation in people. It reduces stress, cortisone levels, muscle tension, and heart rates. The sunlight also triggers the first response in our body to need the vitamin D, which is essential for normal growth and bone development, which we all know. It also plays a vital role in our moods and our regulations and just healthcare in general. And we all need to consider this, considering that our health systems nowadays, they're in crucial, dire need of help. I work firsthand there, and we board people, inpatients in our ER because we don't have staff. So with this being said, that this gives people a great place to exercise. It gives people a great place to go, stay healthy. It also allows families a place to go and be with their kids, considering now that we have such rising costs with the increase of inflation. It's a free place to go do stuff with our kids, our families. Doesn't cost money. Another thing to consider, it's a great opportunity for education. Walking down that trail system, there are so much wildlife, the ecosystems. My daughter right now in second grade is learning about ecosystems, bugs. She's talking about dragonflies this morning and their habitat. It would be such a great place, a safe place, if we can make it safe for our school district, elementary, right up the road, that they could take that as a field trip day and walk through there and see all of this stuff that we have right in our backyard and go home and be excited and talk about it with their families and be like, hey, I want to take you down there. I want to show you what we learned today in school. Once again, and it's free. I mean, we have, the schools have to bus them down there and stuff like that, but it's all in our backyard and it's free. So I really ask you to reconsider rejecting this grant. I think it would bring a lot of positive things to our community, our families, surrounding communities, schools, and the healthcare. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here in Township Hall?
I have a letter to read from a resident. I'll have to read it from here since that's on my computer only. This is from Brenda Bruner, sent yesterday, quite late on May 8th. To the Whitewater Township Board, I am writing to urge you to reconsider the decision to send money back for the maintenance and improvement of our natural trails and parks. The benefits of these resources are invaluable to our community, and I believe that they deserve continued investment from the township. First and foremost, our natural trails and parks provide an opportunity for residents to connect with nature and promote physical and mental health. These spaces offer a respite from the stresses of daily life and provide a place for people to exercise, enjoy the fresh air, bird watching, and spend time with family and friends. The positive effects on our community's health and well-being are undeniable. In addition, our natural trails and parks are vital to the preservation of our environment. These spaces provide habitats for wildlife, protect natural resources, and promote sustainability. By investing in these resources, we are demonstrating our commitment to environmental stewardship and leaving a lasting legacy for future generations. Finally, natural trails and parks are community assets that contribute to our quality of life. These resources offer a place for people to come together and build social connections. They provide a sense of place and identity and help to create a strong sense of community pride. Therefore, I urge you to reconsider the decision to return this funding to our natural trails for our natural trails and parks. These resources are too important to our community to let go. Instead, let us work together to find creative solutions to maintain and improve these resources. Our Recreation and Parks Board took time and effort to request these funds and they were accepted. So why would you deny this grant money? Thank you for your attention to this matter. Please read at the board meeting. Once again, Brenda Bruner, resident, person who uses this trail, which needs improvement. And that also, I just want to note, was sent to the entire board.
Thank you. Anyone else here in Township Hall? So I see one hand up out in Zoom land, and Vicky, that would be you. Good morning.
If you'll give her a second, I just text her to tell her that she's up.
I'm on. Sorry about that. I couldn't figure
Great.
out how to get my unmute. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
So thank you all very much for your time and efforts. I've stated in the past how amazed I am when I attend the township meetings. You were all elected based upon your campaign promises, yet some of you now ignore those promises. There are so many issues going on in this township. Enough is enough. It's just that simple. If you don't want to do your job, then leave. It's as simple as that. Not attending meetings, stating you are not going to do your duties anymore. What exactly are you being paid for and what were you elected for? What I've observed in a recent transition at the park was a downright embarrassing and unbelievable event. I have myself been involved in change of leadership many times over my career. Never have I seen such basic sabotage as I've recently witnessed. Cheryl, you have spent hours in the past at the park. When I've seen you talk about it, it was like your baby. Now that it has changed, you have consistently been downright difficult in helping make this transition go smoothly. Don, I cannot thank you enough for stepping up and making this park work. I went out to volunteer on Friday. The people that were coming in were so happy to be coming to that park. Come on, guys, you are all part of the township. If you can't work for the common good, then again, maybe you should go ahead and leave. I also would like to know who is overseeing several Facebook pages that actually are continuing to create problems and actually cause resentment in our township. One is Williamsburg, Michigan, and the other one is Whitewater Township Park. Simply go and check on those postings. If I were a silent observer watching this, I would assume that Williamsburg and the park comments are official comments from our township. I'm pretty sure that is not the case. We have someone posting, the idiocy continues regarding the fact that the credit card machine wasn't available for the free camping weekend. We have someone posting inaccurate information about funds for the trails. Lois McLean Up to Date also has a statement on there as the recording secretary and the deputy treasurer in capital letters. I do know what is happening in our township. I also have a concern about the access to all of our emails when we provide them to the township for tax receipt purposes. Lois actually sent me an email while she was campaigning. And when I inquired about how she had gotten my email, she stated, I must have provided it to the Whitewater Emergency Services Auxiliary, which I never did. The only way she had my email was because I communicated with the township. My email should not have been available. I know there are agenda items that you guys are going to discuss about how the Zoom operator is paid and how much time it takes to be set up. I think we really should be taking a look at how much we're paying as a township for that. Maybe we need to reevaluate it. Thank you again for your time. I hope that you have a productive meeting today.
Thank you. I see no other hands up out in Zoom land. So we will conclude with public comment. Reports and presentations. I don't see anyone from the county board here. So Brandon, that makes you next on the list. Good morning, sir.
Perfect. Thank you. Brandon Flynn, Whitewater Township Fire Chief. So we did have a busy April. We had a little bit of a warm spell there, 3 or 4 days where we had 80-degree weather, and I think that's just a little taste of what is coming up here as soon as our spring ends. But we did have several wildfires break out. Which we took care of and kind of gave us an opportunity to see how our equipment is doing. So I haven't heard too much on what is going on with our new brush truck. I did talk to LaFontaine, I think early in April, and they still don't have an idea when the assembly line is going to fire up again, so. But we're still holding steady with our current equipment, but it'd be nice to get the new truck in service. And the fire engine project is kind of slow. We're almost done with the specifications, and I'm not sure why they're taking so long, because they're just they're really just regular old specifications that are Spartan builds trucks to have as demos, although demo trucks haven't been, they haven't been able to produce demo trucks recently because of the demand for fire trucks. But they do have specifications for demo trucks, and that is what this is that we're working on, but hopefully they'll get that out so we can send it out for competitive bidding and then keep this project moving. But for whatever reason, everything is still kind of slow and lagging out there, and it's difficult to get projects finished. But other than that, that's all I have.
I have a question unless other board members have something for Chief.
I do not.
I do not.
I'm sorry, the brush truck.
Mhm.
I thought last month, I was under the impression that the assembly line was on hold.
It was.
And then I thought last month you corrected me and said, no, it's being built. But I must have misunderstood. It's still on hold, the assembly line. is.
Yes, it's still on hold.
Okay, all right. So we're good there. And then fire truck specifications, if we pay somebody to write those specifications under federal purchasing requirements, they, I don't think, can actually bid on the machine. Right?
I'm not following you.
So if we were to pay Spartan, for example, to bid or to spec out a fire truck for us, they would not be eligible to bid on the building of that fire truck. That's my understanding of federal purchase guidelines.
Yeah, we're not paying anybody to write our specifications.
Perfect. Perfect.
And when we bought our pumper tanker, Pierce wrote the specifications. And
Yeah,
I sent them out. In fact, CSI got the bid to build it.
the difference here is that these are federal funds we're dealing with. So we have to follow federal guidelines. I know that East Bay has had some issues with respect to their sewer and who designed it, who can bid on it, so on and so forth.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So federal guidelines, we are not really in tune with yet here.
Right.
So as long as we're not paying them for it,
Nope.
we're good.
No, and I think that's why it's taken so long.
Yeah, probably. Yeah,
Because you're not paying.
That's right.
probably.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Maybe anything from the planning commission?
You're gonna hear more of a report down the road in this meeting. Hold on a minute. It was interesting to hear comments, responses, some good, some negative. The planning commission is moving right along. We're planning a future for Whitewater Township. We're working hard on the master plan. Should see some of those chapters shortly. There'll be more information later in this meeting. But I'm here to ask you to save the date for May 17th, the evening of May 17th. You'll learn more about this shortly. There's awesome brochures coming. There's awesome homework coming. And I'm asking that you give these people a chance. Because if you read the zoning administrator's report in the packet, the ZA has attended 2 planning commission subcommittee meetings, April 3rd and 27th. These have been the most productive conversations that I've witnessed in almost 4 years that I've been involved with the Whitewater Township. It's clear that the new membership wants a seamless line of communication between the PC and the board, a better understanding, a path forward as stewards of the future of Whitewater Township. The master plan is coming. Everyone needs to get involved. Stay tuned. You'll hear more shortly. Thank you.
Don, anything from Park and Recreation that you would like to add?
Nothing in great detail other than the memo that I wrote in. The PrEC is responding to the board's concerns on the construction or the playground repairs. PrEC member Brandon Hubble was to meet with the contractor, and I expect that I'll hear something next week as to what results were there and report those out. And then the 2 members, Melissa Melton and Amber Boyce, have been working with Eagle as it was mentioned in public comments because there was a permit that is likely to be needed for improvements that they're proposing. And they have been looking forward into a direction of trying to get some more detail as to what that scope of work might look like now that they've walked through with Eagle. So there's going to be, with the weather changing, there likely to be a few more walkthroughs so they can get a sense of what that overall scope of work is. So expect more as that unfolds.
Okay. Any questions, board? I'm sorry, I should have asked if there were any questions for Heidi. Any questions for Don? That brings up Mr. Kitzmiller. I'd welcome Randy up to the podium if he'd be so kind. Randy was one of 2 respondents to answer the call for maintenance subcontractor, handyman services. The other one is Nature's Elements. They're up on Elk Lake Road, but they've not turned in anything as of this point. But so here's Randy.
Hello,
Randy
everybody.
provided us with a packet during our budget meetings, if everyone will remember. And so now it's finally come time.
Yeah. Well, I'm a resident of township for 30 years and be more than happy to help in any way I can.
Sure.
Even, I'll donate some time if you guys need me. I'm semi-retired now, so give me a call.
And so your experiences in the handbook there in the handout are pretty well lined out, but just verbally give us maybe a background of what you've done in your life.
Well, first of all, I was born and raised on a dairy farm in Buckley, so I can get up at 4.
Which end of the cow do you prefer?
The working end, buddy. The other one gets too busy. I've been in trades my whole life. From trade school to steeplejacking to fire protection to general contracting to subcontracting, you name it. I've known nothing else. So I had a little issue 10 years ago. I lost my daughter and then cancer of the big C hit. So I just kind of sold the company and reinvented myself a little bit and enjoying every day of my life. And being a part of Whitewater Township, give me a call. I mean, I live right here and I'm gonna stay right here. And if there's anything personally or for the township, I'm here. That's what I like to do. Keeps me busy.
And
I
just,
don't mind, that just doesn't go good. So you got questions for me, throw them at me because,
and for clarity, Randy and I did work together in fire protection.
Yes.
Some 20 years ago,
it was a while ago, big guy.
or
Yeah, it
maybe
was.
more.
Come on, you're giving up some ages here.
So, board, any questions for Randy?
Nope.
Nice. Yes.
Are you, what areas are you licensed in?
Pretty much all of it. I don't really get into the general contracting right now. It's just too big, too much, too heavy for me, on the new construction side.
I guess what I'm asking you is, do you hold an
No.
electrician's license?
No, not electrical. No.
Okay, do you hold a plumbing license?
No, mechanical and subcontracting. Remodeling.
Okay, so you would be, you'd be willing to provide the licenses that you have?
Sure, sure,
Okay.
absolutely. Insurance and bonded.
Right,
Yep,
okay.
we'll send all that forward. Absolutely.
That's all I have.
A quick question.
Yeah.
Has most of your work been in with commercial buildings or residential, or
Both.
has been a blend of that?
A blend, totally. Right now I handle a lot of property management for Mitchell Creek, Granville Management. We work together on that side of it. It doesn't matter if it's commercial, residential. They're a blend of both, actually.
Mhm.
Each owner owns their own. But commons are taken care of as well as the individual.
And I guess, obviously, the job size, obviously, there's small jobs, but what is the top end type of size of job that you feel comfortable with, that's within your scope of
Well,
ability?
Basically, any kind of remodel, any existing building I would take forward. If footings have to be set and new construction has to be set up, I have partners that I would give that to.
Mhm.
It's just too much for me anymore. I'm just 2.5 guys and I'm gonna keep it that way. Me and my grandsons, basically.
Mhm. Do you do finished carpentry as well?
Absolutely. One of my top ends. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That's all questions I had.
Well, landscaping.
Yeah, that shoulder, in the rake just.
Changing light bulbs.
Can be done. It takes 3 of us, but I can manage.
What's your hourly rate?
Depends on the trade. Typically we don't go below 25, per hour,
25 and up then, would you
Yes.
say?
not to exceed 99% of the time, 55. Unless it's an emergency call, if it's after 5 o'clock on a Sunday or a holiday, then there's gonna be added cost for that.
Okay, I just not sure I understood that. You said your hourly rate wouldn't go below 25. What was the upper limit?
55,
25 to 55.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
yeah. That'll cover each trade individually. Some things, the light bulbs, I'm not gonna charge $55 a change.
Thank you. And when you say added costs after 5 or Sundays or holidays, what typically would those look like?
Typically, what we do is start from my residence, Cram Road. So that extra hour or two would be on top for, because of it is.
I mean, do you double your rate?
No,
or-
no, no. No, it's usually an hour or two added to
Okay,
that cost. For inconvenience, if I may, and, management reasons.
okay, thank you.
Sorry, I'm making notes. Any other questions for Randy?
Do you do things like interior painting?
Absolutely.
Okay. And do you do flooring installation?
Yes,
Any kind of flooring, pretty much?
absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Again, that's, on a remodel end of any side of conventional, you can stand with bare stick, and then from that moment forward, we'll take it. Subcontract, plumbing, electrical, of course,
Mhm,
if it's a total remodel.
mhm.
Maintenance again side of it, there's the gray line. There's no sense in pulling permits when you want to change the sink. You
Right,
know what I mean?
right.
And a lot of folks get that little gray line mixed up with that type of thing, so.
Mhm, yeah, right.
If
Now, so you raise a point, if permits are required, you would pull those?
sure, if needed specifically on the size of the project.
Okay,
A lot of times on remodeling maintenance side, you're gonna paint your house. I don't think you want to go out and get a lot of institutions involved.
yeah, I
You know.
don't think that's required, but
No.
I'm just talking about situations where it would be required that
Yeah.
there be a permit.
Amen.
You would be the one to actually pull those permits.
Correct, and cost and any would be brought forth before any project would go ahead, so. Those are just costs that are just costs. And to me, I don't believe in adding cost to product. That just bugs me. Even Ron and I will say that in 40 years of business, if I can save money, why in the heck wouldn't I pass that on to an individual who just hired me?
Sure,
I'm not gonna add 40-50% to a nail. Which I can honestly say there's some folks out there that make pretty good profit on product,
yeah.
so.
So there'd be some things probably that could be handled, with a purchase order, requesting a purchase order. And there's the other things that might be more expensive that need, to be brought to the board and stuff like that. So you would be able to put together some kind of documentation for the
Always.
board and bring, show up at a meeting and explain, answer any questions the board might have with respect to quotes that you've gotten or,
Yes.
your
every-
recommendations as to what should be done to repair or replace something.
Correct, and 90% of the time, I'm gonna go to a project. Do a walk around, of
Mhm.
course, no cost anybody. I don't know what I'm doing unless I get there
Right.
and put some eyes on it.
Right,
A proposal will be submitted at that point.
yeah,
Time and material, specs on material used, will be used. And then, if with a contingent of with today's pricing,
yeah,
if we have this 30-day contingent saying, I can hold that price for this long,
Yeah.
amen. But I've seen the past 6 months, I put out a job, they kind of,
right.
drug their feet, and I paid double on materials that I proposed.
Yeah, I,
Didn't put that contingent in.
I think the board understands that with a lot of these things, time is of the essence because, you've got the lumber companies that are
Yes.
only holding a price for 5 to 7 days.
If they can get the product.
If they can get the product, exactly. The other thing is, I don't recall seeing what, maybe I did, and I'm not remembering. I don't recall seeing what was put out asking for contractors such as yourself to fill this position. But it sounds like you would be an independent contractor as opposed to an employee and of the township. Is
Yes.
that what your understanding
That's
is?
absolutely what I would like. yes.
Okay,
Yep.
in which case, I mean, there's very specific rules that the IRS has for independent contractors and how you determine whether someone's an independent contractor or an employee.
Mhm.
But in any event, you would be supplying your own transportation, your own tools, your own helpers, your business liability insurances, workers' comp insurance to your employees and stuff like that, correct?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, very good.
That's the way we'd want to keep it. I just want a relationship with the township, knowing that you have somebody to call if you need it.
Yeah. Do you have any references that you could supply, not right at the
Absolutely.
moment, but
Sure.
if you
Oh.
could supply the names and phone numbers of,
Okay.
for instance, at least 2, not more than 3 references,
Be my pleasure.
I'd like to see those
Sure.
and, maybe call one or something.
Oh, that'd be great. I'm sure they'll be happy to hear from you.
Okay,
Super.
thank you.
I'm good.
Stella,
I'm good. Thank you very much for coming in today.
Thank you.
how about blacktop? I got a hole out here. I would love to have filled with a couple of bags of cold patch.
You know what I'm doing this week from Mitchell Creek?
Yeah.
Boy, there's a lot of them in that parking lot, so. He's
So-
okay.
Blacktop is yes, landscape is no.
Yeah, you can pull out. I'll move some leaves or dirt if I have to. Not a problem.
Got it. Don, any other questions for Randy?
I do not. Thank you.
All right. All right. Well, I think that when we come up with projects, we'll just reach out to you.
Fantastic.
And I guess I would like to go on record asking you while you're here, if you just take a look at that hole out there in the
I sure
parking lot
will. I'll
and
just
give us an idea of what it would cost to get a couple of bags of or even hot melt, whatever you do. And
Okay.
yeah,
I'm
love to have
picking
it.
it up this week for them, so I'll let you know.
All right. Sounds good.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
How about a motion on the consent calendar?
Could I ask one other
Oh.
question? Just on the, when can we expect the year end, the 2022, 2023 financials year end?
Soon. It's not completed yet, so I've got a little bit more to post to that.
Okay.
Should have it by the next meeting. By the next regular meeting. Also, I would note those are not, the ones I have provided are not being referenced in, under the consent calendar in the board packets. And should be as they're being provided.
Did I miss one?
There's been 3 or 4 that I believe have not been in. I can't remember the last time there was one on the agenda under the consent calendar.
Yeah, so I don't know if that was during our email issues or what. I don't know. So I did confirm with Ardella this month because for some reason I've missed hers on several occasions. But I did confirm with her that there were none coming. So I'll do the same with you. If I don't see it by packet, print time or whatever.
Well, when I provide it, I'm supposed to provide it, I think, the morning of the meeting or something like that. So, but then that should be listed in the following, and placed for the public in the following board packet, the following regular meeting board packet, and that's not being done.
So do we have a report here for this board meeting?
No, we don't have one for today.
I'm trying to remember. Last
Yep.
month, did we have one?
You didn't have one last month either. But previous ones to that have also not gone in the board packet. At least a couple. So it looks like they're not being provided at all because they're not being listed.
When
In
is
the
the
next-
last one you provided to us at meeting time?
Well, usually I
Didn't
think
the
I've been
budget-
beating that deadline and providing them ahead of that.
Through email?
Yes.
Yeah, the way it was left was that the revenue expense report expenses would be current through the the previous month. The revenue side would be lagging 1 month. The clerk, depending on the timing, if they could not get that into the packet in its entirety, it could be brought and distributed between the packet being published and the day of the meeting and presented at the day of the meeting. And then subsequently that would be 1 month lag, and then that would be included, since it's already in hand, then would be included in the next month's regular meeting. So that the public would have a consistent record of being able to see. Now, they would be 2 months behind in some cases on sales, but at least we would be 1 month on that. I guess, let me restate that, they would be 1 month behind on expenses, 2 months behind on sales revenue. And the board would be current on expenses, 1 month behind on revenue.
So I'm not logged into email. I had a computer issue this morning. So Cheryl, can you tell me when the last report that you sent out?
Not during the meeting here, I can't.
And will you get us that information? I guess, if I've missed something, I apologize.
I can get you the dates that I've sent them to you. That has been provided to the entire board. I will provide,
So the reports
I will
were
provide the
provided to
dates
the
that
entire
revenue
board.
expenditure reports have been sent to the board since it was requested that it be monthly.
But really, didn't that request take place or take effect with our new budget?
No, it was before that.
Yeah, I think it took place in November of last year. I think it started in October. And I think
okay.
we ended up adjusting some of the language to try to fit the reality of the information flow here. And so we worked on some language to get it into a format that was reasonable to produce.
But there hasn't been one provided for last month, March, or this month. Correct?
That's right.
Okay,
There wasn't.
all right. So I'm not sure. where
But
we're at.
prior ones were never put on the next revenue expenditure under the consent calendar. That's my point, that they're
Sure.
not being added to the consent calendar for the next regular meeting or placed in the board packets. For the public.
Right. Is there a motion on the consent? Are we done with that? I'm not sure where that fell in. So I think we're at the consent calendar.
There's been a motion and a.
No, there's not been a
No, there
motion.
No, I
thought
don't
there
think
was.
so.
I interrupted that before the motion was made.
So that was probably a consent calendar discussion. Would that be a fair assessment?
I was taking that opportunity to ask the question.
Sure.
In the period.
Yeah, okay. So motion on the consent calendar. I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar for discussion purposes only.
I'll second for discussion.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion. The minutes for sure of the 4/11/2023. And payroll questions. Anybody else have specific items?
No, mine got taken care of. You revise the packet.
Sorry?
I don't understand you.
I'm sorry. I said mine got taken care of. You revised the packet and put my report in.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No worries. I just sent it early, not a problem.
So in the minutes of 4/11, it appears that a board action to transfer some Spectrum device account information to me took place. And I just want to make sure that we understand that's not a board action.
No, it isn't a board action.
There
It's
is.
a board member statement of something that was going to take place, as we have other board member statements of things they're going to do in the same set of minutes.
Yeah, like what?
Well, let me see. Some highlighted here. In the minutes of 4/11, which start on packet page 66. On packet page 69. Well, I note that the security contact paragraph, this is on page 69, will be removed from this document, but was submitted with the verification letter. That's not board action, but it was something that was said. On the same thing, on the same one page, I said after discussion, Goss notified board members present that she will give Pop the Spectrum login and password today and will not be responsible for setting up any further email accounts. That was my statement. On the same page further down under request to approve planning commission bylaws, Pop made a statement that will place the new bylaws in next month's receive and file, the planning commission bylaws. That's a board member saying something they're going to do. On page 70, middle of the page, Pop will send the consensus to Patterson. That's just simply keeping track. On the page 71, top of the page, Goss will forward the 7/1/2014 email. Further down on page 71, Goss will send 10/22 High Prairie Park playground pictures to the board. It's a board member. And on 72, middle of the page, Pop will contact Bay Area Disposal to let them know they have been selected. It's simply a board member statement saying something that they are going to do in follow-up. And so there's nothing inappropriate about it being in the minutes. Further, there's never been any board action appointing me as the Spectrum account administrator. That's been a volunteer gig. Anything I've ever done, with the exception of a few years ago, I was directed to create some emails for the Planning Commission, which I did. Only about half of them use their email, their township provided email, but the board didn't make it mandatory that they use those. And I completed that work a long time ago. Anything I've done since then has simply been a volunteer action. And with as my, so glad my email on 4/11 made it into the packet, because it explains the reason why I am no longer volunteering to be the township's email administrator. And I think that's a good thing. And there's other people that can be appointed to do that, or we can hire NetLink or whoever the board wants to hire to do that. And so my statement in the minutes is factual. That's a factual statement, which I followed up with concrete and what do you call it? Concrete and irreversible action on my part to address the concerns. So it's just a volunteer, unvolunteering.
And I'll follow that up with those other items that you stated. We're part of a board action, Cheryl. And as well as the .gov discussion, which, as you've indicated on page, I guess it is top of 69, the security contact paragraph will be removed. None of that has happened because we had actually moved to table that discussion.
Sure, and that'll be re-brought back up today. But it's just, you know, we don't put much of what people say in the minutes, because it's not about he said, she said. It's about what action the board took. But when somebody says they're
That's
going
exactly
to do
the point.
something.
It's the action the board took. And these are,
No,
he said, she said.
if I could be allowed to finish my sentence, I said, and I was saying that when a board member indicates that they are going to take an action outside of the meeting on their own, because they have the authority to do that, I put that in the minutes. It's factual. I said that I was going to do that. And not only did I say that I was going to do that, I actually did it. It is a fait accompli.
And you don't have the authority to do it.
I was never charged with I was never
Doesn't
selected.
matter. You don't have the
Well,
authority.
it's done. So
Have the
it's done.
authority. I'm sorry,
Yeah, I need clarification. Authority to do what?
to transfer that to another office.
Well, you can transfer it to whoever you want to. I'm just getting it out of my duties.
So you can do that, and that would be a proper reflection in the minutes that you have surrendered that duty. But to make me responsible in the minutes for it, or a different office responsible, is incorrect. So
Well-
whether or not you want to do that, or whether you're just not authorized to sign it to a different department.
Well,
If
it's
you
already been
wanna-
done, and my password and account login has been deleted. So there's nothing that can be done. You can log into the account. You can have NetLink log into the account and make all the changes you want. I go ahead, do whatever you want to do there. I'm out of it.
And that's fine. That's exactly what the minutes should state, is that you have either resigned or whatever word you want to use. But to make my office apparently responsible for this is,
Well, there's some grounds there, because in the policies and procedure manual, it says under 2.8, direction and control of day-to-day authorizations, authorizes the supervisor to provide day-to-day direction over the township activities. And that's technically a township activity. I know it's a catch-all, but
That's fine.
and
That's
that's
fine.
in our policies and procedures manual, and where maybe I don't agree with that, that's where it sits right now.
no,
So-
that's fine. And that's exactly what I'm doing later on in the agenda. Okay, so make no mistake, this is just about the wording. Now, Goss might have said that she's going to transfer it to the supervisor, but there is no authority for an elected official to do that. None.
And I think all she's saying is she's putting down what was said,
I understand, but the action,
not necessarily that I have authority to do it.
well,
but
she
this
just
is the
said,
comments
she just
that-
said, the comments, the personal comments that are put in here are based on that person having the authority to do that. Those were her own words.
Well, I didn't quite take it that way. I took it that if somebody said they were going to do something, she makes note of it in the meeting minutes so that we can go back and see. who was
Reminders.
Responsible. Yeah,
Got it.
reminders. We've always done that. in our
Matter of
meeting
fact,
minutes.
we have to call Bay Area.
I already did.
Good.
That was one of the first things I
Yeah.
did when I saw that it got approved.
So I'm just merely saying that the minutes should reflect that the clerk is no longer doing that task. And the minutes will later on in this agenda reflect what the board decides to do with that task. That's my point.
I think we're spending a little too much time on it. We have a lot on our,
I totally understand. So what are we doing with the minutes, board? Don, what is your thought?
Well, I think if the comments are attached to the board, to the board's action, like the Bay Area, you know, that is put in there as a reminder, I think that's the applicable standard. That it should be related to that, and that's what the decision was. That's what the action item was, and the person who accepted that action item. But I understand Clerk Goss's point on, that she's making on the top one, but we tabled that to May. So I think it was a little premature to pull the trigger on that because we didn't have a solution where to go with something like that. So I think the comments are appropriate, and I think they're good for a record of getting completion and accuracy of who's doing what. But I do believe it has to be tied to the action that's finalized or voted on.
Heidi, what's your thought?
Well, if you don't show how it was voted, sometimes our minutes are really confusing. Sometimes you have to go back and reread. So I think if we keep them to the point and put in there what we did and what we're supposed to be doing in the future in a clear, concise manner, no confusion.
So then on page 69, after the roll call vote to, I guess, table the .gov extension, and specifically the statement, after discussion, Goss notified the board members present that she will give Pop the Spectrum login and password today and will not be responsible for setting up any further email accounts. And my entire statement there is that While that's what she did, she had no authority to transfer it to the supervisor's office, but she has every authority to resign from that task.
So she should have just resigned and left it, not say, I'm giving it to you.
The fact that she provided my cell phone number and now I get text messages from Spectrum. No. I did not agree to that at all.
Do you have to have somebody assigned to that account?
So I don't know about Spectrum, but with like the .gov, they actually want 3 people assigned. 2 are mandatory with .gov. And the security contact is upon user decision. So we don't have to appoint 3 people, but they definitely want 2.
But for our current situation, because we're with Spectrum now, if she chose to take her name off in it, was it required to put somebody in? That's what I'm saying. Otherwise, do our account become unusable? I'm asking that.
And
question.
that's what I put in the business item. I have no idea.
Well, that would be the reasoning. If she was taking her name off, she had to put somebody in there. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I don't
And
know.
because you're in charge of the day-to-day, logically says it would be you. And then if you want to change it, or the board wants to change it from there, because your default, then you go forward and change it from there. I'm not saying she had the authorization from the board through a board action to do it. I'm saying that if it was required to have somebody on there, or we won't have our accounts, and she is resigning from it, then the default is the person that oversees the day-to-day, which
You still-
unfortunately would be you.
One elected official still can't assign another one tasks.
No, I fully get
Yeah.
that, but we did in the policy, somebody did in the policies and procedures manual.
No.
By saying you're the day-to-day.
No,
Yeah, it's an overall catch-all. Unfortunately, if you don't like the wording, well, let's work on changing it. Because
I
as it sits-
totally
it sits right
appreciate
now,
that.
that's the way it's at. I'm just saying, I'm trying to follow the logical reason why you can't leave it blank. And
Yeah, I
we
don't
all know that these tech companies want to know who they're supposed to be talking to. I guess you could have put Donald Duck in there. I don't know. Made up some phone numbers. I don't know, but I'm not finding fault with it, because today you've got solutions in there, and I think this is a waste of time. I think we need to move on so we can get to that item that actually addresses this. That's all I'm saying. I'd like to move on.
Okay, so 2 people would like to move on. And
I'm good
Heidi-
with addressing it later. Go on.
are you happy with what's there in the minutes?
At this point, yes.
Okay, Don?
I'm okay with it at this
Okay.
point. So.
All right, so then we'll move on. And then my next question was on payroll. Did you approve Peggy Quast's park payroll?
I don't know who signed it. Usually Therese would sign.
No, I was asking Don.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He's the department head.
I haven't seen it. I don't.
Okay.
She didn't submit anything to me.
Well, yeah, and it doesn't matter.
So according to policy, the department head approves. And because Peggy doesn't work for the clerk's office in any shape or form, that is not your authority. So,
Well, a motion was brought back in, I believe, February to bring, to approve, Dan and Peggy getting paid again.
mhm,
And so, in fact, she turned in that timesheet, right as Don was standing here. Don could have grabbed it and looked at it. Don didn't blink an eye. when she dropped that off. And, so
Don had
that's-
no idea that's what she was dropping off.
Well, it was
she
laid,
came-
it was laid right on the ledge in front of you there. Okay. And she said she quit. So, that was her final. That was her final.
That was quite a while ago.
Yeah, whatever day it was, the time she
Quite a
would
while
say.
ago.
Yeah, I mean, she was taking direction from me to do and helping with some seasonal campers.
Yes, she
Um,
was asked
and-
by Don to do
And
that.
so, but she never turned anything into me. When I spoke to Dan, he hadn't done anything that we asked or discussed what we were doing, so I didn't expect anything from him. But Peggy turned it in, and went straight to the clerk's office. I didn't see it.
But yes, Don did request that Peggy book the seasonals.
The point is that we're not following our policy and procedure manual, which
For paying
in the
people.
previous question was very important. And so it's equally important here, without a doubt.
What are you asking the board to do?
Well, I just want to know who approved it.
And the board.
Whose
did.
ever name
No,
is in the
The
approval?
board didn't approve the
The board
timesheet.
did. We said.
No,
When
no.
Don asked her in a meeting or told us in a meeting that he had asked Peggy and Dan to do some work and we said that was okay. That's an approval. Now, if we're getting right down to everything's got to be signed by the department head, why did we pay your deputy without your signature?
My signature has always been on it.
I didn't see your signature on that form that computerized form he made up.
Yeah. It's there.
Is it there computerized?
Oh, probably not, because he sent it to me electronically. I then printed it, signed it, and turned it in. So he probably just turned it into the board members. As, I don't know,
And-
did all board members get Tim's time card? I don't know.
I didn't see Tim's.
I didn't see
Speaking of, maybe some clarification should be given to your deputy, that if he calls my office and wants to have a little chat, he's not to put that on his timesheet. And
Or
he
our
certainly
office
is not
either.
to put that on the timesheet for the treasurer's department.
Yeah.
Which is what he's done. He had a 45-minute conversation with Lois, called to ask if he could talk to her about a few items and then put it on his timesheet. No,
I don't know what
I
the
mean,
items
honestly,
were.
if we're gonna do that, then every time my deputy talks to Lois or Della, she's gonna put it on her time sheet too, if we're gonna have that kind of.
I
She
just think, I think
Ridiculous.
some
No,
clarification needs to be had. That's all.
You mean your deputy isn't
My
paid
deputy
while she's
works-
in the office?
my deputy works set hours. And so, but you know, your deputy calling up Della's office or my office and asking us things. I've decided, and Teresa and I will be keeping our conversations with Tim extremely short. Because he doesn't need to be billing the township for just asking us questions. That's ridiculous.
So
You're supposed to be training him, not us.
I think
Us-
if Peggy takes it to the labor board, she'll get her paycheck from us and she
Yeah.
will take it. So we don't ask people to do work here at the township. and
Oh,
then not pay
I'm
them.
not advocating that we
Okay,
don't pay.
I just want to make
No,
sure that.
no, not at all. Matter of fact, I question why the delay, right? Because as you pointed out, she could have easily taken this to the labor board, easily. And it wouldn't be the first complaint against the township in that fact.
Maybe it was on her end, Ron. She just had a lot
Could be,
going on or
could be,
something.
yeah, don't know.
Well, and so it depends what day it was turned in. If we just got done doing a payroll,
It would wait 2 weeks.
it would wait 2 more weeks before it would be paid. So it's all in the timing. You know,
When was her resignation tendered?
it hasn't been tendered in writing.
So she verbally quit but gave you nothing in writing. Is that what you're telling me?
That happens a lot.
Can we have everybody use the microphones, please?
So she quit, but she didn't give you anything in writing. Yes,
She did exactly what I've already explained.
Those are my 2 points. Any others? Roll call when ready.
Goss, yes, Falmouth,
yes,
Glenn,
No,
Pop,
No.
Bennett.
Yes,
Okay, unfinished business number 1. Camping park questions. And Don, this is
Yeah.
one of your 2 memos this morning.
yes, so. I just have, I have one question and I have this memo, and so I'll start it by a motion to approve the 5 park rangers, Isaiah Sen, Thomas Olds, Nick Barassi, Travis Hull, and Erica Emerson pay rates as presented for the 2023 park season.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Bennett,
Yes,
Glenn,
Yes,
Goss, yes, Falmouth,
yes,
Pop.
Yes.
and then I just have one other quick question on this matter, on this unfinished business. There were a number of patron inquiries. Weather wasn't stellar this weekend. We did have a few moments of some sunshine out there. And so we had a couple benches down by the water that, you know, we knew where those went. There were a number of patrons that were asking about the Adirondack chairs. And I'm wondering if anybody knows where those might be, because I have scoured that park high and low and I cannot find those Adirondack chairs in anywhere. Typically, it looked like when the season was closed up, those types of things, the barrel, you know, the trash barrel tops, the benches, they're stored in either, you know, shower stall or the men's bathroom or the women's bathroom. We have the room to store them there. So, but there's no Adirondack chairs that I can locate.
Have you looked in the pit toilet building?
In the pit toilet. No, I did not look in the pit toilet building. Okay. You think they might be in there?
Could be. I can assure you they were not taken off site.
I'm not suggesting they were. I'm just asking where else they could have been stashed. So
Well, you've got 2 locked doors down there that are storage areas.
The old pit toilets are used as storage areas. Is that
They
what you're
have
saying?
been. Yes.
Okay.
okay, we will check the pit toilets. Yes. Yeah.
Other board members may want it too.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Does anybody else want this memo electronically, on the park rangers?
I don't need it.
I'm sorry, sure.
No.
No,
I'm good.
I'll send that over to you.
Since we're under camping questions. Did we or did we not pay Peggy for her end of her term? No, yes? Has
Yes,
Peggy been paid?
yes, she was
Yes,
paid in this
okay.
payroll.
Thank you.
Is that it?
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions for Don or camping park questions? Okay. Unfinished business number 2, park improvement final project. Excuse me, park improvement project, final documents.
Where are you at? Are we addressing Don's other memo later?
Yes.
Yes, that we added that as new business, new business 13.
Thank you. Thought we were doing all the stuff you gave at one spot.
But fine with me.
I do apologize. I had to reboot a couple of times this morning, so my notes from 5-3. I believe we'd made it all the way to the third comment. Do you have a copy of this is for Ardella. Do you have a copy of the 5-3 packet, Ardella?
On my computer? I
Yes, ma'am.
think I do.
As if I recall, you were not here during that meeting. Is that right? Or
Yeah,
were
but I believe I downloaded it anyway.
okay.
What do you need?
Well, under this particular business item, I had made a list of concerns that maybe the board wanted to address in these final construction documents. And it correlates with pages in the actual contract document, which there is a link to.
And I'm getting there.
Okay. Heidi, do you have a copy of the same?
You're talking this. Like this, right?
Yeah.
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 I'm just gonna
Okay.
copy of it.
I,
Or do you,
Certainly
send it over to you?
no, that's fine. I have a copy.
Oh, yeah.
I just wanted to
Oh.
make sure, because for some reason I was thinking, I'd forgot that Heidi was gone too. I also think that Ardella was not.
I was here on 5-3.
You were here on 5-3?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry.
So which page is it I'm looking for?
It's the cover page for that session, and then there's 1.5 of bulleted points that reference page numbers in the manual.
Got it. Okay. All right, it's up on my screen.
Okay. So I think we made it to page 55,
We did.
which is where things went awry. So just a little update from page 55. After the 5-3 meeting, Cheryl called Rick at F&B, who then called the attorney, who then called me to communicate that the board had questions about Chris's writing on the insurances. I don't know that we had any questions about insurances. I was merely asking for the board's approval to supply the contractor as required in the contract manual with our insurance documents in a similar fashion to that we've requested from them. Earlier in this process, the attorney had told us a certificate of insurance is no longer a good thing to rely on in the state of Michigan. And so that's what the contract manual currently requires, is just a simple certificate of insurance. So after Chris made that writing, this is almost a month ago, I think. I believe that the contractor was requested to add us to their policy and actually provide an insurance policy. And that's merely what I'm asking for here. We've never done this before, and I just want the board to be aware of what our responsibilities could be. And if you say you're good with it, I've got no problem with it.
Good with what the attorney has said, or good with what's in the manual?
Great question. Thank you. I believe that we have made now a request through the attorney, through Rick Stout, to Molon, that Whitewater Township will be added to their policy, insurance policy, and we will get a copy of that policy. And I'm just asking that we be prepared and do the same thing for Molon.
That we add them to our policy, or that we provide them with our certificate of insurance?
That's what the contract says, that we provide them with a certificate.
To me, if that's all Mulan is asking for, that's all we do.
Okay.
And I would just point out that Ron got an email from Chris Patterson the day after the May 3rd meeting. I don't know if this has been shared with some board members. It was not shared with me until it was shared with me yesterday by Rick Stout, where Chris Patterson clarified the insurance, what he was saying on the insurance. This was on May 4th at 12:35 p.m. from Chris Patterson to Ron Pop with a copy to Rick Stout.
Yeah, and my response, I'm sorry, Don, go ahead.
Go ahead, you make
No.
your response. I got something else to say here, so.
No, my response is just that I had no questions. And that wasn't what page 55 in the contract is about. It is about being prepared to supply Molon with the same insurance documentation that we're requesting from them. But Ardella, I understand your point, and if they accept a certificate, then so be it.
Yeah.
All right, can I make, I want to make a comment about just the conversation that just took place and what I heard. And that's exactly why managing this project is going to be difficult. The fact that there's so much circuitous routing of information and F&V sending stuff, the clerk sending stuff, you sending stuff. I mean, we talked about on page 25 of this contract that the designated representative would be you. And you when you walked off, you said, well, I'm not going to do it. Well, I take issue with that, because frankly, we're asking people to follow the PMP manual. How many times have we asked the clerk to follow the guidelines and the policy? And section 7 in the PMP administrative manual talks about capital improvement, public works, and that the supervisor is the project manager. And I think if we're asking other people on this board to hold to that standard, then I think you should hold to that standard as well. And I think F&V needs to come to grips with that. You are the point person in that, because this project has a timeline to get done. And if we keep information passing around, floating around, there is going to continue to be contradictions, or I didn't get it, or I didn't see it. At least then, any good project management has one point person. One. That is how things get done. And I know F&V was reticent, a while back when we talked about them having to sign a new contract or a new arrangement. Well, no, we're still the customer, and they need to come to grips with the fact that I think PMP says you should have it, just like you should have other things, or you should have it. So I think we should hold. I like the idea of, we just talked about it earlier. If you don't like the standards, then change the standards. But right now, those are the standards. And this project is going to struggle unless we get one point person on that. That's what I've got to say about this.
It will
And-
make
and-
it very clear, it'll clarify,
And to add, I'm sorry.
that's okay, and it will streamline the process. Less confusion, things will not get missed. The 1 point person. With 1 point person versus 2 or 3.
And the only reason that F&V is contacting me is because per the professional services agreement, I am named as the owner's representative. We've talked about changing that a number of times. It has not been formally changed. An addendum, ma'am, just put that down there in that far room, please. The first door on the left, thank you. Yeah, it's all right. An addendum, a very simple addendum, from my point of view, I don't know what F&V would require, but a very simple, less than 1 page addendum, I believe, could be approved and attached to the PSA, indicating that Ron Pop is the owner's representative, which is synonymous with project manager. And that's the only reason that they continue to contact me, is that that's what is in the professional services agreement between the township and F&V.
Well, if that's the case.
Yeah, and I'm not saying, I understand, Cheryl, that's what's happening, and what I'm suggesting is we need to change it. Yeah, I know that's.
Agree
Yeah,
more.
so- So-
And getting it changed, no one's brought it forward to actually change it with a document that the board can look at and vote on. And that's what needs to happen.
F&V refused to do it.
That's
We-
true.
We asked them,
We can do it.
we asked them months ago to
We,
do it. And
Well,
Rick Stout himself said he
no.
talked to,
well, you wanted to do it, but then it
Excuse
was
me,
up
I
in
was-
the air who was going to be appointed to do it until it was brought to your attention that the township policy says that you're the project manager on all capital improvement projects. So it was brought up, yes, but it was never decided who that person was going to be until recently.
Okay, let's-
I'm
still haven't decided.
I'm going to dispute that. F&B flat out said they weren't going to change it.
Yes.
Then we can change it.
Okay, let's
I
change
mean,
it.
it's not their job to provide addenda to, the PSA. We can draw something up and change it.
I say we just do it then. Let's get it done so that it's clear. And I take it that you do want to be the project manager.
No, I don't.
Time out. Just because you're the project manager doesn't mean that we won't get you any other help to assist you. Normally, a project manager has an assistant.
Now, wait a minute. First of all, let's verify that we're using the right term.
Yeah.
Because, the actual manual that I have a copy of, or that section, says that the township supervisor shall manage all capital improvement and public works project conducted by the township. So I'm thinking by manage, I have free reign to appoint whoever I want or hire whoever I want with board approval.
I don't know if I'd go that far, but I mean, with board approval, there could be an exception.
Well, if it
Let
requires.
me answer your earlier question, Ardella. I don't want it because I don't feel that I'm qualified to do the job of working in the water. That really should be a specialized contractor. And I don't even know that Molon is qualified to do that. Everybody says they are, so that's good. That's all.
Well, if you had a question about that, that should have been delved into before we awarded the bid
It
to
was,
Molon.
it was.
So
Rick Stout answered the question that they are properly certified to do that.
Then
So
they are properly
then
certified.
they are properly certified. I am not.
but you're acting as the liaison between those two organizations and the township board.
Yeah,
Are
I
you
get that.
qualified to do that?
I get that. Yes, I am,
Okay.
but I am not technically qualified. I'm certainly qualified to look at slopes and so on and so forth and understand what 8 inches of compacted gravel is going to be. So I don't have a problem with that, but when we get into the actual water disturbing the bottom of the lake, I'm just not certified there. So.
And the township policy does not contemplate that the supervisor will be certified in all areas that might be required, that are going to come up on any capital improvement project for the township. It does not contemplate.
Larry
that.
Lake
It's not
was the
required.
project manager for the water line when we put that in, because he was the supervisor. Now,
Okay.
I would say that he was not also certified in putting in water lines. He relied on the engineering firm that was overseeing it. And I think it's the same thing for you, Ron. You'd be relying on the engineering firm that's overseeing this, which should be F&V, right?
That's who it is.
But up until
Okay.
this conversation, they don't talk to me.
Well, we need to fix that. I think that's an
That has
easy
to be-
solution.
It
And we'll
has
get
to
it, we'll
be.
get it fixed. And maybe you need to have a sit down meeting with them and go over the expectations of this project and where you go from here. I mean, those are all simple solutions I think that can be accomplished.
Pretty much. I mean, if you need help with something, just you need to ask.
Well,
So the first
Um,
step is to get that letter to them that we are changing what they have listed as the owner representative from the clerk to the supervisor, correct? That would be our first step, I would think.
Yep.
and we've already been told they won't do it.
They will do it. They will do it. They'll do it.
Hmm.
They want this project to
I
go
don't
forward too.
recall them
I think they
saying
want it
that.
over.
And
I think I want it over.
well,
think
yeah.
we
it's
all
been
do,
Dragged
so-
out way too long already. It needs to be,
Let's not
we
point
need to get this
fingers. Let's just keep
contract signed,
going.
get a construction schedule.
So who's
and
going to
get
put
moving.
together the letter to F&V? And do we need to vote on it right here, right now, that this is what we're doing? So the authorization is there and they can see we voted on it.
Well, the clerk indicated that this would be a simple addendum and approved and attached to the PSA. So I think she said 1 page. What does that look like?
Well, I'm gonna make a motion to change the professional services agreement to appoint Ron Pop as the owner's representative.
I will second.
Are you gonna put for what? For the boat launch project?
I'm not gonna change anything except I'm going to create an addenda, a very simple addenda document to memorialize the vote taken here. But I think we can get the vote out of the way so that it can simply be, you know, it would say the Whitewater Township Board hereby modifies the professional services agreement to change the owner's representative from Cheryl Goss to Ron Pop, period.
And maybe
Sign it.
Cheryl, it should state in there that per our policies and procedures manual, the capital improvement the supervisor is to be
Right,
the representative. Maybe
Sure.
we should,
Add effective immediately.
right, sure. And we should list in there why we're making the change.
Yeah, per what piece of the contract you're changing.
So F and V will see
for
that
the
we're doing
entire
it for
contract.
our,
so you say, it should also say it's per the admin P and P section 7.0. And it's, and effective immediately.
yes.
It's actually 7.2.
Seven point two.
How does it read?
The motion or the addendum?
The addendum.
The Whitewater Township Board hereby modifies the professional services agreement to comport with the Administrative Policies and Procedure Manual, section 7.2, and appoints Ron Pop as the owner's representative effective immediately.
Could I'd like to just alter that last, and all correspondence related to this project is to be, all correspondence related to this project is to begin immediately sent to Ron Pop.
All correspondence related to this project to be sent immediately to Ron Pop.
Yeah.
Well, and I think it can be addressed to Ron Pop. And I'll be asking F and V to copy me in on it so that there's at least one other board member that is aware of
Here we
what's
go.
going on. So
But you're not going to be
Why?
responding.
I'm not going to be responding. Well, no, that's just good business.
That's clerical
That more
error,
than
that's
one
clerical.
board member is getting this communication so that we make sure as a board that communications are being followed up on. A lot of this is going to be phone calls.
And I agree with
know.
more than one person. I really do,
Right.
right? I really do agree with more than one person. So I'm trying to access the agreement with F and V from what, 2017 or 2018?
It was in November 2018 was when it started.
Because
Got it in different filing.
I'm sure that there is a modification clause in there. And so our motion may be meaningless to the agreement.
Well, I think we need to take the action and then we'll await their response. But at least we will have taken the action on our end.
No, because any more delays in this project and it won't go.
And we're
We're
delaying
running-
it right here.
We're trying to solve a problem that was created in 2018 or 2019, Cheryl.
And
Um,
I didn't tell them to insert my name, and the board voted for that PSA, so that's
Sure.
all a moot point.
yeah,
So,
I'm not claiming that it was incorrectly done. We tried to change it once already and they told us no. So
I call for a vote.
roll call when ready.
Pop,
No.
Goss, yes, Falmuth,
No.
Bennett,
Yes,
Glenn.
Yes.
Okay. Motion passes.
I will prepare the addendum and provide it to F and V and the entire board.
So what will this addendum be labeled? We're, I think, at number,
Addendum number 1 to professional services
Okay.
agreement.
I don't need to keep that open anymore. Are we done with that? Or do I need?
Oh, no,
Okay.
no, there's, as you can see, there's lots of other items there. So that takes care of the question on page 25. So we kind of went backwards. That was the second.
It's my fault.
That's all right. At least we. So on the insurance thing, Ardella thinks just supply them a certificate unless they ask for something different. Is that
Because that is what they asked for to begin with, correct?
that's what's in the AIA contract? Yes.
Right.
Yep.
I agree with Cheryl, Ardella.
Okay. Is that board consensus then?
Yep.
Cheryl?
What is the consensus? So I
Ardella?
can get it down for the minutes. There was consensus that Molon will be supplied with the township's certificate of liability unless they request the entire policy. Is that the way I understand it?
Yes.
I don't think we said, we didn't make any mention of the entire policy. We just said consensus was just we're sending the certificate.
We're sending what they requested.
The consensus is to follow what's in the AIA document
Right.
for
Yep.
insurance requirements.
Okay, there was consensus that the township will follow the AIA document. What else did you say? Regarding insurance?
And you probably ought to list the contract number as 842850.
I mean, that's a very vague statement. It doesn't really say what the township's going to do. And I think so Della's statement should be included that we give Molon the certificate unless they ask for more. Is that the board? Is that a consensus of the board?
I'm okay with that.
And so what is your interpretation?
I just attempted to repeat what you agreed with Della on earlier. That Molon be supplied with the township's certificate of liability unless they request more.
And then is that a board action if they require the policy? Just so I know.
No, I
Just
think it
getting
should
out
be
of
just.
If they
give it to
require the
them.
entire policy, you as the board representative should be able to supply that to them, correct?
I'm just,
As long as he
that's
can
how
get
this
it.
whole question started.
In the
I
essence, in the essence of time, yes, it's not harmful. It's
Right.
So
That's right. It's simply a matter of asking Paul Olson to supply the person on their end who needs to get that document with their certificate, because those come from insurance companies. And if they ask for more, then Paul would also supply that.
On contract manual, page 94.
That language is harsh.
Yeah.
What page is that?
94. Oh, I'm sorry. So this is out of the 5-3 packet, and it's in section 11.02 of the contract. I have it on packet page or contract page 94. If you remember, the contract is a link to this particular section of the packet. It's the first time we tried a remote link. Adding 235 pages to our packet is difficult. Did everybody find the link?
Did.
Carol?
I'm gonna have to go back and look in that packet.
So it's right on.
I
the township-
understand where to find it.
It's right on the township website too. So you could go directly there and download it. Just out of curiosity, are we prepared to discuss the other items in this or agreement? In the interest of time, you know. Heidi, have you read this?
Yep.
Ardella, you maybe not so much because you were away when this came out originally. And
I'm gonna go use the bathroom. Get back.
I just don't want another 6-hour meeting here waiting for people to do their homework.
And I'm ready to approve the contract. Our attorney didn't have any further issues. So
Our attorney also stated that he did not read this portion of the contract.
What's your major
I'm
concern
still
here? I mean,
ready to approve it.
Did you?
obviously I
did you
don't have
find-
this downloaded on here, so I have to go to the webpage.
Okay, let's do that. Let's take a moment and do that.
And what are we looking for?
We are looking for page 94 of the contract agreement.
Okay, so I'm looking for the contract agreement.
So just,
The file should start Ardella 842-850_contract manual _ So if you've got,
hang on,
okay, all right.
sorry, Don. Just go to the township website where you would get a board packet from.
Got it?
Go right up to the top line,
Video clip,
second line.
boat ramp contract.
There
manual.
you go. That one. Sorry.
Don't really want to watch a video clip right now. So what am I looking for?
As soon as you open that.
Yep.
Can you forward to page 94? And if you page down a couple of lines, you should see a red balloon.
Got it.
This section specifically deals with change orders. And I don't know where paragraph B comes from. If the owner or contractor refuses to execute a change order that is required to be executed under the terms of paragraph 11.02A, it will be deemed to be in full force as effect as if fully executed.
Well, I have a feeling that the reason that B was put in there is imagine you're in a project such as ours
Mhm.
and a situation comes up that was not foreseen. Maybe it's environmental that
Yep.
caused it.
Yep.
And now your owner representative refuses to sign the change order because they don't want the extra expense, even though it is not the fault of, let's say, Milan, it's an environmental thing. They're covering their butts. This is our project. Why should they eat it? That's what that's about. I think we all know that's what that's about. Dealing with difficult owner representatives that refuse to sign change orders when they're absolutely necessary. Not optional, but necessary. I'm sure that's where that came from.
And I'm sure also that it's standard contract language.
I
That
would
it
have
is.
to say that too.
Yeah, because this is an AIA document. But
Yeah.
let's take your scenario and let's say, you know, we find a special snail when we dig into the lake bed. Whatever that snail is, if you remember correctly, we found one in what was it, Tobacco Creek, which delayed the repair of US 31 for months
Because of a snail?
because of a snail that was once thought to be extinct or whatever the case was. I don't really remember it, but everybody remembers that culvert failing during the winter time. And we had single lane closures there on US 31.
Sure.
So how do we absorb a cost like that?
Ron, I don't think in a contract this size, and like you said, it's pretty much the standard contract. You're not going to be able to cover every incident that may or may not happen during the construction of this. We can do our best, and I think we have, but sections of this contract like this, they are not going to agree to take that out. They're not. And you can't plan for every inevitable hypothetical situation that may come. You can't do it in life, and you can't do it in this project. And I don't believe we're taking a huge roll of the dice by accepting this clause. If it was a huge roll of the dice, everybody would have that removed. And you're not going to get it removed. Am I wrong? I could be wrong.
I don't think you're very far from wrong at all. Building my share of multi-million-dollar convenience stores, there are all sorts of contracts out there that you don't like and you do like, and sometimes they're written a little more favorably, but I like your term. Sometimes you're gonna have to roll the dice if you're comfortable with the contractor and you're comfortable with the project. Being aware of it, knowing it's there. The sunny side of that of 11.02B is basically telling me as the buyer that if I find myself in change orders under sections 1102A or scenario 1, 2, 3, or 4, it's probably best that we all work it out, because if not, somebody can play the B card and just trump it. So I can see a side of the coin that, Mullins may have that in there for the simple fact to motivate people to let's keep the project moving and get this thing settled. But there are some inconsequential things in there. We don't know what we don't know. So that's the risk. And so you have to measure that section as what risk level are you willing to take? how comfortable are you with the project? How comfortable are you with the project engineer? Or how comfortable are you with the contractor? And frankly, you just scale that out. I mean, a 10 would be like, I'll never put it in. A 1 says, doesn't really, it's never going to come into play. Something in the middle says, yeah, be aware of it and understand what your actions might have to be if you find yourself in that situation.
So Ron has made us aware of it. But I don't think that this board is going to take an action that's going to be able to take that out. Other than we don't do the project. Again, it's standard contract language.
So it's acceptable to the board.
It's acceptable to this board member.
Heidi?
I don't think you have a choice.
Cheryl?
No choice. I don't see, I don't share your concern. I don't think it's gonna be a concern, and
Don?
once again, it's standard contract language.
It's a concern, but it's not going to come out.
But at least we've addressed it.
Yes.
Yes.
So, yep, we're aware of it. At page 102.
B.
This clause says cost excluded from the proposal. I trust. The term cost of the work does not include any of the following: payroll costs, other compensation of contractors, officers, yeah, executive principals, general managers, engineers, architects, estimators, attorneys, auditors, accountants, purchasing and contract agents, expediters, timekeepers, clerks, and other personnel employed by the contractor, whether at the site or in the contractor's principal or branch office for general administration of the work.
So what's the question here?
That clause doesn't surprise me, because the last line in section 1 is the payroll costs and other compensation excluded here are to be considered administrative costs covered by the contractor's fee. And that was that number that we went back with. They came back with after the fact. And so that's basically defining what's in that administrative cost. I think, was it $23,000 or so? The
23,900.
The admin. This clause just is basically a long-winded way of telling us what's in that 23,900. This doesn't surprise me in the least that.
And it is certainly not saying that that's going to be an additional cost to us.
Yeah,
That's right. It's standard contract language.
What was that? 23,900. Was that considered mobilization? Is that what that was?
Yeah.
Mobilization, bonding, and
And-
something else?
Yeah, there was one other thing in it.
I don't know if they specifically, I call it DNA,
Mobilization.
but I don't know that with that, oh, I got them all on letter here, let's see.
Of
That
mobilization.
was. He's calling it a mobilization. But, see here.
Well, we just think it's included underneath that. Is that
Yeah,
the right thing?
Well, I don't think it's included underneath that. These are things that the contractor is saying, we pay for all these things. It's not included in any of our bid. And it's not intended to be. Once again, it's standard contract language. Just spelling out that these things are not part of what the work that they're going to be doing for the township.
yeah, it's listed, the item description for that item was general conditions, comma, bonds, comma, insurance, and mobilization. That was the term that was used generically across all three bids.
And so there isn't going to be any change orders that ask the township to pay for any of these items, because these are their costs of doing business as a construction contractor. And they're not any part of what the township is going to pay for. Interest, renting, furnishing small tools, hand tools, payroll or compensation for their officers, executives, principals, blah, blah, timekeepers, expediters, other personnel. None of that is included in the term cost of the work. Does not include any of the following, and the title of the paragraph is costs excluded. We are not paying for these items.
Are we good with this question? Heidi,
I am.
Ardella,
Yep,
Cheryl,
standard contract language.
Don?
I'm comfortable.
Okay. How about packet page 108? I think we've already touched on this one.
That one, again, that paragraph doesn't strike me as odd. They're basically, in my familiarity with the writing like that is, before we pay them a second payment, they're going to give us an affidavit that swears off that they have discharged. So there's no subcontractors out there potentially with liens or materials not being paid for that could come back and be questionable. They're validating and attesting to the fact that, we have discharged our obligations as required or as necessary, and so that our second payment should freely. It's so that you get it. So, in my mind, I would use the term, so they're not kiting money. They're not waiting for a second payment to discharge some, first payment obligations that they had. So they're in essence attesting to that. again, that
And
doesn't-
typically, what are included with the pay application is waivers from the subs saying that, yes, we have been paid for this. And we agree, we've been paid for this work so far, and we are waiving our right to place a lien.
Yeah, and that's exactly where I am with this. And so, as stated earlier, this is one of my areas of concern when working in the water. This is beyond the land. We're actually working in the water. I've used this example several times. I'll use it again here because it applies. A turbidity curtain. 6 months ago, I did not know what that was. I certainly don't know how to use it. But I understand now what it does. And so my thought here is that's where maybe a third party that we had talked about potentially employing someone with specific knowledge about working in a project like this would be helpful. That's all.
Well, I think that's almost necessary, because if you scroll down farther on that page, you get to number 3. And then you see, by recommending any such payment, engineer will not thereby be deemed to have represented that. And first thing is inspections made to check the quality or the quantity of the work. So what F&B is saying is they're going to accept that attestation from Mullen, but they're not checking the work. And I think we've talked about this in the past on a project that has elements that are, my use of the term specialty, unique characters, then I think that it would be helpful to have somebody that is neutral, but has the expertise to check that out.
I have a question. Because I'm not familiar with water construction. When you compare it to like the project we did over at the fire station, the engineer that we use that signed off, like what you're saying F&V would be doing, wasn't just relying on the contractor saying it was done. It was through the inspections that were done by certified board people that came in, construction code, saying that things were done to code. Does waterway grants, do the waterway projects like this, they have somebody that comes in and checks the work that is being done by Molon to make sure it's up to code?
Yeah.
Well,
that's
there is an
a
eagle
question I
permit
have too.
required for this because it's in the shoreline. So I just as you would have a building inspector in a community checking electrical or plumbing, I can't recall seeing the eagle permit, but I can't see Eagle just going, hey, coming in after the fact going, it looks good.
Right.
Can't see the DNR
I would expect that they would want to see that this stuff, where it's at,
So
checking the work.
I hate to use the words assume because I'm assuming they have the same type that land construction has, that they would have to pass certifications at certain points along the way through Eagle or whatever agency. Is that not what would also be supplied to F&E or F&V before they say, okay, we're signing off on this section of it?
Cheryl Goss is the permit holder for Whitewater Township on this project.
Well, it had to be applied for in someone's name.
I can't answer that question.
And
No, I just don't know.
we get lots of permits that come through my office for work along the water's edge that various landowners or their representatives have applied for shoreline work. And those permits come in here and they're forwarded to the zoning department so that they can be made a part of the parcel file. And, you know, here again, I don't work for Eagle. I don't know what their processes are, but certainly at some point, I'm sure that there is an inspection of the work to make sure that it was done. You know, when you have a permit out there, the department, the agency issuing the permit is going to have to, otherwise, why would you get a permit? They're giving you a permit to do something, and then they will follow up and make sure that's done before they sign off on it and say, yep, this work was completed the way that we instructed that it had to be completed. This kind of rock placed here,
I'm sure
you
we
know,
could ask for clarification.
kind of stuff.
on
And
that.
again, this paragraph 3 doesn't have anything to do with that. This is only about previous progress payments. So have we moved on? Is everybody good with that paragraph 3? Because this is saying that each application must include an affidavit of contractor. This doesn't have anything to do with engineering or engineering standards. The paragraph highlighted in yellow is the contractor obligation.
I believe Don brought in an ancillary concern that is further down the page. And that's how we got into the
And
item 3, which I've also highlighted.
I think that's a question for F&B. If you have a question about that, then I'm not sure how anyone on the board can answer that. I think F&B is also going to be taking direction from Eagle as well. If, you know, Eagle's gonna be making visits to this project. I don't remember the exact wording on the grant checklist, but they are in there when they are going to be doing things. And that was something that was provided years ago. But this would be a question for F&V. I don't believe the board can answer this.
And are you specifically referring to what Don has brought up in paragraph 3? Because I think we're done with B3.
Yeah. Right.
Is the board
Yeah,
in
I'm
the same
referring
spot I
to
am?
what's in red.
And
I'm okay
Is
with
it
the
in-
language in in the yellow. I'm just saying that, you know, I'm just pointing out, and they are somewhat linked, is that F&V is going to recommend, if they're recommending payment, they're telling you they will not thereby be deemed to have represented that inspections made to check the quality or the quantity of the work as it has been performed has been exhaustive, extended to every aspect of the work in progress, or involved detail inspection. F&V is just telling you they're not going to be, just because they recommend a payment doesn't necessarily mean that they check that work. That was the only point I made. So the contractor's attesting to it, but F&V as an engineering partner is not going to physically check that.
And I turned this one green in my personal notes because I thought we had maybe discussed a similar paragraph earlier, and we focused in on the exhaustiveness of F&V's inspection. So they're going to see that, you know, the turbidity curtain is there, for example, but they may not inspect how it functions. Is it
Whoever's
functioning
doing the
correctly?
inspections along the progress of the project itself will flag when things are wrong.
I think you turned it green because that's how far we got, because my note from 5.3 says determined by board not to be an issue. So that's why you turned it green. And I still don't. I still don't. I'm just saying, be aware of that.
I need to use the restroom. Can we take a break for a
Yeah.
moment? Hmm.
Will you unblock my video?
Got a piece of tape over it?
No. No. Show, yep. Hmm. No, haven't, last two meetings I haven't had pictures there. Are we all back?
Yep.
Yep.
See, there's me turning it off. See how the screen changes? No. There's no image there. No. My name should be there. Really?
Right now, your name is. The camera will cross through it.
And my name should be below it.
Yeah.
The name is there. Okay.
That's your computer doing that.
Yeah.
It doesn't on other ones. So, where are we? Are we at packet page 126?
Well, I guess on 108, paragraph B3, the contractor affidavit regarding previous progress payments, what is the resolution of that?
Well, in my notes, I have that, affidavit of payments. Waivers will become part of the second payment application, which is standard operating procedure, I think. And that third party input may be necessary here. Board agrees that this project has special elements.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna put all that in the minutes.
So what are you gonna put in the minutes?
The board is agreeable with the language. Are you, if you're adding to the language, then I think you're just making a clarification. Is
No,
the,
I'm not adding anything to the language, but this is one of the areas that I will seek help in, especially when we're working in the water.
Understood.
Yeah,
So that's the notation.
Top indicated he will seek help with this area. That's what I'll put.
Is that acceptable?
yeah. Then I have a note that's same page. This is Don's concern, C3, or this is what Don brought up, is not an issue with the board. And I made a note that we focused on earlier on the word exhaustive inspection. That's what will not be conducted. But F&V will make sure that the turbidity curtain is there, but they may not inspect its actual, shall I say, performance rate. How effective is it? Seems reasonable to me. Does it seem reasonable to the other board members?
Yep.
Yes.
So then I have page 126. Lots of red here. Specifically, page 126 G, paragraph G, 1A. The insurance must be maintained for 3 years after final payment. And I think this is the contractor's general liability. And we've uncovered in our own policies here, just with Metro Act, and again, I think this is repetitive, so I apologize, but our Metro Act permit holders are supposed to supply us annually with an updated insurance certificate. And I think this is why there's a problem with the certificate in Michigan. Contractors change insurance companies, and the certificates that were on file don't get forwarded to those people. So we actually, do we want to track this as a board? I'm
And-
asking.
These are contractor requirements and they've already signed this contract. So, and we do get in my office many updated insurance certificates of liability insurance. And we file them. We have a notebook of certificates of liability insurance, and we file those in there.
Yeah,
And we're still getting them from companies that this board has never talked about.
well, yeah, I think you'd have a concern about business going out of business. In which case, it doesn't cover those 3 years. And, but Molan Excavating's been around, well, 30 years. Well, I know at least 25, probably 30 years. They've changed hands twice, but they're a well-established company. They're not going anywhere. So whether they change insurance policies or not, they're still going to be held to the current policy that they have listed. Now, if they change it, they're still being held accountable to it for the next 3 years.
And my question there in the box again is, who tracks this? This is a question about our internal policies, because we don't have anything set up for letting people know, like Cheryl said, we get probably insurance certificates from Cherryland Rural Electric, right? Maybe because they have easements in the township.
Well, if you're looking to who is the document holder, that would be the clerk's office. She's responsible for the documents of the township.
So that's the holding of the documents,
Yep.
right? Not necessarily the process of, hey, we didn't get this.
Well, when you say who tracks this, what are you proposing? The board has no direction on what you're proposing.
Well, we have no
So-
policy on that. That's exactly what I'm saying. I
Right.
mean, if this is an element of the contract, how does the board want to handle this? Do we make up a list that every January we call these contractors? I mean, I don't know. What does the board think?
You know, the only time it's gonna come up is if there's a claim. And then you go back to the policy, you go back to the contract and you say, hey, this insurance has to be maintained for 3 years after final payment. And so where is your proof of insurance? You know, other than that, it's not going to come up.
And it hasn't historically.
Agreed. Yeah.
So I'm thinking if this is something we want to look at, I say we bring it back, that particular idea back on a different day.
But this is again, standard contract language.
Yeah, I'm not arguing with the language. I'm asking how the board wants to internally handle this element.
Where I would like to internally handle it on a different day is all I'm saying. We got a lot to get through and we're not going to write policy on this today, but if you could make a note to bring it back at another time, that'd be great.
Note is made. What the other items there on 126? I don't see from the documents provided, I don't see the insurance. I think it's called X coverage. And as you can see, my note under H, I don't know that any of us here at the board level understand what insurance is. So I think we simply ask that the contractor supply a statement from their insurance agent that their policy conforms to what is being required there. Unless somebody here knows what ISO endorsement CG 2010-1001 is. And that's part of this document, by the way, that refers to a page in this document.
I think that is a simple solution. Just ask their insurance company provide a document that says they're in compliance.
Agreed. That works.
This is respect to 6 you're talking about, Don, or G6 or what?
Yeah, G6.
So this is actually an actual action item that we want Rick to ask Molon for. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, that's what I was intending.
Or does this? Once we sign this agreement, then I think the project manager talks directly to Molon. That's what I think happens. Am I on the right page there?
Yes,
with other
yeah.
board members?
That would be my expectation.
So is this something that we can handle after signing? What happens if they don't have the right insurance? Then I say we have a problem with the contract as it's written, right?
Yeah,
Well,
agreed,
but
right?
They've already agreed to provide this.
Right.
But they do provide an avenue there. The last sentence in 6 is then if contractor demonstrates to owner that the specified ISO endorsements are not commercially available, then contractor may satisfy this requirement, but providing equivalent endorsements. So I think that's, they keep, they're not saying they can't provide them at all. They're just saying, look, this is what we plan to supply, but if they're not commercially available, we will supply you an equivalent. And we just want an attestation to that effect.
So are we good with signing the agreement without really fully understanding what insurance is being supplied by the certificates in this packet?
Well, I don't think we're doing that. I think this is what they have agreed to supply. And the project manager should be checking off that they have supplied all of these things.
And I don't believe they have at this point.
You don't have a
That's my-
contract with them yet.
That's my interpretation, that these particular items are not met, but then again, I'm not an insurance person, so that's why I made the recommendation that we just ask for a compliancy statement from the agent.
It covers everything that you're questioning. If you do it that way.
Well, I think our due diligence is to make sure that they did supply these things, and if there's something missing, then we ask for it, and Don points out that on this one paragraph, an alternative is available.
So is it board consensus then to get a compliance statement from the contractor's agent?
Yes.
Yes.
Agreed.
Yes.
Okay. So that should handle everything on packet page 126.
Well, what about H?
I think that's where my note about recommending the issuing agent provide an affidavit to compliance.
Oh, okay, so compliance with H as well.
Is that the board's understanding?
Yes, I'm fine with that.
I'm good.
Bless you. So on the next page, 127. Under SC 6.07. This is supplemental. I think this is supplemental agreement. I forget what SC supplementary conditions. This is a new requirement that I do not see listed earlier in the packet. Again, I think we just have
It's an item in our favor.
That's right.
it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that we just have the same agent confirm that whatever that rider is that the
Yeah.
right term or
That'd be
clause?
Rider and that's different names.
So the agent will be asked to confirm this coverage.
Yeah, so what I wrote down is that we're gonna ask the agent who supplied the certificates earlier in this packet to make a statement that it complies with packet page 126 and now on page 127. Is that my direction?
Yes.
Cheryl,
Sure.
Heidi,
I'm good.
Ardella?
Yes.
All right, so then 133 is the next. Again, insurance coverage, I don't see where the umbrella or the pollution coverage, which I believe is the X rider, is covered in any of these documents. So that compliancy statement should take care of all these concerns. That's my intention. Does the board concur?
Well, I see that they have checked umbrella liability, so they have that. 5 million occurrence or in the aggregate. I don't know if pollution is included under that umbrella.
Yeah, so my note on page 133 is incorrect. I do see now where it says the umbrella is checked. As we learned from our own insurance agent, pollution coverage is being excluded in so many policies. It may not be attainable, to your point, Don. It may not be.
Well, and any pollution in Elk Lake or the bottomlands is out of the contractor's control and it's out of the township's control. So
So what
I see why
happens,
insurance companies aren't writing it.
what happens if the excavator blows a hose?
Includes the water. Who's gonna come clean it up?
That's liability.
Maybe.
Well, it's a big number. I mean, you got an umbrella liability there per occurrence. Each occurrence at $5 million. I mean, granted, the aggregate's only, 5 million, but that's a big number.
It is.
Yes, it
That's,
is.
that's a,
Usually
it's a
that's-
big number.
So that's
Um,
lower.
So, I mean, that may be to your point of, they may not be able to get environmental, then so they're lumping it into the umbrella policy and bump the umbrella policy up to something substantially larger.
Yeah, because they couldn't get coverage on another end.
Yeah, I would have expected to see environmental on here. I don't see it, reading through the whole thing. I took another read through and I don't.
Well,
And
with
then-
with your convenience store background, if you were to, I don't know, I'm gonna theorize here, buy a piece of land that maybe already has an existing convenience store, gas station on it. No, that scenario doesn't work.
It's not the same.
It's not the same. No. No,
You were thinking if they bought the land with contaminated property?
that's
How
where I
they-
was
they-
originally headed, but really
Right.
the scenario would be.
That's not the same though.
It's more like when they were doing that project down by the theater, Williamsburg Theater, and they didn't put up that black tarping
Mhm.
and they were moving soil, so the
So they'll get into the
contamination
creek.
could get into the creek there. It's more along the lines of what you're talking about, somewhere like that.
So, no, I was actually thinking along the lines of equipment in the lake.
Contaminated.
Contaminating the lake.
That would be a
I
spill.
mean, I don't know what to expect. Again, this is a water project, not done one ever. And so.
Well, somebody did one here in the township at some point. That's why we have an existing dock.
That's right.
So
That boat launch has had water.
We had a little more flexibility
Yeah, I
30
don't
years
think
ago.
anybody signed contracts like this 30 years ago, but okay.
So again, the affidavit should cover this question, right?
Clarity on that again.
The affidavit,
Well,
We're asking-
whatever we're
Insurance
asking the
rider.
agent to supply, some type of statement. So we'll try and cover this question with questions on 126 and 127. Everybody good with the insurance portion?
yes,
And we go to packet page 156. This is actually covered, temporary water services covered in several different areas. This is the first I encountered it, so my notes, I don't think I covered it in following sections, but specifically when they talk about grassy areas, they're talking about watering 3 or 4 times a day. And they're talking, if I remember correctly, they even give a volume of water that has to be put on the grass. And if I remember correctly, our proposed parking lot is going to be all grass, right?
no. The additional parking is going to be grass.
I'm sorry,
The existing parking lot
The
is gonna
additional.
stay,
but didn't I say the proposed parking lot?
okay, maybe.
The same thing.
Okay, whatever we're intending to have installed is gonna be grass. And so we're gonna have to think about how we supply water to irrigate.
we pray for rain.
No, because the
no.
the contract actually calls for
Right.
a specific watering, and I think it's under, I don't know, a turf establishment or something like that in this agreement. it's something that we'll have to deal with. I think the board knows that we're already stressed on the existing well for volume. So maybe this facilitates the installation of a second well, which would be helpful for any boat wash station, any future camp expansion. Lots of ways that we could address it.
Potential restroom unit, self-contained.
Mhm. Although, yeah. So I don't think there's anything that we can do here, but it is definitely something that has to be on our mind. And it says that we are to provide a one section below the temporary water service. It covers sanitary. And I just want to make sure that there isn't an aversion to the board members of them using the porta potties we've set out for park use. Or do you want the contractors to have their own toilets?
I think they just use the ones that are there.
Yeah, I mean, there's 3 of them down there and they get serviced weekly. I would think.
Well, in the summer, starting, mid-June or late June, those portable toilets down there need to be serviced twice a week.
Mhm.
Pumped out twice a week or they'll be overflowing.
And I believe that's once on the schedule, because I asked them to duplicate what they did last year in terms of service.
Yeah.
So. And that rings true with me, so.
I don't have a problem with them using the current porta potties that are gonna be down there.
I don't either.
Temporary water is not going to be addressed right now.
Well, unless we do have to address it. But right now, how do you want to address it? Do you want to bury a water line from our existing well, which probably terminates at the bathhouse?
Well, the dump station gets its water from the well.
Okay, so dump station would be pretty close.
So at what point is this gonna need? What point are they seeding it and putting the straw on it to make the grass grow? At what point is that?
This happens, I think, by July, if I remember I think it has to be done before the 4th of July weekend. So it's going to be right now.
If you're growing grass in July, you need to grow it now.
Well, that's a terrible time of year to be growing grass. It's way too hot. You can't water it enough. That's sand down there.
I think maybe it's something that we should discuss with them.
Once you get the contract signed, there's going to be a proposed construction schedule given out. And so I think that's something that you discuss with them at the time of the construction schedule.
Or Eagle would allow us to draw lake water.
Yeah. Could you do that?
We can check if, to my knowledge, if you are going to do a lake withdrawal in excess of 100,000 gallons in 30 days. Didn't we deal with this at the fire department one time?
No, I don't remember that.
Okay. At any rate,
Because that fire stand that's down there is not operational, but it was at one point, right? And you would draw out how much water? 30,000 gallons.
and so my recollection is 100,000 gallons in 30 days. before you need a water withdrawal permit. And so the Eagle is looking at both the gallons as well as the duration of the need.
You'd have to have a way to pump it up that hill.
Which would, you know, go across at least one lane of traffic, right?
Unless you bore underneath, but that's expensive.
And so maybe we just look at providing a new well out close to there. Again, potentially hooking up maybe some back loops.
Well, you know, they have those containers that hold huge amounts of water.
So that was another thought.
Yeah, catapult. What do they call them?
Could we store the water in a tank? I think you and I talked about that for forest fire back there where you were gonna dump ashes or something like that.
Right.
Having like a 1,500 gallon tank back there that, you know, gee, if something did get through all the safety measures, how would we get water back there wherever we dump ashes? Was that kind of the conversation?
Yeah.
I don't think it made it to the point where we included you in on it yet, Fire Chief. Because I think opening ceremonies probably pushed that aside, but that is a conversation that Mr. Glenn has concerns about. Stupid idea here, but this winter, I think we had a water truck parked in our Meyer parking lot to make a race track,
Yeah, we did.
right?
To make a snowmobile track.
So do you want
Water
me to
truck.
look at something like that? Or did we put any money in the budget? Does anyone remember if we put any money in the budget for an additional well at the park? Did we include like $10,000 or $12,000 for
I
that?
believe there was, but
Yeah,
you'd have to
Senator
look at the adopted budget.
Yeah, I think we did, didn't we, Cheryl?
I know what was talked about. You'd have to look at the adopted budget that you've all been sent. For capital expenditure notations.
We did on the adopted budget. Capital expenditure, there was $10,000 new well at campground.
And that's under park expenses, is it?
Yeah. Yep. 208-756-970.
Yeah. So there was, looks like the boat at 524,290 plus a contingency number. 30,000 for a project manager.
Yeah.
Is that gonna be my wage? Huh. 100,000 for a restroom trailer and 10,000 for new well and 15 at pavilion. So at least there's some money potentially in there for a well. Carol, did you get some kind of report on the existing well that's there? Was it
Just
from,
verbal.
oh, okay, just verbal? So how would you like to address the temporary water services needed? We've discussed lake withdrawal. We've discussed above ground storage. Want me to investigate?
I'd put the well in it because we want to put the boat wash in. I'd put the well in it.
Why wouldn't you look at the well first? I mean, otherwise you're looking at maybe 8 or 9 different ways you can disperse water, truck. You can bring it on site, fill up containers, a hose that you might not, I'm thinking, why not put in what you need now, it's gonna benefit, what, 5 different things? At this point?
It seems to make sense to me, but just because it makes sense to me, 10,000 for a well, it's a capital expense. So is that something we want to look at? I think it's reasonable.
Yeah, if it's already in the plans to do anyway for the boat washing station, then all we're doing is moving that ahead of schedule and kills 2 birds with 1 stone kind of thing.
Cause I'm gonna say you're gonna be pretty close with the cost of transportation and the cost of water. You're gonna, unless you draw it out of somewhere, you're gonna be pretty close to half your cost.
Okay.
I was gonna suggest the fire department come down and spray it down on those little.
I'm joking.
You better be joking. You better be joking.
Go up over there.
Yeah, you better be joking.
I wonder why he was getting a little antsy.
I thought you were gonna run to lunch real quick.
Okay, so thinking about location of a well,
Would you?
are we looking east of the current campground?
Oh,
I'm sorry,
Mr.
west.
Well, Mr.
west.
Project Representative, I think that's a discussion you need to have with
No,
the
I
plan.
think it's slightly southwest, isn't it? Wouldn't it be slightly southwest?
yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, depending on what side of the road.
Yeah.
Electricity, I know, is on the north
You
side
better
of the
see
road.
if you perk first. To find one, but okay.
And so I'm thinking that any park expansion is going to go west, away from the water. So
Likely.
if we were to put in some additional sites at a later time that might have electrical and water, seems to me like the well should be west of the current location. That might also provide water to our dump station, our ash dump station too.
Yeah.
Okay. So west.
Southwest to west. Somewhere in that pie.
So west. Okay. Next page is packet page 157. Where do you want them to park?
We have,
Overflow?
have any idea of the number of people? That's
I really don't.
talking 3 or 15, that's the big difference. I don't think there's gonna be 15, but I just. So,
They can park along the access road down to the boat launch. Getting their vehicle completely off the asphalt so as not to impede emergency services or
On the
vehicles with trailers.
the north side of that road, if you're going. west to
Probably.
East, if you're going west to east down there.
That's probably the only place that's close. I mean, you don't want them parking along the waterfront, I don't think, but wherever you want.
In the plans, in the final plans, did the overflow parking get overrun by the new proposed parking? Or do you think we saved the overflow parking?
I don't remember. The boat launch got moved around 25 times and I don't remember if the existing overflow parking is still available or not.
So,
And that's too far away for the contractors to park. That really is. They should not be expected
Especially
to
if they
park,
gotta carry tools.
to park way back there and they might need to go to their truck for something. No, that's not acceptable.
You may
And
just have to
also-
designate a certain number of parking spaces as for construction workers.
Okay, so let's be clear here. Phase one, which will be the upper parking lot, right? So parking at our overflow parking lot is gonna be very close
That's what I.
to the
thought,
construction
like,
site.
Okay,
Now, if you're thinking about the fall, when the boat ramp gets closed, that's really not an issue because they can park right next to the boat ramp, right?
You can't launch.
Right, so that's gonna be completely closed. Parking issue goes away. They can park wherever they want. That's how I see this happening.
well, then you should be able to use the overflow parking.
And I'm telling you, I don't remember whether it survived or not.
I thought
So-
some of it survived and some of it didn't. That's what I thought.
And I don't think you really want to specify exactly. I think you just want to say that contractors should park where they are not impeding the passage of campers and boaters and emergency services vehicles.
I mean, you could get a contractor parking sign and move it to wherever you need it moved. And then as long as the sign doesn't change overnight, they'll be okay.
There's parking at the
Well,
dump station too.
I mean, the state, the site, the section used to designate areas of existing parking facilities by construction personnel is permitted owner prior approval. So, I mean, even as the project progresses over the course of weeks, there may be areas that, become
Change.
obvious where they can, move to. And I just think that may be a little more fluid because we don't know how many may be, there may be 2 people there one day and there may be 8 the next. So I think my thought on that is, I think we're just gonna have to kind of
Play it by
play
ear.
it by ear, and as their work moves along and proceeds, it may change other spots to other spots. But I think when you get to the second part after the boat ramps close, that becomes self-evident.
Yeah,
Right.
it's a mute point.
So, right.
Yeah.
And I think Cheryl's, observations of making sure it doesn't interfere with trailers or RVs, and I think that can be managed.
And this might be something that really Andrew takes over, right?
Could be.
Yeah.
I mean, he's there every day, so
So we don't want it to interfere with emergency services. Or park usage. Is that a simple way of saying
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
So I'm not really gonna have an action item there for myself. We're just gonna see what happens.
okay.
Back at page 159. Talks about,
Rain.
and this is actually in supplemental. Documents, so we've exited the AIA form agreement. So a lot of these things,
What page are we on?
159.
What about 157? Waste removal.
Didn't we already agree that we could use the pit toilets that are already there? Or did I?
No.
For
Waste
cleaning up
materials,
waste
debris and
and
rubbish.
debris. 1.08.
And you've got a note, tree debris is to be burned.
I'm
that-
sorry.
That shouldn't be happening. There should be, it says they're going to collect and remove waste materials, debris and rubbish from site weekly and dispose off site. That's their,
That's their problem.
that's their, agreement to do that, and they shouldn't be burning. That's not a pleasant experience for campers and boaters to have burning going on.
And during the dry season, it's dangerous.
That's right. And the fire department doesn't have time to be out there monitoring it either.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see in there anything
Unless you're
108
burning
that
it.
suggests that they are gonna burn.
No, I think Ron had
No, yeah.
a note. That's what she was referring to.
Yeah, to my knowledge, and I don't know why I know this. I just don't. But something made me, and I apologize, got on the wrong debris removal.
Anyways, it's going to be removed from the site weekly,
Okay,
is what they've agreed to.
so 157 debris removal. There will be no burning. Is that kind of board consensus?
They're not even asking to burn. They're going to remove it. Burning is one of those activities that, you know, you're sitting around watching it. Why would they want to spend their time doing that? It's just faster and more, it's just faster to haul it off site.
Okay, so no burning. So now that takes us to 159. They talk about rainfall in several different paragraphs and sections of the supplemental conditions. If I remember correctly, it ranges from 3.5 to 5.5 inches in a 24-hour period of time before damage becomes the township's responsibility. So anything under as little as 3.5 inches is handled by the contractor, such as noted on page 159. But other sections, I think, go up to 5 inches, maybe 5.5.
It's 4.5. 4.5.
I don't care, pick a number. Which one is it? Is this just a typographical error? Question mark? Is this a question for F and V?
Well, to me, at 3.5 inches of rain, it's quite unusual to have 3.5 inches of rain in one rain event. I don't really see this.
At what point?
Um,
do you call it
we got-
flooding?
I'd say we got that Sunday night, Friday night,
Mm-hmm.
that Sunday night.
And while it unusual, the number is in here for a reason. So I trust it's in here for a good reason. And I'm just wondering, do you want to settle on 3.5 or 4.5 or 5.5? Or maybe you don't care whether or not it's different. And that's fine too.
I don't see a reason to change it. If the board wants to, then pick a number. change one or the other.
I would just ask F and B, is there a typo here? Which one is it supposed to be? Just got conflicting, what number should they both be? And if they're not supposed to be the same, then why?
Heidi?
I pulled up the average rain, but I'm trying to figure out why 3.5 is so concerning and then 4.5 so concerning. It's an inch more. What does it do? Does it erode stuff more at another inch?
Well, again, I'm not familiar with any of the acts that are presented earlier in this particular section. Environmental Protection Act, Part 91, not familiar with Part 91. So maybe there's some answer there. And again, I think F and V tells us whether or not it's a typo or whether or not, no, that belongs to Part 91. The other one might belong to Part 3. I don't know.
Yeah.
So I don't see any harm in asking F and V to clarify. Does anybody object?
No,
No, I think you should get a qualification because average rainfall per storm around here is right at anywhere from 1.75 inches to 2.4 inches in an average rain.
Okay. Same with packet page 160.
engineer, not engineer, the engineer.
The engineer,
Where's that? Did I miss it?
number 4, it says
Oh.
engineer.
Yeah,
And I picked up on the city of Portage.
Yeah, was this?
I'm sorry.
Was this something that was specific to the city of Portage and got left in this
Yeah.
template, or is it?
Oh, that's what I was wondering.
So again, I think this is just an F and V clarification.
Mhm.
Yep.
And no, I don't know if it's last or not. Packet page 184.
Not, you got another sheet.
Terrific. This specifically has to do with our parking lot and the depth at which tree roots will be removed. And I'm just asking for a clarification here. Is our parking lot considered a roadway? Which then they'll excavate down 4 feet to take out the roots?
Is it
Or,
paved?
I'm sorry,
Will the parking lot be paved?
no, it's gonna be grass. Today, it's gonna be grass. Will it be paved in the future? Don't know. Or will it be excavated to 2 feet below the finished grade in other locations? I think this is an F and V confirmation. Whatever it is, it is. I'm not asking for it to be changed. I just need to know what are the rules? How far, how deep are we going?
And it may be a combination, but this easement into that area is considered road, even though it's not paved, and we may be 4 foot there because that's what's in the eventuality it gets paved or covered over. And this area over here is not roadway, it's just parking, so it's 2. So it may be a combination of both, depending on what the plans show.
I see your
I could
point.
see that answer being
Both.
a mix and match,
Mhm.
but I think it's clear, it's gonna be clearly defined on the drawings. Just gonna say this part is gonna be 4, this part will be 2. So.
Okay, so is that the question then to F and V is it shown on the?
Which
on the
part, which
plan?
are on the drawings, where would it show, what part will be shown? What parts will be taken to a 4 foot depth and what parts will be taken to a 2 foot depth?
I can't honestly say I remember looking for that on the prints. I can't honestly say that.
I mean, it says 4 foot for roadways. And 2 feet in other locations. So does that have to be specifically shown on a map? I mean, a road is a road. If it's not a road, it's gonna be 2 feet.
No, my only point being, Cheryl, is if I had a drawing in front of me, I would probably say that looks like a road going into that parking area. They may be taking that to 4 foot for the future fact that it might be paved over. Or they might just say it's because it's grass, it's all gonna be 2. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So you're gonna ask F and V about that.
And then, when that decision comes back, why do they take the roots out below a road to 4 feet in depth? I'm assuming it causes issues in the road if you don't.
Well, know that if you take a tree out in your yard and you don't remove the roots, a few years later, you got yourself another tree growing up through things.
Oh, okay, sure.
So that's probably why they go 4 feet.
So maybe it's our want that in this project, we go to 4 foot, see how it was bid.
Yeah, I think we need to find out the answer, and then we can.
Yep.
It'd be too hypothetical right now.
Contract 186, or contract page 186. Gives the spoils away to the contractor. Can we keep them on site?
Well, what is it?
Well, this would be earth
Dirt.
that's, yeah. I mean, we don't want the stumps, right?
Do we want piles of dirt places? I mean, what kind of materials do you think that we're going to get from this that we could use in the park and where? I mean, I'm legitimately asking.
No, and that's why I'm asking the question.
I think that is something that if they're getting ready to haul it away and it's something that we could use, then that would be your job as a representative to have this conversation with them in advance. What kind of things are you going to be hauling away?
And that's why I'm asking board input here, right? At the point I wrote these questions, I did not know who the representative would be. I did not expect it to be me.
So if they're breaking up a bunch of old concrete or asphalt, well, I don't think we need that.
Agreed. Yeah,
Well, I mean, they're gonna be digging up tree roots, rocks. I mean, honestly, they should just, you're maybe assuming that they're gonna be digging up clean dirt, or sand or something. That could be used again, but anything that's got a bunch of other junk mixed in with it is gonna be more hassle than it's worth.
so
to-
clean fill, in other words.
Well, if there is any clean fill out there. not sure there's going to be. And I mean, you're gonna look at a 5-yard scoop of dirt and go, oh, well, that's clean. You know, there's gonna be big rocks and various things in there. I would suspect that there's going to be, that you are not going to get very much clean fill. I think you just let them deal with it, because then where are they gonna put it? You know, we don't want them putting it in the way of anything else, and then we've got to pay to move it again in the future. You know, there's nowhere close by where the excavating is going on that would be a suitable location.
I just know that well-laid plans, well-meaning plans tend to end up being a really cool looking hill across the road that now has grass growing on it. Did it? So.
What's the burn pit look like? I mean, is that, where did the fill come from for the playground? Did that come from on site?
It came off some sites in the back loop that have a lot of sand at the back of the sites,
So
or used to.
can it be used to fill up that hole?
I mean, if you want it to, but I don't think you should say that without going and looking and seeing if there's a hole there, first of all. And then second of all, if you're busy, you're gonna have campers on those sites, and they're not going to be able to get to those areas
dump
on
them.
the back of sites.
Right, to get there to dump it.
My opinion is that there is going to be a huge diversity of material. And so
Exactly.
I think we are going to find a range of, and I think the way it's gonna be excavated and mixed, I just say, just let them take it, just let that stand and
Okay.
move on.
Are you good with that, Ardella?
I am.
Heidi?
I am.
Okay. $13. Any concern about the fertilizers or herbicides that are going to be used? This is a pre-construction thing, so I should have plenty of time. Project manager should have plenty of time to review these. I'm certain that Eagle will be concerned about runoff. I'm certain that we have several lake associations that will be concerned about runoff.
Do you envision, in your mind's eye, do you think at a pre-construction, an Eagle representative would be there?
No. So what I did envision is that we would take these submittals that they're supposed to give us under this particular provision. The board sees them, and then we forward it out to Eagle. Anybody who we think at the time is gonna have a concern about this, right?
Yeah.
And so we need to determine what they are and any application rates, right? And then the other question under A1 of submittals is a topsoil test.
I just saw that.
I'm gonna say as a guess that we're gonna have a difficult time establishing the tops or the grass there. This may be an issue that we have to address either with gravel or topsoil.
Mhm.
And so I see a change order on its way here. Whatever that change order is gonna be, 8 inches of gravel is what they asked for on the boat wash station, so I'm gonna say 8 inches of gravel here. And if we do decide to go with gravel as a change order, that eliminates our water situation, our temporary watering, and it eliminates a couple other things that are coming up here down below, about the 4 inches of topsoil under all turf areas. That's on packet page 214. And on 217, there are several items that concern turf establishment timeframes, and I think, if I remember correctly, even when we can make the final payment. I don't think the final payment can be made until the turf has been established, which then means we have to get definitely creative with our grant money.
Well, the final payment can be made because, first of all the submittals to the state of Michigan to get the reimbursement on the grants have to be made by a certain date.
Right.
So if you're not gonna want to get some of that money back, then go ahead and take as much time as you want to. But, the establishment of grass doesn't have to, await the final payment.
So
Doesn't
then,
have to hold up the final payment.
so then you want to change this agreement.
This agreement also says, surface area disturbed by construction operation. And I don't think it means just down by the water's edges, 4 inches of topsoil.
Yeah.
So wherever we're planting grass, they're gonna put 4 inches of topsoil.
Which is.
That's what you put when you don't have irrigation.
Well, they put that all, they grass seed all along the highway. And they put that stuff on there. Somehow that grass grows. It's
They do
mostly
water
weeds.
it. They do water the
Along the
expressway.
freeway, they
Yes, they
do water.
Okay, Google it, because I've seen water.
Well, they
trucks
don't,
out
they
there
don't in
watering.
Michigan.
That's only in Charlottesville.
Yeah, they only go to Charlotte, so it looks
Nah.
green. Or Potowski.
And as far as the herbicides and that type of stuff, the DNR, I'm sure, has a list of what they allow on shoreline projects, and it would be a matter of getting that list and making sure that the contractor is using those products.
Whatever it is, we should put it in our next newsletter as what the people on the lake should be using to fertilize their homes.
Or
If we're
not
gonna be held-
fertilizing.
Oh, right, if we're gonna be criticized or held to a standard on fertilizing. Because it might run into the water, the same people need to adhere to it, which I'm sure a lot of them are.
Totally agree. Totally agree.
And we're not talking about golf course grass down there anyways. I mean, what's down there is very little grass and mostly weeds.
And this.
So
There's
there's
not a
gonna
ton
be
of
an
grass.
improvement, is what I heard.
I know, but over time, anything that's not irrigated will, the grass will die out and the hardier weeds will take over.
What are we doing with this one?
Especially in drought conditions, which we seem to have here in Michigan from time to time.
Well, I have so many thoughts here. That I think I've expressed them. One is watering, one is the concern of topsoil. Getting a compaction rate suitable to drive trucks and trailers on.
Can we just pound some gravel?
I'm sorry?
Can we just pound some gravel?
Well, and that's why I'm bringing this section to the board. We don't need to make this decision today, but you know, you take a look at all these topsoil things and the requirement to grow grass. We already determined that that's going to be difficult. And okay, so Don. Well, that's the next page. But it has to do with watering. You can't pull it from any waterway.
Yeah, saw
Yeah.
that.
So maybe we want to take a look at asking for an upcharge on what would it take to make it gravel, making this grass site go away? Or do you want to see what the density of that dirt is up there and just realize, like Cheryl said, it's not going to be grass, it's going to be weeds.
Mhm.
And why not?
That's what
stone
the
it?
existing overflow parking lot is. We're just mowing weeds.
Yeah. And so why are we going through the expense of the topsoil and all of that stuff? I mean, that could be a change order too, to remove that kind of stuff.
Well, you want some kind of a base there though, because otherwise, when it rains, it's just gonna be
Be a
mud.
big
All you're
rut.
doing is leaving it is,
It'll be a big rut.
right?
Well, grass and weeds are going to be not established very quickly in sand, pure sand, or, you know, something like that. So it's gonna need some topsoil to get something going.
What's cheaper, dirt or gravel? Because if it rains, then all your dirt's gonna be washed away if your plants aren't cranking by then, so there's another expense.
Well, here's the other
Well,
thing
we
to think
already
about.
had the asphalt, and then we went back to, we went to grass to reduce the cost of the project.
So if you
And
go to
so-
gravel, it'll be less than asphalt. But here's the difference.
Well, we had gravel too.
Grass, you can't park on right away because you're seeding it and it's gotta grow. So you gotta stay off it. Gravel parking lot, you can drive on it after it's been installed.
Yep.
And there, if you're looking at finding a place for people to park right away, then you go to gravel.
Good point, Ardella.
Not only that, it drains better.
So out of all this conversation, would it be prudent to ask for
Cost upgrade.
an estimate to not put in the 4 inches of topsoil and seed
And just put
and
gravel.
water, just to put 8 inches of compacted gravel there?
Look at the, well, you get two choices. One may be more economically advantaged over the other, but there's pros and cons to both. But at least you start with one of the key elements, which is the price differential.
And I never give it a thought. What Ardella brought to light is, you're right. Will that parking lot even be used this year in 2023?
You've got to give the grass a chance to grow
Yeah.
and take root.
Yeah, I think you potentially just delaying the inevitable or putting a delay in. I would just ask up front for a gravel alternative price, just to make a decision.
Because I think this project will move right along. And, you know, we may not have time to make these decisions.
Probably not.
As a board.
Why not make it now and save some added costs?
Yeah. Okay, so action item here is to get cost to substitute.
Actually, an upgrade. I would think it's an upgrade.
Yeah, but I want to make sure we get credit for the topsoil and the grass and the time to water.
Well, we will. That'll be a change order and it will show the deduction of the price of the topsoil seeding and then the price of gravel.
I call it an alternate.
Okay,
And this is at the new parking lot, right?
I'm not sure I understood what you asked, Cheryl.
I'm clarifying that this is at the new parking lot area.
Overflow. Top of the
The
hill.
new additional parking.
That is what we're talking about, correct?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
So I say packet 217 talks about turf establishment, and I think this is where it says payment shall not be made. It also talks about the responsibility to get. Oh, it's actually under mowing, 310A1. Contractor shall mow the grass prior to final acceptance.
Well, they wouldn't have to do that then.
And here, the rain amount is 3 inches. And I may have confused final acceptance for final payment, Cheryl, in this section. No, it's under actually section 3.11 on packet page 218. Which I didn't call out on this list.
You highlighted it though.
Yeah, I highlighted it as a concern. So
Well,
as,
there's a warranty period, so.
and it says milestone payments for the turf establishment are to be made upon sole discretion of the engineer. So that's going to be F and V. So again, I may have associated final acceptance with final payment. But again, I think we should be able to, I don't know. If waterways grant people hold us to this agreement. There's a lot of ifs there. I hope that people will be amicable in understanding that grass may take a few months to grow, although I think we've already had that problem. What at, was it the batting cage? That grass held us up on certificate of occupancy?
No. No, it didn't hold us up. No, it doesn't hold you up on certificate of occupancy. It holds you up on the county signing off on the soil erosion permit.
Soil erosion, okay.
And that was at the fire station. Which they held it up because that slope, just grass wouldn't get going over there. And then, also at the park, but we didn't get charged for any of that. But then when we did the playground, the campground playground at the park, it got held up a couple months and then we did get charged a fee because they're on top of that now and they charge fees when you're, the permit isn't, they're holding a permit open.
When they have to come back and check twice.
That's right, or 3 times.
And that might be an argument to move us a little closer to a gravel parking lot too.
Water moves faster through gravel than grass and soil.
So we'll just, I guess, hold those items until we get a clear cut idea on what gravel costs us. Is that board consensus on that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. It looks like the last one is on packet page 229.
You say 229 or 221?
229, I believe.
What about the planks?
That is it.
Let me get back there, Heidi. Yeah, I'm on packet page 229. And it talks about 24 6x18 precast planks.
Twenty-four 6-inch by 18 planks.
Is that inch or feet?
Well, it's obviously feet.
Okay, so 6
Unless
foot.
it's the, yeah, it's feet, 6 feet by 18.
Yeah, so the bid item was 4 foot by 18.
Oh, so size is even different.
The big package.
But wasn't there something that F&B said that they don't make them in that size anymore? And
Oh, yeah.
there was something about that.
Something weird. They had to go another 2 or
Yeah,
about that.
I'm looking at the 11/3/2022 where they recapped the bid packages, had Mullen, Elmer's and Pop Excavating. And line item 13 has 4 foot by 18 foot by 5 inch, which is now in red, precast concrete planks dash new in red.
Yeah, they changed the number.
But I don't, I just, I don't have a note on this screen. Let's see. So. It's a wider plank. So if you're using a wider plank, why would the number have gone up? Picking up 2 foot per plank. I think we're gonna need to ask that question because that's just not lining up with the. So there, and the other thing that's interesting here is that that bid, that 11.3 had 22 new planks and then salvage 11 for a total of 33. And this is calling for 24. So are they completely, have they abandoned the salvaging any of the planks? Because they're pouring those initial sections, then planking from there on out. So when we had an estimate of 11 salvaged and 22 new for a total of 33. We're now, the number's now down to 24. And
So 33 times 4 foot in width, is that what you said, Don?
yeah, but then you'd be gaining 2 foot.
Yep, that's 132 feet. 33 times 4 is 132.
Okay.
24 times 6 is 144. So there's more footage.
Yeah, so if you were at 22 planks, that would take you to the 132. Because you said 144, and if we were at 22 planks versus 24, that would take off 12 feet to 132.
Yeah.
So I think that's just another question for F and B. There's an inconsistency here between the number of planks.
Okay.
The drawing shows, 24 planks, 6 foot by 18 foot. And the bid package had shown 22 new ones, 4 foot by 18, and salvaging 11 additional planks.
So maybe this is just an old drawing that got included back before we knew you couldn't buy the 6-footers anymore.
Possibility. There's something about this that changed. But I don't know which way it went. But I do, I'm with Cheryl on that. My recollection is there was a reason why I just did.
So that's an F and V to answer.
I wouldn't, that's right. I mean, rather than waste.
Cheryl, thoughts?
I'm still reading their contracts. I'm looking at all the different ones on the website. Go ahead, Cheryl.
I don't see how it can be resolved without asking F and V about it.
Right.
We don't know. Anything would just be pure speculation. Hi,
Hey, Tommy, how are you?
you have something to drop off?
Tommy, did you get your CA7 form filled out? In school.
Good
That's
job.
complete now, total. Okay, those were the last 2 things you needed, right? Okay. I'll let Andrew know. So you got prom on Thursday, Saturday. Yeah, this coming up Saturday. Okay. I'll have Andrew give you a call, and I know he knows that, so. Okay, yep. Thanks, Tommy. Thanks for getting that turned around. Thank you, Cheryl.
So that concludes the questions on that particular item. I think the only thing I need to do is if the board still wants to follow policy and procedure, I need to remove or recant my resignation from project manager.
Let me ask you a question. Did you just yell it as you stormed out of the room, or
Yeah, he
did
pretty
you
much
give us
did.
the?
Well, because the appointment was virtual. Yeah, because the appointment was virtual. I mean, I just, I'm concerned because I just don't have the experience in waterfront, but if the board is understanding that I'm gonna seek help.
If you
in
need,
that
if you
area.
gotta seek help, let us know. We'll find somebody.
So,
Well, I think if you're gonna need to seek help, I think that's up to you. I don't think we need to approve.
Yeah.
Unless
You
it
do it.
involves a lot of money or something, I think you should be able to deal with this. That is why we're appointing you or actually accepting your acceptance of that position.
well,
Well, and the owner's representative does have to bring all change orders to the board.
Changes.
I don't
higher
think we're gonna
cost.
find if you're seeking out help on something you don't have the expertise on, I don't think that we need to micromanage you doing that.
yeah, but the expense still needs to be approved
Right.
by the board. I mean, in my opinion.
I mean, you could do it one of different ways, and we budgeted $30,000. And you could write a PO for 30,000. Not to exceed.
We
Who
don't
else
have
want-
POs that go as high as 30,000. That's a board issue. I'm not writing a PO for $30,000.
Well. We could write it for 10, we wrote 10 for wood, and if that 10 gets.
Wages aren't handled on POs.
This isn't a wage.
Would be a wage if it was a contractor,
Be service.
be a service.
Well, yeah. Do
It'll
you
be
think
handled
it's
as a
really gonna
wage.
cost all that much?
I
Ron?
have no idea. First
Well,
of all-
how about we cross that bridge when we come to it?
First of all, we won't know what the construction schedule is. We'll have no idea, what gets done and when. I'm thinking this is gonna be a late fall project. When we get down to the water, of course, I know it's gonna be. So we've got some time to look at this. The rest of the stuff should be just normal grading and depths. So that shouldn't be any problem.
And prep work, basically.
Yeah.
I would think that as you're having the pre-meetings, there's going to be more it'll be educational, and you'll be able to identify, hey, I'm going to need some help on that.
Yeah. Okay, so are we done with new business or unfinished business number?
Well, are you going to get the contract approved so you can get a construction schedule and get moving on this thing? Because Molon is out there waiting. They've signed this contract over a month ago.
So we need a motion.
I'm pretty sure that was made during the 5-3.
No, it was
No,
not.
we tabled it.
I'm pretty sure that we
Well,
talked
we could
about.
pull that up real quick. 3 minutes. Well, no, we don't have the minutes yet. I can look at my notes.
So I'm pretty sure we discussed the price difference. And that we amended our original motion.
The only motion that I see was the motion by Glenn, seconded by Ball, to table the Whitewater boat ramp expansion.
Yeah, we didn't vote on the contract.
I don't. It's nothing, it doesn't mean on my notes.
I don't have any in
100%
mind, just got that we tabled it. Cause we were still in discussion.
Yeah, we had not completed going through all the points that we just completed going through. And, so, well, there was a motion
Yeah,
by POP to award Molon Excavating the bid for phase 1 of the Whitewater Township Park improvements, which was the same motion Bennett made on 2/16, except that the cost will be $484. Now that's awarding the bid for phase 1. And then with a total cost, okay, we voted on that. We did not vote to sign the contract. There was a motion. There was a motion proposed to authorize POP to sign the Molon Excavating contract dated 3/1 for phase 1.
dated 3/10.
Well, I have 3/1, but okay, I'm not gonna go back and change those notes now. I'll check, I'll listen to that and see what was said. It's what was said, the controls. So that motion was not made. Well, and then you said the motion as it was read off also included the words F and V, and I said they're not a signer on the contract. Then you revised the motion, and said the actual agreement document is dated 1/20/2023. So there was to remove F and V verbiage from the motion. And then later on, there was a statement, I'm not sure by who, that the contract effective date is 3/10. And then there was motion by Glenn to authorize POP to sign the Molon contract with an effective date of 3/10 for the Whitewater Township Park Improvement Project with contract number 842850 in the amount of $484,934.71. Okay, so there was, so Ron can sign the contract. And then, but then we went through this review and didn't get all the way through it.
And
So, but authorization to sign the contract was voted on.
Okay. It sounds like there was a lot that happened.
wish you could have been here.
Me too.
Yeah, because we might be on number 8 by now.
So again, I think the only action we need to take here is that I need to withdraw my resignation from that authority.
I think because you did it verbally, I think retracting it verbally is fine.
Okay,
What do you think?
Heidi,
I think we're good with that.
Cheryl,
You just made the statement.
it's a yes or no question. Is it difficult for you?
No.
Okay.
It's not, as far as I'm concerned, you've already done it.
good. Yes. So outside of these questions, I think we are complete on that business item.
Agree.
We are well beyond our 3-hour mark.
I will be taking a 20-minute lunch break.
And the rest of the board can take any time that they want. I
Yeah,
guess.
sure.
So we know what one board member will be doing. What would the board like to do as a group?
I would like to take time to have lunch. My medications require it. I'm sorry.
So how much time you want?
20 minutes should be fine. Half an hour, somewhere in there.
I'm good with that.
You're good with what?
20 minutes.
Okay,
It's fine with me.
all right, 20 minutes it is. So it is currently 1:13.
Make it 1:33.
Sure. So board consensus to return at 1:33. If you so choose. PM.
Yeah, if you so choose.
Sure. Did you know I was hearing something? No, it's which I normally don't.
But I don't have one of those.
Like, how am I gonna,
Skill involvement, maybe.
just like you did.
Needing to update the.
It operates with other Zoom accounts.
chemical control, just how they're spraying it at parks around 6:30.
They need to get in the building, Cheryl.
No, they don't.
They don't go into the bathhouse.
This is all
Maybe you were suggesting, and I'm,
No.
which is fine. Thank you.
It's all out.
Yeah, please. Yes, please.
You have that meeting cancellation for tomorrow?
No, but I certainly expected it since it didn't get posted.
No, I got posted.
Oh, what didn't it?
Yeah, yeah, I posted that and sent it out to
For some
everybody.
reason. Okay, no,
Yeah,
I was just being psychic then, I guess.
yeah,
For 8:30, the 8:30 meeting.
yes.
That just.
You bet. Oh, my gosh. That simplifies your day a little bit. Mhm. Yeah, I noticed something too, Lois, on the minutes. Really, the title of those minutes is not master plan subcommittee. That's not the name of their committee. It's resident outreach subcommittee. So those should match up with what's on the notices, you know? I mean, I know they call it, and I wish they would, if they wanted to call it that, then they should have called it that, but I was given the name resident outreach. So, that's what all the notices are posted under. Okay. Yeah, I haven't, we're just starting to see those as approved minutes in our packets, so I didn't know,
I totally go in and.
prior to today. Yeah.
Pension grabber thing, the master plan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's my tardy return. Shall we resume at 1:36?
That's a good time.
So that would be what, new business number 3? Unfinished. I'm sorry, unfinished, yep, number 3.gov. Let's see, was that from a month ago,
Mhm.
4/11?
Yeah. Yeah, we moved it because ultimately it would have effect on everyone here.
Sometimes change is inconvenient, but it needs to be done. Are we officially on UB3?
Yeah, yeah, I'm just looking for my notes from that packet.
I'll make a motion to approve the creation, execution, submission, and authorization letter to .gov domain registration, care of Verizon Versigns, Inc. 12061 Bluemont Way, Restone, Virginia, 20190, dated March 22nd, 2023, as written on behalf of the Whitewater Township Board of Trustees. That was a mouthful.
I'll second for discussion.
And were you reading from packet page 91 from 4/11, motion number 1?
I'm reading from today's packet,
Okay,
unfinished business number 3. Your memo.
which is a regurgitation of what was in the original packet.
Yeah, I'm not looking back. I'm looking.
No, I understand, but my notes are back on 4/11, so I'm switching back and forth. So there's motion on the floor and seconded. I think. Cheryl had opposition to being listed as the security contact. And then I think,
But you're handling the .gov. That's what this pertains to.
yeah, but the letter requires 2 people to be listed, one as the administrative contact, one as the technical contact, and then an optional third person is a security contact.
But don't you cover that with the net link? Farther down?
So netlink.gov requires, I forget exactly what their language is, but I think it's the highest elected official of the local unit to make this application.
I believe they stated that it was the supervisor, wasn't it?
Again, I don't remember. I read it quite a while ago. I think sometime during March, maybe even. And so this letter was created, it was sent out so we could get the thing underway. I asked for board forgiveness if I misread what their intentions were, but I felt that's what they were. Cheryl, I think, expressed that she did not want to be listed as the security, which I've not taken her name off at this point, because I think that's right about where the conversation broke down, so.
And I continue my my objection. I will not have clerk at whitewatertownship.org listed as a security contact. And in fact, you mentioned in this letter, but you mentioned you've already submitted something for the .gov email address, which you did not ask me, which you said you had already put clerk at whitewatertownship.org on that. And of course, you know, that's, you know, when you say you shouldn't be appointing somebody else to something, you know, there's an example of you doing it, putting my email address and possibly name on something that you never asked me about. And so I would not have agreed with that. And so I will not be listed on this. And also, I just want to point out the MTA's conference in April was highly educational. And one of the things that got brought out during a Fahey Schultz session, and this by Bill Fahey himself, who was there is no such animal as Board of Trustees. He said that it does not appear anywhere in the law. And so anything that refers to this body should be referenced as the Whitewater Township Board. Once again, there is no such animal per our attorney's office as a Board of Trustees. You might have seen it somewhere, but it does not appear anywhere in the law per Bill Fahey, very learned attorney. And this might apply actually to, this might apply to one of these other motions, but where you've got on page 109 of the packet, 1, 2, 3, 4 lines down in the first paragraph, starting at the end of the paragraph where it says each staff member will need to provide a cell phone number which will be used to authenticate each login. I'm going to need to be provided with a township cell phone. If that's the case, that we have to use a cell phone number, because I will not supply my personal cell phone. I go to quite a few lengths. I'm not saying I haven't used it a little bit, but I go to a lot of lengths to not use my personal cell phone for township business. And I simply will not be providing my personal cell phone as a login. So if a cell phone number is needed, I'm going to need to be supplied with a cell phone paid for by the township. I have that comment. And also on that same page, in the very last paragraph, 4 lines up from the bottom, middle of the line where it says, if the standard cell phone compensation of $40 per month is considered, starting 4/1, the standard cell phone compensation is $50 a month, because Brandon was getting $40 a month, but that went up to $50. So I don't know why anyone would be compensated at less than what Brandon is he's being compensated that stipend to use his personal cell phone, but I'm saying that for these purposes, I will not supply my personal cell phone number as any kind of login. So either there's a way to get around that, or I'll need to be supplied with a cell phone
So when did the board approve $50 a month?
as a 4-1
When did the board approve that?
I think it was.
in the
during
budget
time.
process.
In budget
So
time.
there was no board action to approve it?
The budget was the board
Yes.
action. That's, where we made changes on how much.
I don't
Things
ever
are going
remember
to cost.
discussing it.
I believe Brandon brought that to us in his budget. The day, I don't remember the day right now, but it could be looked up. I'm not sure that specific item is listed in there, but his annual allowance for cell phone stipend went up to accommodate, and actually that was because I prepared the new pay sheets for that, I believe, before the budget was approved. So anyways, it's something that already happened, and it's $50 a month for Brandon.
It happened during budget.
It did.
I guess you'll have to show me that.
Wow.
Doesn't matter. I mean, my plan's over $50. So I totally,
Well, yeah,
Totally
and this
get it.
isn't, and this is just a stipend to assist with the, him using his cell phone in the course of business, which he's willing to do, but
Keep in
as I
mind,
stated my
I think
position.
as we've recently found out, that if you're using your personal cell phone, your personal laptops, personal tablets, they are foiable.
Mhm.
So you have to keep that in mind if you want to open that up. And how long do you have to keep it?
yeah, well,
No,
As we-
retention type thing.
as we found out, it's whether or not the records remain. And so I think we probably all suffered a cell phone loss where those records are just no longer there. So, I mean, you bring up a good point.
So just the document that Chief presented at the January 24th meeting. So adopted 21-22 was for cell phone was $500. Adopted for 22-23 was 600, and adopted for proposed for 2023 was 600. So did we make another adjustment after that?
No, we didn't. We didn't revisit the chief's budget after that day.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe a capital expenditure item or something like that, or the ARPA money.
But $600
but not the-
$600 would be consistent with $50 a month.
Yeah.
And but that looks like that's been in place for 2 years, last year and this year.
Well, he's gotten the $40. I mean, the chief's been here this June or whenever. He's been here 5 years now. He's gotten the $40 for that period of time. This is the first increase in
Yeah.
that.
So, so along those lines, a question that I have, so the number, if I'm interpreting this correctly, then the number just gets worse. So you talk in the end in there of 25 units, 25 people, 25 mailboxes, and you detail those, $262.50 per month. The internet of 120, even if it goes 12 months, then that comes to $382.50. Then the 30 hours to do the work. And then if you assume, and maybe this is where I'm falling short. If you have standard cell phone compensation, and I did the math at $40, that 40 month, you have an estimated grand total of $9,438. However, if a phone is needed as a authentication, shouldn't that be 25 times $40? Which would be $1,000 a month, another $12,000. So my calculation on the grand total,
Yeah.
which was at the 40, which goes up another, what's 250,
20%.
Yeah,
no?
$250 a month times. Well, so we're at $40, it was at $20,490 to make that switch. If I'm interpreting that
Yeah.
correctly. And then on an annual expense, you're looking at probably, just because of again, that increase from 40 to 50, you're probably pushing, let's see, $253,000, almost $19,000 going forward on an annual expense. Assuming you're going to get maybe a little bit of a break if the internet comes down, but it's still big numbers.
And I will be submitting a pay request for my cell phone services. Because my number was given out.
All our numbers have been given out. All our numbers are on the township. Well, my cell phone number's not on the township website, but Heidi's is, yours is, Don's is. I don't believe yours is, Della.
I mean,
Those numbers are,
I give it out. to people,
those
but
numbers are readily, you all asked to have those numbers placed on the township website, and so those were placed on the township. You can go in and take them out if you want, but you all wanted those numbers, those phone numbers to be the numbers at which the public would contact you.
So, Don, to your comment here. That $9,400 gets a bigger number.
It would, another $3,000 on top of it. At the $40, I calculated $20,490. And with another $250 a month, that's going to be another $3,000. So it'd be $23,490 first year expense.
Can you say that again? 23,000 what?
$490. Then
For
second,
first year.
first year, yeah, to get set up. Then the 30 hours at $130 would go away. That's almost $4,000. And assuming some lightning or some better pricing on internet, even if you cut it in half, you're still going to be around $19,000 a year to reoccurring costs. If that factors into anybody's thought process.
Cheryl, what's your thought?
It's not in the budget and it's way too expensive.
Heidi?
There's no way to get around that stuff.
I don't know.
I think we need to kind of that question. If that's doable or not. That's a huge added expense. So some people could maybe either get the question answered and then move on. Because not a big amount of money.
Yeah, but when you think about it, by doing this, we're gonna be able to move to this 365 and 365 gives us a bigger capacity. And that also keys right into the
the cloud storage that we've been talking about doing. Right? Because they got 1 gigabyte of it. No,
I'm not sure what a trigabyte is.
terabyte. Oh, I said gigabyte, terabyte, sorry.
Cute, it's cute, it's cute. I like it. I
Anyway.
like it.
But that keys right into that. So that takes us technology wise farther down the road than what we've been before. But is
I-
that cloud storage for those 365 programs, or is that just for the email? Well, no, I don't think it's just for the email. It's saying that it is OneDrive cloud storage per license file storage sharing. So I don't know if it looks at us as all being a licensed sharer or just one for the township. But it covers Windows 11, 12, 10 and 8.1. And you talk about how many computers we have that would be being covered by that. So to me, to me, Cheryl, it is covering more than just our phones. It's not just our phones, it's using Microsoft 365, which is the way everybody's going these days. Every time I get something from the county, they want to know if they can send the document in 365 because it's so shareable. I have the same thing with our assessor. She sends me things for 365 and I have to do some kind of maneuvering to get it into what I'm currently using on my desktop. So banks send it that way too. So does real estate agents. Everybody's moving to that because they're giving these the OneDrive cloud storage away. Or it's included in the price. So I see it as, yes, it's a little more expensive to get set up. Yes, it's going to cost us monthly fees. People have to make decisions on, am I going to go out and buy me this simple $29 cell phone that I'm going to just use for township and the township give me a stipend to pay for the monthly fee? Or am I going to use my cell phone and take the chance that I could get FOIA? I mean, those are decisions I think we should be making individually, not across the board. And I also believe that the cost that we're going to be incurring on a monthly basis going forward, if we were to do this, is marginal compared to if we went with a separate service to do our cloud storage, which we have already looked at and at budget time. It's just my thoughts.
And Della, if you got if people got a township cell phone, they wouldn't be also getting a stipend because the township would be paying for the 100% of the cost.
No, I get that. I said, if I went and I bought myself. one
Oh,
of
if
those
you did.
simple,
Right,
They're 4G, don't it cost $29?
yeah.
And you're giving me a stipend to pay for the monthly service. Then I don't have to worry about turning that phone in if I'm no longer here. It's my phone. You're just giving me a stipend to pay
Oh,
for the
see,
service.
I wouldn't do it that way. Personally, I just have the township pay for it and the service, but
That phone would be.
She's
like
done.
a phone.
Go ahead, Heidi.
That
What were
would
you
be-
gonna say?
FOIA. Not talking about the phone, I'm talking about for service.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but trustee Valmuth's microphone is not on. Thank you.
Thanks, Connie.
All I got.
Don, did you weigh in on this? Yeah, as far as your opinion, you corrected my math, which was flawed. Thank you. So. I guess the other question I have is how many units do we have around that are not at least Windows 8.1? None. None. So we're good there. Then,
Ardella answered a little bit more about, if people, the township were to buy phones, would that be in excess of $50 or, would that cost more per month on a plan for a township phone, or is there an opportunity to get there, which I don't have an answer to. I question, I think I question the Microsoft 365. I think we all have had some touches with people that are using them, the people that are selling it or, connecting, using but does 365 connect and solve an advantage everyone here in Whitewater? Is it a nice to have because we have some people outside of Whitewater Township that are using it and it makes some things easier, but in the long run, does it do anything to tie together any cohesiveness within, those 25 people within the township? You've got, looking around and there's a varying degree of skill sets in working computers from what I observed. And so the question then becomes is, what is there really an intrinsic benefit to being on 365? I think your storage is a good comment about that, but if you're offsetting cloud storage, if that's one of the main goals, is cloud storage less expensive than 20,000 a year? I don't know. It just struck me as a really large number, and I guess I don't. At the end of the day, not sure just what the value. Are we truly going to get the value out of this? I know that's more of the rhetorical question than it is a.
Now the question has to be asked.
I too, Ardella, see value in the cloud storage, right? I currently have that on my dreaded Gmail account, those dastardly accounts that half the world uses. So I did, out of humor, go to Google, and they too have a product similar to 365. And it is a commercial base that you pay, I think, $12 a month for, not 15. But we always have the choice of using the free Google. And my Google addresses have 15 gigabytes of cloud storage, not 50. So a lot of things are backed up there.
15 is not very much.
No, up until recently, till I took care of it, I was getting continuous reminders that I'm running out of space and they want you to buy more.
At Google, you mean?
No, it's gotta be Gmail.
Gmail.
Yeah.
It's always
Gmail.
Gmail.
That's Google.
Yeah. So, yeah, 15 is not much when you consider the amount that you probably have there, and you have to consider pictures. Like I have a lot of pictures in mine, so that I'm sure that's what ate up mine. Township accounts probably wouldn't have that many pictures. Well, I could be wrong there too, because that does happen, but it takes up a lot of room.
And NetLink specifically warned against using Gmail addresses when we had them on the phone here. They had like 4 reasons that Gmail addresses should not be used. They don't have the security, they don't have the support. It's not for professional use. I think it's for home use type thing. That's right.
Versus one versus the other.
And let's be clear, they don't make any money off of it.
Right.
They don't make any money off of it. So, I think that Heidi made a comment about, finding out about the security option, whether or not the cell phone is needed. That seems like a reasonable mid-step to me. I have to believe there's a way to turn that security off. I have to believe that. But maybe not.
I think the goal here is we're looking to replace Spectrum. Correct?
So why?
And we
I mean,
wanna
right
move
now
to
it's
that.
working, right?
Well, but has it been working in the past? Seems like there's always some kind of issue.
About every other year.
Yeah, we switched that hosting, right?
Yeah.
And that seemed to just, I mean, anything I was experiencing went away just like that.
So I guess you're saying stay with Spectrum, but we're still gonna be able to go to the .gov. Right?
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think it's gonna be one and the same.
You mean in order to get the .gov, we'd have to go to Microsoft 365?
Only because, well, I don't know.
Yeah.
A lot of unanswered questions here.
So that would be a question for our technical people, because they would have to set up, like they did for the server farm, they would set up our Spectrum account. So Cheryl was playing the go-between there. I think she supplied NetLinks with our Spectrum account login information or whatever they needed, so they could try and track the problem. That allowed them to find that our server farm was infected by someone else, not us, but it was affecting us. So that's when they made the recommendation to change server farms. So I assume with that same login credential, they can log into Spectrum and move us to a .gov. This is truly just another server that holds our emails. That's how I understand it.
And the .gov move is minimal, isn't it? I mean, in terms of expense.
So the .gov is probably, I don't think we have a price on that specifically from NetLink Business Solutions. I think we just paid a bill here this month, and the bills for payable, that was about $738. And that was for moving the server farm. Maybe it was a little more than that. I don't recall.
So does the .gov does the .gov give better security to those addresses, even if it's not married up with Microsoft 365?
In an ancillary discussion with Fire Chief Flynn, he said that .org is circulated worldwide, but .govs are kept here. I don't know how he knew that, why he knew that, or if I understood his correct statement. Because I would think it's still going to start with www. And that is World Wide Web. So I don't know how to answer that question, if it offers any more security.
I get a lot of emails that on my trusty O2 account that are certainly distressed and need money.
Yep.
So that explains the worldwide aspect of it.
So Cheryl thinks it's too expensive. Heidi has a couple of questions. Don has a question about maybe security benefits if we don't go with .gov. and
No, I'm
stay-
saying if we went with .gov and just stayed where we're at.
I'm sorry, that is what I meant to say. Yeah, if we go with .gov, but stay with Spectrum.
Yeah.
And Della likes the option. I like the option
Of the cloud.
As I think I put in the memo, it gets rid of a lot of this question about who has access to what. And it transcends elected offices. That's all it does. Yeah. So it provides a level of continuity that we, to this date, do not have. Sure.
Well, and for one thing, on this 365, like, I don't need it. I won't be getting it because my programs are all 2019 and newer. So I won't be going to that. I will not be using the Microsoft 365. Where you get the programs, Word, Excel, blah, blah. That's an extra charge. And that's only for people who don't have, as Netlink explained, those programs 2019 or newer.
Yeah, I just wrote a request for the deputy supervisor computer, and I think the one-time Office, Microsoft Office, and I think that was for home and business, if I remember correctly, was about $232. So that's a one-time fee. And I believe that was for a 2022 version. So I'm using 19 currently. I believe 2022 is out.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're paying additional $10 a month, $120, you bought that package in 2 years.
And it looks like it's on a 2-year rotation for being updated, was kind of my train of thought there. So, yeah, I totally understand. Now, I actually have a version of 95 at home that I'm still running. It doesn't go online. So do we ask some questions? There is a motion out there.
Yeah,
Or do we just want to call for a vote?
I think you gotta get those questions answered because it's occurring more expense.
we're running, we ran like 1,800. What was the budget for Spectrum this year? Like $1,800?
That's what I picked up.
Yeah, so you're talking about increasing that
Tenfold.
almost tenfold
Yep.
and on a reoccurring basis.
Yeah, that's every year.
What was the Avion proposal? Was that like 2,400?
That was the initial setup. I don't have it right here in front of me, so I can't really. But yeah, it was, Cheryl, do you remember what monthly fee that was?
I don't.
It was minimal.
Was that in the March packet? Is
It
that where
was-
you provided that? Or you provided that outside of the board packet?
Yeah, that was before budget.
I don't know.
My thought was, is that we know we have to do something with cloud storage.
We have to.
Yeah, that is a prudent thing to do. And so we could offset some of this cost with the cost of that. It would not be a managed service like Avion was, and I might be pronouncing the company name
Anavan.
incorrectly. So I do apologize.
Yeah, I guess as far as the cell phone purchase that I would have to have, I am not going to buy a phone and use it. A phone would be bought by the township and would be paid for by the township. And at the time I left, it would be turned over to the next clerk because they would need that phone number. If that phone number is gonna be used for a login, then they're gonna need that phone number to continue to log in to whatever. So I would see that as something that just goes with the office, not with the person. I mean, the last time we got a cell phone for the park, we got a $38 phone at $38 phone, and it's a smartphone. A $38 phone, and then it's $14 a month, unlimited talk, text, and phone. Or whatever the three things are. Talk, text, and data.
It's got a
But the
gig of
person-
data.
It's only got a gig of data.
So, right, but if you're just using it for township business, you don't need a lot of data.
Some people talk on the phone more than others, though, but that
It's
data's
got unlimited talk though.
I
It's
just
just
pull up-
affected the only thing that would affect is if you were somebody who surfs a lot on the township phone, but that wouldn't be me because I am here 4 days a week and I do my research here, but
So I did pull up the Avion.
Hannafon.
Looking for that.
Thank you. Initial setup is $2,194. That's the initial setup. And then for 5 gigabytes a month is $12.75 per month. And for 50 is $26.50. But you gotta remember that we said there would be 7 at the $12.75 and 3 at the $26.50. So there's the math. And
What
what
is
it will
that
cost
number?
monthly? $89.25 and $168.75.
So $220 a month.
But that's only 10 units, right?
Yes.
So then we're looking at 25, right?
Why are we looking at 25
Well, I just
for
did,
backup of cloud?
I
25 email addresses. Correct?
just did a quick count on your finger type thing of our boards and commissions. If we want them to have the same dot,
No, well, keep in
Go.
mind, this is just cloud backup service.
yep, I understand.
So maybe we don't necessarily want to back up Carl Werwol's laptop,
Oh, I agree.
you know? So I think we keyed it down to the 10 most important ones and that's what we came up with, so.
So even at that, $220 a month, was that the number we're gonna move forward with?
Yeah. 220,
220?
we're there.
So 220 times,
It's $2,600 roughly.
yep, and that's unbudgeted too, at this point.
Right.
I mean, we talked about it at budget time, but I don't recall if we budgeted for it. But it is something that should be on everybody's list
Radar.
of concerns, yeah.
So a middle of the road decision here would be to go to NetLink Solutions and find out whether or not the security can be eliminated.
Maybe there's a loophole around it. You know, maybe you just have to put a phone line on the tablet. Cause a phone line only, if you had to group it, would only cost you $10 if you had a plan. I don't know how to get around the telephone number thing. But I know this tablet has a separate phone number, so. Do I just give you that? Or do you just buy tablets and put a number on, a phone number on it? Because in a phone plan, each added line is $10. So are we wasting? I think there's too much unknown here to make a decision for me, but okay.
So how does what we're talking about right now affect motion 1 for the DACA domain name registration?
Well, without moving forward to, at this point, the .gov move and the Microsoft move have been intertwined. Right, by our technical people. Here in this meeting, Don asked the question, I'll try and get it right, if we can still make the .gov move, but hold on to Spectrum, which would then eliminate a lot of these costs. Then we have to figure out who's going to do Spectrum for us. As I certainly don't want the responsibility. And if word determines that one person or two people or three people have that authority or that responsibility, then so be it. But it can't be just with one person.
And also, I think you have to, we don't know, and I would suggest that NetLink also be asked whether Spectrum will host .gov email addresses, because I'm not sure that is true. They host .org email addresses, obviously, but are they also hosting .gov email addresses?
And doesn't Don's question cover that? Can we move to .gov but stay with Spectrum?
I thought he said,
Was
can
that
we
the
move
question?
to .gov without doing 365? Is the way I understood that.
I said, yeah, I said, can we do .gov without 365, which means
Right.
just we're staying with Spectrum.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But then my question is, do we know? I think we need to know if Spectrum will host .gov email addresses. Because from my understanding of it, this is only through what I've heard from people at the county, because they've gone to the .gov website and the .gov email addresses, that there's a higher level of security with the .gov extension. And so does Spectrum provide that level of security? I don't know the answer to that question.
And that could be the double verification of the cell phones. I mean, that definitely could be.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not so much a function of Microsoft. Maybe it's a function of .gov.
That's what
I don't understand that myself, I guess. That's a great question here.
So I think we have more work to do on this.
So then action item for me is going to be ask NetLink about cell phone question, Heidi. And then to further extend that question, is that requirement part of .gov or Microsoft 365? Did I understand your question and get yours? Well, yours isn't quite in there. So then the next question is, can we move to .gov and maintain spectrum. Does that get everybody's question answered?
Seems to.
I'm just thinking of the cost. If it was only $10 if you put it on a tablet or a computer versus giving everybody a phone, you cut your costs almost in half.
So my understanding of a tablet is that it works on the carrier wave of the cell phone,
Hmm?
much like your data works on a phone. Which is,
Okay, go ahead.
which is slightly different than the voice line.
I can talk on this.
Can you?
Oh, yeah. I can
So,
make a phone
so
call.
maybe that's changed now with 4G.
Know much about it, but I do know that you can put a phone line on any of.
Can you
your-
receive a text on it?
Yep.
If I gave the, okay, so what Heidi's saying then is that a tablet could replace the phone. That's an
So you
interesting
stay
thought.
with Spectrum for your phone and do something different with,
No. Heidi is saying that instead of the township buying phones or paying for stipends for phones, that the township invest in tablets.
You could put like, I don't know, could you do that, put a phone line on a computer too?
I'm not gonna carry around a tablet.
but does it want separate phone numbers for
For each
each
one.
email address?
Yes, but Heidi's saying that her tablet, and I know that to be true, has its own
Phone line.
phone number. It's not a phone line. It
Mm-mm.
has its
Phone
own number. And it's identical to a phone number, but it's not a phone number because I don't think you get FCC charges. I don't think you get 911 fees.
Yes, you do.
Okay, so
Yeah,
then it's,
you pay
then
a
it's
fee.
full blown. No, you pay a fee for the service, but then all those additional taxes. So then it's full blown phone line.
Just
Cell
like
phone.
having a phone. Except because you have so many phone lines, they discount.
And you wouldn't carry that around because you're only using that as your secondary
Yeah, so why
verification
would you,
device.
you don't even need to know the number because you're not gonna call it.
But you.
So does that, are you saying that we'd be buying everybody tablets?
But, well, I'm just kind of walking through this scenario. Let's say that we were at home and we wanted to log into our email account. We would then need the tablet with us to get the verification code. So
Might just be easier to do cell phones.
I think it would be cheaper too. I don't know how much tablets are. But certainly when I can go get a phone for
But you're-
$38, I don't know if you can buy a tablet.
But
for
hold
that.
on a minute, you're tying your login and everything to this phone number. So what difference would it mean if you were signing in on a tablet or you would sign in on a phone? Same thing.
Tablets are more expensive than.
I understand that, but you're using. You want something that's totally controlled by the government, which is the township.
Well, but I'm not
There
gonna
you go.
work on a tablet. No,
Okay,
I
but
like my full
then-
screen. And I mean, as I understand it, all you need is a cell phone number to log in on maybe any device. You need the cell phone number. That's what we're trying to get. How do we get the number? Get a number for people who are not going to use their personal cell phone numbers as a login, because that doesn't help the next person. You know, anybody using their personal cell phone number for a login, when they no longer take office, that email becomes, their email belongs to the township. And their email records and everything, that belongs to the township. It doesn't belong to them. They don't take it with them. And so on these .gov email addresses, you're not going to be taking that .gov email address with you. It's going to be, the next person is going to have the login and they're going to log in, and start right up where the prior person left off.
I need to say this. It's 2:30, guys.
Yeah,
I have an appointment at 4:20.
yeah, I have things
Not
to
a
do too.
joke. I have to be somewhere at
Okay.
4:20.
So
So
to
I
address
think, yeah,
those last concerns, it's in paragraph 2, I think. It's on page 2, first paragraph. That NetLink is the business partner, and they're the ones that actually make the changes that Gerald Goss says, would have to happen. That is their responsibility. That is their duty as partner of record. And so we would have to have a policy to notify them that this office has now changed, whatever. I think we also talk about that in this document of creating a policy of how to make those changes. So
I think we need an answer about the phone number, because why couldn't it just be one phone number for everybody?
no,
Well, then because everybody could log into everybody else's email.
no,
See, that doesn't,
no.
no, it's
No.
not.
That's not gonna
it has
work.
something to do with the security for the
I-
.gov.
That's right.
I cannot believe that there are 5 people around this board that have not used secondary verification yet.
Oh,
Of course, I have.
we're all using
happens all the time.
multi-factor authentication with numerous things, the qualified voter file, logging in to pay taxes, various things. We're using lots of multi-factor authentication. What I'm talking about is, as I said, I'm simply not going to be using my personal cell phone number as a login or a password to get into a login or something like that. That is way outside the realm of normal in business.
So
I think we're done with this. You're gonna ask these questions.
Verifications now then, Cheryl.
A lot
How
of
do we
times
make
they'll
those?
email you.
No, no,
For
yours might
here,
be.
they'll email me.
Yeah, no.
And for personal, bank wise, I get text messages.
Yeah, that's how the,
That's how I get it.
Yeah.
that's how the ARPA reporting is. I don't know that we have the option to send emails.
There are a lot of them that'll give you the option. How do you want this verification done?
Oh,
Yeah.
no, with the bank account, we have, each of Teresa and I have a little device that you press a button and you get a different code every time. For the qualified voter file, we have what's called a YubiKey that plugs into a USB device. And we actually have to touch that thing when we want to log in. There's multiple ways of secondary authorization, and the elections department, the banks, I mean, these are the ones that have the most sophisticated multi-factor authentication, and they're not using cell phone numbers.
Yeah, see. it's-
Yeah. I
It
mean,
must be if you have to touch it, that's gotta be a fingerprint.
I've got a couple there just for fingerprint.
Okay.
it's not a fingerprint. Anybody can do it. It's not any specific person's fingerprint.
No,
You just have to have that.
I was just saying that I have 2
Some,
authentications.
yeah.
I can think of that it's a finger. I just-
Right, yeah, exactly.
Asking that link about cell phone question, that is a requirement, not part of .gov or Microsoft 365. And then can we move to .gov and maintain Spectrum? Bring back next month.
I'll remove my motion.
I will remove my second.
Well, that answers who seconded it. then. Unfinished business number 4. Heidi, I believe this is your ad.
Yep. Carol, I just wondered if there was an update on the internal revenue issue.
We have called Larry a couple times and he has not talked to them yet. So last time we talked to Larry was, I don't know, 6 weeks ago or something like that.
Why would the IRS contact Larry and not the township?
No, Larry is contacting the IRS on our behalf. Because he was the one that we consulted about that to begin with. And we, and then you suggested we contact the attorney. And then I talked to the attorney's office. I talked to Chris Patterson and said, look, here's what has to be done. And it will actually be cheaper. And he agreed. It'll be cheaper to have Larry do it than to have Chris Patterson's office do it. So we don't have a determination. That's the bottom line.
Thank you.
New business number 1. Make a motion to provide administrator level access to all board and commission chairs and vice chairs who request access. This includes training session via free basic Zoom accounts.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion.
Access to what? The motion doesn't specify what the access would be to.
Well, I think the access is inferred by the training sessions, but I can see your point. I would modify the motion for clarity purposes. Request access to the Zoom account.
I'll take my second off the table and re-second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion.
Well, I guess I'd like to know, I've talked to one of these, I've talked to the planning commission chairperson, and she doesn't want anything to do, and I'm sure neither does the vice chair, because I think he's less computer capable than her. She doesn't want anything to do with having to generate Zoom meeting links, share Zoom meeting links, operate the Zoom during a meeting, download the Zoom file, share the Zoom file. She doesn't want anything to do with that. And so I'm just wondering if she doesn't want anything to do with it. Are we sure that, for instance, Ken Bowen wants anything to do with it for the occasional ZBA meeting? Are we sure that Melissa Melton wants anything to do with it, along with her co-chair, who I think might be Brandon? I'm not sure.
Brandon.
Is it Brandon? Okay. You know, you want to get away from, you know, having a Zoom facilitator, but I don't think, I mean, have you asked those heads, chairs and vice chairs of those boards, commissions and committees if they want to take on those responsibilities? Because they are, it's, for some people, it's going to be more than they've done tech-wise. And some people just don't want to be bothered with having to worry about that. And also, I would say that as the person who notices meetings for all bodies in the township, I have to have the Zoom link before I can post the notice so that the Zoom link can go on the notice. I'm not going to be going in and generating Zoom links. They are going to be provided to me. And if I don't have them, and the meeting needs to be posted, I will post them without the Zoom link, and that will be the posting. And it will not be revised with a late provision of a Zoom link. I'm not going to do double duty on posting notices. I'm getting all kinds of meetings that I've got to post for extra planning commission meetings, the resident outreach subcommittee meetings, the special subcommittee meetings. I've got 2 more to post that I just got the information for today that are for next week. Well, one of them's this week, 2 days from now, actually. And so I'm not going to take on the responsibility of generating Zoom links. No, I'm not going to take on any of those duties. If we don't have a Zoom facilitator, one centralized person to do that, and it's up to these other chairpersons and vice chairs, I predict that will be a disaster.
We're having such a problem with it. Why don't we just eliminate doing Zoom?
And that's the other thing. We can just
I mean, we can
eliminate
go-
Zoom.
COVID's not an issue anymore.
No, it isn't.
We can go back to not having Zoom.
That's right.
And you better go
We've
back to
eliminated-
7 o'clock meetings.
We can't. Heidi, look how late we're doing a monthly meeting here.
One
if we
problem
could
over
stream
another.
up,
Hold on a minute,
that
hold on a
would be
minute.
different.
What did Heidi say? I
She
didn't.
said we'd have to go back to 7 o'clock meetings. I said, how can we do that? We'd be here past midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning.
Some people.
And they're not
They
gonna
need
sit in
it.
our audience that long. We've seen that, Ron. They leave.
Like today.
Yeah, so, I mean, if this is such a hassle, if this has turned into such a rigmarole here, then I suggest that we just eliminate Zoom meetings altogether. There goes the cost, there goes the organization, there goes the policy writing. We'll eliminate it because it's starting to feel like a lot of red tape and what do they call that, doomboggle?
Boondoggle, boondoggle.
Boondoggle, thank you. I'm making up words.
You are, you created some good ones today.
I'm just saying,
Yeah, I'm with Della. Just eliminate Zoom altogether. And then we don't,
I
then
know
there's
that's
no
not the
expense.
motion.
So
Is there a, I don't know much about the college that does outside stuff, like teaches mechanical stuff and all that.
Like the TBA center?
Yeah, like, would they have somebody that would wanna come run Zoom?
for a fee,
Hey, it already costs us, so you gotta solve a problem here, so you gotta look at all your different options.
Well, no, I know we sound like a broken record, but if we hired one central person that took care of a lot of these things that we're having issues with,
A lot of it goes.
then you'd
away,
have a central person to go to.
and everything goes away.
The updating of the policies and procedures books, the orientations for new employees or board members when they come in and gathering all that type of information, the facilitator job. You know, there's just so many things that townships hire this position for, that it's a central location. It's always done the way it's been directed to be done. It's not left up to multiple people coming and going to do. Board packets, those type of things. I know I sound like a broken record, but
It's, one person could be doing all of this. Then it's an outside, it's whether you contract it, whether you hire them, it's one person.
Just saying that before I go on a different. So you're suggesting somebody that's multi-purpose, that's putting packets together, that's centrally putting packets together for all commissions and boards, distributing them, and then administering Zoom for those meetings.
and other things too, Don.
I mean, yeah,
Like a
whether
giant
it's a part-time or
secretary.
full-time, I mean, I understand that. I'm not suggesting it'd be limited to that. I'm just trying to get the core of what you were saying.
Yeah.
So, Ron, the question I was gonna ask, is that, this was a need to have, must to have for a long time, and, it's turned into a nice to have. And so, I mean,
13 townships in Grand Traverse County. Would you have any sense from your supervisor meetings of how many are still actively using Zoom? My recollection of some conversations, like at some of the MTA local meetings, is that I can't tell you whether it's 1 or it's 10, but it seems to me that there've been a number that have just moved away from Zoom. I just said, we're scrapping it. It's
So labor
it's-
intensive.
Pardon me?
It's labor intensive, it's time intensive, and now we're looking at cost. It's starting to cost us more. And
We've made it that way. We've made it that way. So, originally, and I think I write about it. To answer your question, Don, the only one that I believe is still doing it on a regular basis is East Bay Township. I'm pretty sure that Acme got rid of it. I'm pretty sure that Garfield got rid of it, but they have been videotaping their meetings for a long time, like the road commission, for example. They have an outside video service that comes in to videotape and archive their meetings.
Right, because you're still giving the people something to watch if they can't attend the meeting.
I think that most of the meetings are posted once videotaped, and I think that's the way Garfield does it. I don't think Green Lake offers anything like that. Yeah, and the other townships, they're quite small where they probably don't have a presence.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we're going the wrong, putting another layer around the spear rather than, should we just be pulling the spear apart, just saying, Zoom was needed when it was good, but it's a nice to have, and I know there's citizens out there that, and we get some on there. We don't get 100. We don't get to, it's not, so, it's, I'm not diminishing, but the number, the data point typically drives some of my decision making, and with as few that are on there, I just wonder if we're incurring additional expense and maybe a certain degree of frustration with how it's got to be processed and getting it out on the meeting, and especially if there's revisions. Maybe it's time just to cut it, cut it and move on.
So,
And what are you gonna replace it with?
well, hang on a minute, and maybe this answers your question. So we can use that camera to record. So we still have the video portion that can be uploaded to the website and shared. We just no longer publish the link to the meeting.
I'm good with that.
And so while we're not eliminating people's attendance to the meeting, we are eliminating their, I guess, comment section. They're gonna have to email us, write us like they used to with their comments. But they could still watch or listen. And maybe that's a middle road. Maybe instead of a video, we actually post the recording.
But then somebody still has to be responsible for
That's
turning it
right.
on.
Well, the recorder is gonna go anytime there is a recording secretary. So all that has to happen is that file is then shared
Oh,
with
I'm
whoever
sorry.
uploads it.
I'm misunderstanding what you said. I thought we're still gonna be doing the camera.
That's
and
what he said.
Uploading it. Somebody's still gotta do that.
He did suggest that it's continued to be videotaped.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to do is draw out many different ways that we could still provide inclusiveness for our Zoom family, whatever you want to call them. And then, you okay?
I'm not seeing this working out. Either we Zoom or we don't Zoom. Either if we don't Zoom and we elect to do this, they're gonna see it after the fact, not during, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
that's the part
somebody's,
I was missing.
but then somebody's still gotta be responsible for turning it on, turning it off,
Uploading.
turning the amp on back there, retrieving the file, uploading it. I don't personally see, I think it would be, I think the public would be outraged if we were Zooming a meeting and they weren't allowed to participate. I mean, if you're gonna Zoom, the public might as well be allowed to participate. And once again, you're hi, sir, can we help you? Oh, can you come back tomorrow? Is it possible? I'll have it tomorrow. I have it, but I'm in this meeting, so. Yeah. To me, the public would be outraged if they found out we're Zooming something, but we're not letting them participate. And also, you've still got somebody turning it on, somebody turning it off, somebody making sure the amp's on, somebody making sure the amp gets turned off, somebody uploading the file to where, and are you going to be asking again, the chairs or vice chairs of those other bodies who, I mean, I have the sense that they don't want to, I mean, the ZBA, they only have 3 or 4 meetings a year, if that. I don't think Ken Bowen wants to come in here and be responsible to make sure the meeting gets recorded and then upload it and all that kind of stuff. I just don't see those, nor do I think Melissa Melton, for the little bit that we're paying them, you want to throw that on them too? No, that is not cool.
So to bring this back to reality, it was to provide administrator level access to those board and commission chairs and vice chairs who requested it. So nobody's making it mandatory. And somebody has to turn on the amp anyway, because we're still going to use microphones. Somebody's still going to have to turn on.
Somebody has to do that. Yes,
Yeah.
they do. And right now the Zoom facilitator takes care of all of that.
And clearly, the last point I'll wish to make is that we've just dealt with a bunch of accounts that are single access. And I'm pretty sure it was a pain process to get those changed. This accomplishes so many different things.
Well, Lois and I both have access to the Zoom account because I need to go in there and get the bills. For paying the bill, for documentation for the visa statement. So I do go in there once a month to do that. I mean, and so if you've got, so then the logical extension of the motion is, if you don't have anyone else that wants to except you, that wants access to the Zoom account, who's going to do the Zoom? Are you
What if they choose not to Zoom? What if the PC decides nobody on there wants to do, they say, we'll do without Zoom?
I
mean,
wouldn't have a problem with that.
You would think the ZBA would say, I want to do Zoom.
Yeah.
I mean.
Right, well, as
what's
long
to
as
stop- I
it's
mean, what's to
understood.
Stop them from doing that.
Yeah,
I
as
mean,
long as
you
it's
should have a
under,
policy on it that says in for a penny, in for a pound, either everybody does it or everybody doesn't. And
we don't have that. policy.
there's nothing written around Zoom that I know of.
Nope. So
Yeah, well, as long as it's understood that those other bodies do not have to Zoom their meetings. But then what if they what if they get requests to, here, we have a request in the packet right now from Rachel to pay a recording secretary and Zoom facilitator for these two planning commission subcommittees. So clearly they want recording secretary services. They do not want to have to do that themselves. Because if they're having a meeting under the Open Meetings Act, somebody has to do the minutes. And
This does not affect recording secretary. This affects.
I get that. I get that. I'm just
Then
seeing an outgrowth of this motion because you've got other motions here. So whatever, let's vote on this motion then, whenever you're ready.
So again, I'm just gonna cycle backwards, so I understand what we're. So motion one is provide administrative level access to all board and commission chairs and vice chairs who will request. So that could be one. Could be 1, 2, 3, 4, all. It
Or
doesn't-
none.
Or none.
Or none.
It could be. So each administrative body. Can make that decision within their own team as to whether or not they want to do this. Okay, just so I'm clear on.
And of course, this is all driven by the amount of time that we're currently charged to make this happen.
I get it, the expenses.
And so Don, let me follow up on your statement that each administrative body can make that decision within their own team. So then let's say that the planning commission, at a minimum, the planning commission and the Parks and Rec committee, yes, they want a Zoom facilitator. How does that Zoom facilitator get paid?
How do they currently get paid?
I'm asking Don a question.
Well, that was, I mean, thank you, through my voice, but how do they currently get paid? Do they budget?
We have always paid them since since COVID came along. We've been paying a Zoom facilitator because due to COVID, we instituted Zoom for everything. And so now Lois doesn't get paid for Zoom facilitator for the other ones that she does the minutes for because she's already there doing the minutes. She doesn't double dip. She does get paid, not at the meeting, but she does get paid for generating the Zoom link, sharing the Zoom link, and downloading the Zoom file and sharing the Zoom file, which I know she gets multiple requests for Zoom files. So there's that administrative part of the Zoom facilitator that she needs to get paid for because there is time involved with that.
Mhm.
And she should not be expected to do that for free. And these other bodies can't expect her to do that for free.
Mhm.
So I'm asking you, what is going to be if you don't like what's been going on so far, what will the methodology be to pay the Zoom facilitator if these other bodies decide that they want to always have Zoom at their meetings?
And what I'm driving at with my question to Ron is that in an attempt to make a hybrid model, does that end up creating greater issues and greater complexities, just as you're outlining?
Mm-hmm.
And so it starts to become, a question of, back to this, is if it's not universally needed or wanted, a hybrid adds levels of options that people jumping in and out and causing
Complexity.
and three, maybe Zoom has run its course and it's time to just take it to the curb and be done with it.
I will be honest, Don, I feel that way. I feel it's time. Looking at motions 1, 2, and 3, 1's not bad, right? But then when you start looking further down, and we just talked about all the different layers of this, it feels like it's become this monster that grows and grows and grows. And I just think rather than spending the expense and the money on developing these
Job description.
job descriptions, the policy manuals, sending them off to legal, paying for that. Instead of doing all that, I think it's just run its course.
I agree.
Well,
2 days, COVID is declared over, isn't it? Isn't it May 11th?
That's right. Per the federal government, it's officially over 2 days from now.
And I think when we chose to extend it, it was as a courtesy to people that were probably still a little worried about coming out. But it's been a year since we didn't have to do it.
but we also
More
changed
than a
our,
year.
we also changed the meetings. I didn't, I voted no.
I think
We also
that's-
changed our meetings from night to morning.
Years ago, Heidi.
Yeah, it's been at least 3 years. And the thing is that when we had our meetings at 7 o'clock, our meetings were only 2 hours, sometimes 3 hours. That's not what's happening. And I would go back to 7 o'clock meetings if we could get how much time it takes us to get through our material shorter. I would. I mean, I don't like to spend the whole day doing a board meeting, and I'm sure none of you do either. So,
Especially a nice one.
yeah,
I could be hanging laundry on the line.
well, I could be
Yeah, and
doing
it doesn't
something,
seem
I'm
like
sure.
it doesn't seem like, you know, anecdotally what you said, that we're the trendsetters, that virtually everybody's gone away from Zoom and just walked away from it. And now granted, some townships have put in some, you know, an alternative, but the fact that they just walked away from Zoom is somewhat telling to me.
Absolutely.
Well, if it gets rid of a silo, I'm for it. I don't think that the public is gonna be happy about it.
Oh,
It'll be an adjustment.
Yep, it definitely will be an
Okay.
adjustment. So.
We don't need to rile them up about it either, Heidi.
no, we don't.
You know.
But as soon as they go find out that it's gone and they don't have another alternative to watch the meetings, I think we should set something, an alternative up a solution before we just cut it. We didn't even put in policy that we're gonna.
Well, I will say that beyond the scant public that is on Zoom, it is useful, I believe, to, for instance, Rachel has apparently been on our Zoom. We've heard her talk before. You know, I think sometimes other board members have been listening in on Zoom, even though they couldn't participate because the law prohibits that. So there's those options will be closed off as well. So, you know, I think the board needs to make a careful decision. I don't believe, to me, the cost of it it's very cost effective for the benefit that it provides to the people who do use it. We don't have a lot of people using it, but we also aren't paying that much money to pay Lois out, you know, she's being the Zoom facilitator here. But this is the only place she's being the Zoom facilitator at the meeting. Because in those other bodies, she's acting as the recording secretary and getting paid that wage.
But she's still doing the Zoom facilitator.
Well, she's doing the
She's doing
beginning,
it.
she's doing the beginning and end. Yeah, she is doing it, but she's not getting paid for that on top of being the recording secretary. So,
We are being charged an hour and a half to set up the meeting.
by the time you generate it, share it,
And
you know, all that kind of stuff, you know, you haven't really done it, Ron, on an ongoing basis. So I
No, I
don't
will
think that
remind
the
you
time,
that I set it
I
up.
don't think the time that Lois has put in has been anything that can be argued with that she didn't spend the time. And also, you know, we don't bill the township in less than 15-minute increments. So for instance, you know, if it's 2 minutes after 1, it's an hour and a quarter. So, you know,
Really?
um,
It doesn't go back to 1?
not that I know of.
Hmm.
You round
We
up
need a
to the
time
next
clock.
increment.
So here's another policy adjustment made by a single board member.
No,
And-
I'm,
and this is
no,
why-
I believe
This
it's,
is why we cannot
it's-
have silos any
it's,
longer.
you don't have silos. You know, people,
Roll call.
well, your own
Roll
deputy,
call vote.
your own deputy refuses to put the actual times that they are in and out, which is on the timesheet. Your own deputy is refusing to provide that information when every single other hourly employee puts their time in and time out. And because we check those numbers.
Point of order,
we
does
make
this
those
really need
additions,
to be
and we
talked
have
about right
found
now?
addition errors. So I'm just telling you, as the office
We do.
that does check over timesheets, people do put those times are supposed to be, and your deputy is the biggest offender. So,
And I will state that my deputy follows the policy and procedure manual.
No, he doesn't, because
Yes, he
it
does.
says in the policies and procedures.
No, it doesn't.
I'll show you after the meeting. 'cause
Yeah,
I don't
that's right.
think we need to take up this.
Okay.
that's right.
Good.
But I'll show you where it does say that.
Right, exactly. All right.
So you call for.
So is the
a vote?
motion on this to provide administrator level access to all board and commission chairs and vice chairs who request Zoom access? This includes training sessions via free basic Zoom account.
Training sessions that are online. Online training sessions. Because,
I would think so. Cheryl, if
people-
It says free.
okay, all right. Good, because I don't
wasn't
think
sure.
anybody's volunteering to do any kind of training.
I wasn't sure if she had a question if Zoom was online or if it was in person.
If the training was online,
That's right.
the free Zoom training on how to use it.
The Zoom is online, right? Okay.
Well,
The Zoom account is pretty well self-explanatory. So anybody that wants to go in there that asks for access will be given access, and they can figure it out. You know, it's not that hard. Are we ready to vote?
I called for a vote a long time ago.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pat,
Yes.
Bennett,
no,
Goss, no, Valmuth,
It's just a motion for you, this is just motion 1, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
So motion 2 is motion to contact MTA or other sources, including the legal department, for an electronic and telephonic meeting facilitator. Meetings facilitator. Job description is what it should say, and present it to the board for modification and approval.
You finished? Is that the full motion?
Yeah,
Okay.
and in parentheses there, I said, you know, once we establish what the role of this person is gonna be,
Okay,
then we can actually
okay, so
come up with a reasonable rate of pay.
So where you stopped at approval, that parentheses is just is further explanation.
Right.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded, further discussion?
I don't see the point of going through this if we're going to eliminate Zoom. here's an expense of not the MTA, but legal. We're gonna send this to legal. We're gonna create a job description. That's gonna be sent to legal. And the board's gonna have at least 2 or 3 meetings to look at it, the wording and to approve it. And it's just so much time that is going to be expensed out and in my viewpoint, wasted. And we have so many other things to look at. So where maybe you gave the people in motion 1 chance to take care of their own Zoom. I don't see the point in developing this any further. If we're gonna eventually get rid of Zoom, it's a waste of money and time.
Heidi, comments?
Well, where I used to sit in board meetings, we kind of deal with Spectrum and they recorded all the meetings. So there are ways around to do this. But you guys want to take the public's only chance out of the equation. I don't think it's a good idea. I think it's a good idea to hire someone and do all this work that there's too much animosity about who does it. But at this point, I'm not going down this road until I have some other options of how you're gonna inform the public. Because that's who I work for.
So just to be clear, this motion is to develop a job description,
Yep.
right? So okay. Sure,
No comment.
Don?
I do agree with Cheryl or Ardell on the part that there's going to be some expense to create these documents. However, I think it's a good backup plan, because if we find that there are a number of board and commission chairs and vice chairs who end up wanting to do this, then I think this helps solidify or help clarify what is going to happen going forward. So I think, I'm not sure that that I can predict with as degree of certainty that you are, but I think it's a backup plan. Better to have it than need it, and then we're scrambling to create it. But I will acknowledge you could be right, but I think it is a necessary evil to make sure that we have it covered.
And I kind of agree with Cheryl that I think there's some ancillary benefits, including the master plan input for the planning commission. And so while I'm not totally, I guess I'm not totally prepared to eliminate Zoom at this time. If after the master plan that becomes a discussion, potentially, but I don't know to what level the planning commission might be using or planning to utilize Zoom as a public outreach tool. So
I would suggest then that you try to utilize the MTA as much as possible versus legal, so that it cuts down the cost for the township.
That's right.
the only reason I went to legal is because they developed our electronic meeting and telephonic policy. So I thought,
So
well,
they build us to write us one. They're gonna build us to write this other one.
yeah, we
MTA
can,
probably has something stock on the shelf.
yeah, they may. Yep.
And it's
certainly may.
free to us because we pay a fee. Be in
Yeah.
MTA.
Yep. And if anybody else has got a source, bring it forward. So Heidi, I hope that addresses your concerns. I don't know, somebody said rip the rug out.
6 hours, 17 minutes.
We don't want to make that feeling for anyone. Ready to vote?
Yeah.
Roll call when ready.
Bennett,
No.
Falmouth,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Bosno.
So then motion 3. Motion to offer an electronic and telephonic meeting facilitator to various bodies that operate underneath the Whitewater Township Board on a temporary as requested basis until the board approval of a job description and compensation rate are determined, or 12/31/2023, whichever arrives first.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Falmouth,
Yes.
Goss. Yes, Glenn,
Yes.
$6 and 20 minutes so far.
Well, we didn't complain about when you took the
Just
time
noticing.
to educate yourself on the 5-3 pack today. So I don't know why you're complaining.
Don't spend that much time on that. In fact, I found that I had downloaded that contract to my desktop, so. I think that was Della that wasn't here on 5-3.
So new business number 2, the planning commission has, I guess, some requests.
Yep. We do.
I'll make a motion to schedule a joint township board planning commission meeting to discuss the Municode contract, abandoned Milnick contract, putting that contract under the PC's leadership, discuss the PC's budget, and discuss any other related topic the board or commission wishes to discuss.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready. And is that the motion as written on packet page 122?
No. Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Yep.
I guess, I believe that they had requested, the May 17th date. Look on
Yes, it is.
the
May
township's
17th.
Google calendar here,
It is May 17th.
May 17th, and I was looking for the time. So, they wanted to meet, have that meeting, I guess, I don't know if they still do, May 17th, 6 p.m.
Yep.
So, I will add that to the motion. To meet on May 16th at 6 p.m.
No, May
I
17th.
believe it's.
Oh, I'm
May
sorry, was it the
17th.
17th? Yeah, okay, May 17th at 6 p.m.
I'll
Is that the
resecond
date
that.
the planning commission still would like to do that, Heidi?
Yep, we still would, May 17th, 6 p.m. And if you can't make it, we'll send you everything electronically.
Put me on that list.
You on that list? Okay, no problem.
Well, I presume there'll be a packet put out by the planning commission and that would go to everybody.
Yes. And some other things. So we'll make sure you get it all.
Did I ask for a roll call vote?
No?
If you're adding that date, Cheryl, do I need to resecond? Or no?
Yeah,
Well,
she-
you
she
confirmed,
changed
you
the-
confirmed I mean, you can resecond if you want.
I'll take it off and resecond.
I had already indicated I was available that day.
I'm good. Cordella,
What?
are you good that day?
May 17th?
May 17th at 6 p.m.
I don't have anything.
How about you, Don?
Calendar's loading. Yes.
We're good then.
Are you available, Ron?
No, I already said I wasn't.
He already said he wasn't.
Oh. Well, there's a quorum of the board, so.
And I've called for a roll call vote.
Falmouth,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett? Yes. Pop,
Yes.
and I'll make the second motion to authorize recording secretary wages and Zoom facilitator wages at all PC subcommittee meetings held in March 2023 and during fiscal year 23-24. And I would modify that to say at all planning commission regular and subcommittee meetings held in March 2023 and during fiscal year 23-24.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
This is just a budget move, because apparently we didn't leave enough in the budget when we made the budget.
And I think we covered that under a previous motion in the previous business item. So, I guess.
Well,
we'll
no,
just-
the previous business item
instead-
was that it would be offered,
And they needed to request it. So, yeah. Mhm.
and they are requesting it
Yep.
with this motion.
Got it. Any further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Goss, yes, Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett. Yes. Pop,
Yes.
Falmouth,
Yes.
Now, I will say that the Planning Commission Subcommittee, I was here 2 weeks ago, Thursday. They had a quorum of the Planning Commission present, and they were using Zoom as a question and answer session with the chair. Bob Hall was presiding the meeting. I don't know why the ZA is presiding in the meeting. The vice chair was here.
oh no, that was a
They
special
nominated.
subcommittee meeting. They've appointed their own chair for that meeting. That's not a planning commission meeting. PP
But what I'm
subcommittee.
telling you is the planning commission members were here. It should have been listed as a planning commission meeting.
So people were in the, well, if people are in the audience, they don't count.
I understand. But
But if they're
That's right,
talking,
they
then
don't
that's a
count.
problem.
Yeah, and
Oh, no, they can make a comment in public comment. And
Or if
they're- and they're-
addressed.
but as long as they're not participating in the deliberations or decisions, it's not an Open Meetings Act violation. They can make a public comment.
And we have always allowed comments from the public, you know.
oh, totally agree. But when a public comment gets answered and then a different date is selected, that is deliberation. So I'm just saying, we need to be cautious with how we use it. That's it.
I'll address it.
I think I did that. Matter of fact, I know I did that. So are we good with that one?
Yep.
New business number 3, Spectrum account.
You know, there's no motion on this, Ron.
Right.
Was there something you wanted to accomplish from this? I mean, are you looking to make a motion?
So really, I was hopeful that the .gov thing would be picked up and that this was a non-issue. Or it was an issue.
Maybe we could,
I think this one comes back with the .gov and maybe not on the same agenda, maybe after we make the .gov decision is kind of my thinking. Or we just put it on the same meeting agenda again because it'll be fresh in our minds. And it comes back as an unfinished business number 2.
Yeah, I don't have a problem having it on the same agenda, just to wrap it up. But I
Right.
think you can't do part A without part B without part A. So,
I concur.
Yeah.
Cheryl?
I just want to know for the minutes when it's going to be brought back.
In the future.
Perfect.
Ardella?
I'm good with it not being today. I think we've done all we can with this subject today.
Okay.
Did anybody ever ask Spectrum if they recorded meetings?
So LIAA does that. And Spectrum, we can apply for additional money from Spectrum. It's different than the video franchise money. I forget what its acronym is. It doesn't cover the cost of LIAA completely, but it's at least 50%, at least it was last time we looked into it. And that was a long time ago. So Spectrum doesn't do it, but they do set aside funds under the Video Franchise Act that allow us to apply for.
Interesting. All right, thank you.
I'll make a motion to temporarily suspend the health insurance provision as outlined in the Whitewater Township Personnel Policy Manual, last revised February 26, 2013.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Well, I will say that I went to a day-long labor and employment session put on by our township attorney's office, Helen Mills, and the other gentleman's name escapes me right now. But that was on Monday of the conference. And I actually have 2 handouts that I haven't had time to PDF and get out to the board yet. But basically, what they recommend is that you look at your personnel policy manual every year, you internally look at it, and then every other year, you send it out for review. So our personnel policy is miserably out of date, has not kept up with changes in for instance, the Elliott Larson Civil Rights Act and a number of other things, having been now 10 years, more than 10 years since it was looked at. And so I think we're probably going to have a total rewrite of our personnel policy manual.
Was that for motion two, Cheryl?
No, it was for motion one. I'm
Okay.
just giving the board some information that I learned recently.
Any questions about motion one?
Nope.
I think, I'm not sure that, you know, with both of these individuals, already under employment with the township, I think it's probably kind of underhanded. I get it, it's going to be expensive. They may not want it, I don't know. But I think it's probably a little underhanded and could be challenged if they chose to now at this late stage suspending a benefit that is a benefit to them. I haven't talked to Andrew yet. I haven't had a chance to discuss with him what he's entitled to as far as the pension, but I will be doing that. And I guess, of course, Andrew hasn't completed the 90 days yet. But I mean, we knew about this back when it was decided that the position was going to go full-time.
Was
So
he
I
offered
think
health
you have to
insurance?
look at the ordinance. I want to think amendment number 4 gives us the discretion. I was just looking through some of my policy books back there, and I came across that. Amendment number 4 to the personnel manual? Not the personnel manual. Okay, it's an ordinance. Okay. And with that, guys, I looked at a lot of stuff, but it was in there where we started out with, we offer it. Oh, the pension? Yeah, and then, yeah.
That's 22.
Okay. Am I mixing these up? This is insurance?
This is health insurance.
You are.
Yeah.
Okay. However, we may be paying full-time wages for our park and rec administrator, but he's not full-time. And he's
The park
considered.
manager, you mean?
Yeah,
Okay.
because didn't we say he's working from this month to this month?
No,
No, no.
no.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, there was something about that he wasn't gonna be too busy in November and December or something.
Right,
like
but it
that.
didn't mean he wasn't gonna work.
Cheryl, I believe you're the one that advocated for it to be full-time, year-round.
Well, because
Okay,
it is,
can
you can put any dates on it you want, but there are inquiries about
Just
the park
one
12 months out
question.
of the
Was
year.
he offered health insurance at the time of the interview?
And,
No.
and so,
We actually told the interviewees that we didn't offer health insurance.
that's
Correct.
my recollection.
Correct.
And I too want to deal with this underhanded comment. I agree with Cheryl that it is underhanded. And I think before we actually implement it, we verify that we did in fact cover that there were no benefits. I think we did indicate that there was a retirement fund. I don't even think we covered vacation. But pending a review of that video or audio,
I don't even think we said 0 word about vacation.
But I think that that would be a benefit.
Automatically, right, and
Right.
usually you get a week after a year. First you have to work a year, then you get a week, usually, but. this
And
is
so maybe it's a
government.
moot point. Is that your idea?
No,
It's to salaried people.
I don't know, because I don't know what's in the what's in the PMP. Is that in there too? You found health insurance, what's in there about?
I believe there
Vacation.
is an accrual section
I think
for-
there is, because I think I've read it.
for vacation. Yep. I do believe that there is. And so I did want to address that, I too felt underhanded when I wrote this motion. But I believe we did tell Andrew that there was, not any insurance benefits available. Now, I am a proponent for offering it. There is no doubt.
Right, but do
but I
you
mean, if we-
remove it and then off, do you remove it out of the book and then rewrite it and offer
I
it?
mean,
I
it
think
doesn't
you need to
really
look at-
matter what we said.
It's an
The
employment.
policy says that full-time employees get it. So the fact that we misspoke to a potential full-time employee, I don't think is dispositive of it. I think we have to say that, whoops, we misspoke. We haven't looked at our personnel manual in a really long time, and you are entitled to health insurance benefits.
So then.
We have to
following-
follow
Also
the
says a
policy,
full-time
right?
employee
Follow the policy.
Is an employee who is scheduled to work year-round 35 to 40 hours per week.
You might not be working 40 hours a week come
Employment with
October.
the township shall be as such compensation and conditions as the township board shall determine and may change from time to time.
See, there's
That allows us
may
to make
change
employment
from time to
contract
time. Mhm.
with the employee,
Yep,
full-time and part-time. And we said that we were not doing benefits. We told every one of the people we interviewed that no benefits were supplied.
I don't recall that.
We did.
But that goes against what the reality is.
The reality is that we can make an individual contract with any employee, whether they're part-time or
Full-time.
full-time.
correct.
Sure.
And that is what I am saying that we have done when we told him there is no
Health
ben-
insurance.
health
To me, a
benefits associated
contract
with
is a
this.
written document.
It's actually both.
Don't think we have that with either one.
What do you mean by either one, Cheryl?
The fire, she's
I
talking about
don't
the
know
fire
that we
chief.
have a written contract with our fire chief, and we don't, at least I haven't seen one with Andrew.
So Ardella, I think the clause that maybe you were referring to is in that manual on page, I'm trying to locate it, which indicates that the township board has the authority to individually negotiate with specific employees.
Mhm.
Is that
Yes,
the clause that you're referencing?
actually, that is the clause I'm referencing. The thing I read to you though is in the very first paragraph.
Oh, okay.
So, I think it.
I got what you said.
But, and the township, has done that in the past. We have offered stipends for medical where they buy their own. But we've had contracts with past employees. So,
So on section or in section, I should say, under employee benefits, again, it's policy number 4 of the personnel policy. among other things, the vacation schedule. Accrual schedule is there. 0 to 1 years, you get 5 days. So I trust that's from day one.
After 90 days.
After
Yeah,
90
after the
days.
90 days. Yep. So I think that
Is
Be-
that, does it distinguish between hourly and salary? I don't have it in front of me.
no. It
No, it
does.
doesn't.
And directly below, Whitewater Township reserves the right to negotiate individual benefits with any full-time employee at any time.
And
I mean, they state it everywhere. And I mean, it's several places.
you call into question the definition of full-time, which I don't think I've seen in any of our policies. And that would be a great addition to a policy, is the definition of full-time. Because I would have assumed that it was anything like over 32 hours or whatever the state goes by now.
35. Well, see, here, that's another interesting one. State has a rule. Corporations have a rule. And me, the private entrepreneur, can make up a rule. So it's anywhere, it has to be defined in your policy. Because it's sometimes 17.5 hours for part-time employees, sometimes it's 20. Some people work 4 10s, so that is different. Some people work 3 10s. Does that classify them as full-time or part-time? Some people have to work 22 hours to get their insurance, so I'd put it in a policy rather than pull something out of the air.
This policies and procedures administrative manual was wrote by Sandra Beck.
Who?
Sandra Beck,
When she was the clerk or the supervisor?
supervisor.
Okay.
And
Have you been
that
on the
comes
board
from-
that long?
No, but I
Okay.
do recall reading who wrote it, okay? And she was a very big one on setting up policies and procedures for this township. But that tells you how long ago this policies and procedures manual was created.
What do you think, 70s,
No.
80s?
So for a perfect example of how this is not up to date, there isn't an employer out there that's offering to pay 80% of your health insurance these days. Not unless it's like there's not,
Really?
people don't do it no more.
Oh, I can think of one that does.
Well, the
but-
federal government does. Okay. I know that because, well. And they don't pay that much either, Don and I pay in. About $400 a month
Yeah.
for
but
health
that-
insurance.
That might be for you. I mean,
Mm,
sometimes, and this is a point of discussion for sure. Whether or not it belongs here today, I
Yeah.
don't know. But
that's a lot. 80% is a lot. A lot of them are doing the health savings plans now. They put in, the employee puts in, and they do that. Just, I talked to my son, he works for Ferguson's, he pays a portion. I talked to my daughter, she works for
what
State
portion, for
Savings Bank,
example?
and they put in portions.
And
There-
I've
there's
heard
some-
anywhere
Yeah,
from
but what's the
20,
number?
40, 50, 20, 40, 50, 80%. All depends on what the
Right.
corporations want
And
to
it
do.
depends on what plans you're picking. But these are bigger corporations that have a lot more employees
And they've scaled it back.
and they've scaled back, but they also get cheaper rates than what we're gonna get because we're talking about 1 or 2 people. You're gonna pay more. So the township in the past elected to do stipends. We will give you X amount of dollars a month. You go out and buy your own. And that's a good alternative to trying to find policies.
A
For
lot
1
of
or 2
small
employees.
business do that. And a lot of small business do that unless they're gonna crack the nut and take it on their own responsibility. They'll just say, we'll give you $300 a month, go find your own insurance. Cause it's so expensive. The smaller the amount of people, the larger the cost.
Yep.
Even retirees, they've bumped it up.
And if you can, hitch your wagon, so to speak, to an organization. Like Chamber of
church
Commerce
or
type of thing, or
church.
church, where they've got a larger body, then your prices are reduced. But I don't think MTA does that. I
Nope.
mean, that would be a wonderful thing if they did that. Can you imagine all these townships leveraging the
Together,
ability to use
then
all
all
of
the-
this?
Could have insurance.
Yeah, to do insurance with an insurance company.
It's called MERS.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be MERS.
That's the program, MERS.
Isn't MERS mostly counties
Hmm.
and not small townships?
Yeah. Counties, really.
So
And
back to our packet, right? So the motion that I believe is on the table is to temporarily suspend the health insurance provision as outlined in Whitewater Township Policy, Personnel Policy Manual, last reviewed February 26, 2013. And so with discovering or talking about the exclusion where the township reserves the right to negotiate individual benefits, maybe this is no longer a motion that's needed.
I don't think it's a motion, it just, because it does say in there, we negotiate, right, Ardella?
Yep.
In the. Kind of like the MTA book, here it is, and then, oh, here it is.
So you want to suspend it so that we can take a look at it.
I think
Right.
Ron is saying, suggesting maybe we don't even have to suspend it, we just withdraw that motion and go to the second motion, and we all agree, this needs some
Redone.
immediate attention.
And
And in the meantime, negotiate.
Yes,
no, I think we already,
We
I
we
are-
already
think we already
negotiate,
did the
we already
negotiation.
do that.
What,
What,
we told
okay,
him we
do,
didn't offer benefits and he accepted
Yeah.
employment. That's a negotiation.
and the fire
he
chief, we
had-
negotiated, he said he didn't want health insurance, so you're smiling, where's the problem, Cheryl?
I'm not smiling. I'm concerned that what was represented to prospective employees is not what the policy says.
Well, the policy kind of says.
And I don't
two
think the
different
board
things.
or anyone on the board should be misrepresenting what their policy is. Whether they agreed with it or not, I think is beside the point. I think we misrepresented what our policy is. And I mean, even you said yourself, Della, that, you know, they weren't told, we're going to negotiate that with you. They were told, we don't have it, but the policy says we do. And I believe that was a misrepresentation so I don't believe any contract or agreement was negotiated because one side misrepresented
Well,
the
how
state of.
How do you,
figure that for the fire chief then?
exactly, and how did you
I'm
misrepresent?
agreeing that the fire chief, that we may have done the same thing with the fire chief.
And I think it was not that we purposely misrepresented ourselves.
Well, wait a minute, if
I don't know if that will hold up, would
If
hold
it's-
up on a challenge, but we can vote. I'm ready to
If
vote.
if it says. So you're telling me what you just read to me though says, we do, but we negotiate. So. Where's the problem? Because we say we negotiate.
Well, I think we'd have to, I mean, if.
I
we're-
mean,
if
don't
we're
get
in a
me wrong, I
statute-
see there's an issue here, but I think it's contradicting each other.
Well, I think what to cover our bases, we'd want to do an employment contract with him. Have him sign it. You know, this is what we're offering, write it out. And the fact that we do not cover, or we decide as a board to give a certain amount of money, a stipend for health insurance policy.
Has Andrew been given the personnel policy?
I just got it last week. What was the third when I was here?
So that brings up a whole new ball of wax.
You emailed me these.
No, I did. And I was asking whether Andrew has been given the personnel policy.
I still had to go around and do that with all the new hires.
So we actually have to have today's rules for employment. We actually have to have an offer to employ. And so that is a document that we're currently working on with legal. So Heidi, do you believe that the township reserves the right to negotiate individual benefits with any full-time employee?
Yes.
You weren't here during the interview,
No.
so I can't ask you that question. Ardella, do you believe we have the right to negotiate?
Yes, and I think we did when we said we did not
Okay.
have.
Cheryl, you obviously disagree. that
No,
negotiating.
from what Della read, we have the right to negotiate, but what was happening during all this time, why wasn't the negotiation and the contract signed before he started on May 1? The board voted to hire him on March 30th. And so the board had a full month to negotiate a contract. And I just think that should have been in place before he was hired, but
Well, this didn't.
That's my opinion.
This didn't come into play, as Don said, until about May 3rd, or what was the date? I don't want to put you on the spot, Don.
No, I have to
But-
just look at anything else. 'Cause she and I spoke.
But ignorance of our own policies is that's not a defense. Just my opinion.
So Don, on the question of, do you think we have in our policy the ability to negotiate, and do you think we negotiated?
I do. He accepted the terms of our offer at that time. So I think we did. We do when we did.
Okay, and so I'm gonna say that's a consensus of the board,
What's the consensus of the board then?
that we have the ability. Whitewater Township reserves the right to negotiate individual benefits with any full-time employee at any time. And that a negotiation did take place with the park manager.
And I will just simply say that I agree with the first part of your consensus, but you do not have 100% board consensus on the fact that you negotiated, because I don't see anything in writing. I don't see anything about other benefits that are available to him. For instance, this graded what do you call it? The vacation thing. So you do not have 100% consensus on the second half of your statement.
Okay, duly noted. So then the question is back to motion 1 to temporarily suspend the health insurance provision as outlined in the Whitewater Township Policy and Procedure Manual, last revised February 26, 2013. If we believe our consensus that we did negotiate and that we did not offer health insurance benefits to both the fire chief and, in this case, the park manager, I don't know that motion 1 is needed any longer.
Nope. I would think not.
It's your motion, if you want to withdraw it.
So I'm trying to talk through this, okay? But to Cheryl's point, how will we address future
We need
employees?
to update that manual.
Yeah, the manual needs to be updated.
There's
in that
more
part.
things in there than just
If
that.
there is,
If
and
there's some big ones.
Yep,
such as this. If we don't plan to, offer health insurance. Or if we plan on offering it, but on a contracted basis,
or a stipend
Stipend.
stipend,
like you mentioned,
then that needs to change.
which would be an argument to
For number
keep-
2, I get that.
No, to keep number 1, right? Because we're gonna temporarily suspend it because we're gonna consider different options, including stipend or whatever.
I
Well,
think
at
that's
least-
cover your butt more because you
Well,
get
at least it would give us a chance to get
to fix it.
motion 2. Look at it that way.
Is it possible to, since this whole thing is just a train wreck, is it possible just to freeze the entire manual?
Yeah, put a
and-
moratorium
and
on it.
just freeze the entire manual and get a review done and get something wrapped up in the next 90 days. And then be in a
Better
up-to-date position.
So let's roll play that on. I don't think it's covered in here. I just love the way this manual's laid out, but let's say that, let's say we have a death in the family and we need some time off. Is there a bereavement policy here?
It's on the next page.
Yeah.
Is it?
Jury duty, then funeral leave.
Okay, so we would also then suspend that. If we were to freeze the entire policy. What would happen if we had an employee that acted up and really needed to be terminated? We would have absolutely no guidance from this document if it was
Right,
frozen.
if you put it in suspense.
Point.
So
I can see that.
is a dull knife better than no knife?
I see your point. That was a very good illustration.
You still gotta be able to use the document.
Okay, let's just vote on this.
Okay, so I'm going to leave my motion 1 out there. Who made the second?
I did.
Please. Okay. Are you still willing to second?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a motion made and second. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
I'm not ready. Yes.
Goss, no, Valmuth,
Yes,
Bennett.
Yes.
And I'll make motion number 2, which is send the Whitewater Township Personnel Policy Manual last revised February 26, 2013 to legal for review.
Second.
Motion made and seconded for the discussion.
what's that gonna cost us to
Uh,
review that?
I'm more concerned about time frame.
I mean, it's 10 years. It's out of date. It is miserably out of
Well,
date.
that's the
It has to be
problem.
done.
I get the
I believe
review
that I had
card.
the floor. And so I will tell you that Helen is on an extended leave of absence. So Lizzie will not be presiding over this, and she
Well-
is the one that Rural used her before she even became with Fahey Schultz. She's very good at what she does. I don't know what Fahey Schultz has available to us, but we'll find out.
Well, they've got 9 or 10 attorneys down there, so I think they will find someone. She may be their premier labor and employment law attorney, but certainly they have other attorneys down there.
So to answer your question, Heidi, it's probably gonna cost thousands.
I get that, but at what point is it? Do we have it reviewed and then we gotta fix it? Or is it better to go and get a new one? Because it's common, most of the stuff in there is common, everybody uses the same thing. So at what point?
You saying like MTA has a sample one out there? Grab that most up to date sample one, compare it to ours, and then go from there.
Well, I didn't even mean to compare it to ours. I mean, if ours is so old,
But we have things in ours that are individual.
well, I get that too. I just thought of that. But I'm just saying, do we get something to put next to it? Because when you get your new one done, you're gonna send it to legal. So now we made a couple changes. We went through something 10 years old. When does it make sense not to go through the old and get something new? I'm just playing devil's advocate here, because they're still gonna go through the new one, but now they're going through the old one, making a new one and going through the new one. It's like a master plan.
Board, any thought? Oh, I'm sorry, Cheryl, I didn't see your hand.
This personnel policy is so far out of compliance with the law, it's not funny. And I would urge the board to get this reviewed, updated, revised, whatever you want to call it. You send it to them and let them, you know, they're going to redline this and they're going to add a whole bunch of stuff into this document. This document is massively out of compliance.
I mean, some of
with-
the terminology
with
used.
laws that have been passed in the last 10 years, and the board needs to get it addressed.
This thing could be a year old and it's still probably out of date.
That's why they tell you that you need to review it every year. Internally, and every 2 years, you have it reviewed by your legal counsel.
I read something in one of our MTA magazines where they talk about policies and procedures, administrative manuals, and it's amazing how many townships don't have them. That's
Oh,
right.
yeah.
So we have one that's massively out of date, but at least we have one.
And to that point, to support that discussion, I think supplying the old one to the attorney provides some tangible background, some place that we're coming from.
Well, there are things in here that is not employment related or procedural related that they're gonna need to see from us,
Mhm.
so.
And so my biggest question is, the document I'm referring to as February 26th, do we think that is the most up to date? I believe it's the one that Cheryl provided to Don for use at the park. It's as good as any, as far as
That
I'm
is
concerned.
the most up-to-date personnel policy. The changes that were made to that had to do, the only changes that were made to it after the 2012 board took office had to do with making sure that an employee that was leaving, it had to do with when Leslie Myers left. And a couple things that went on there. And that document has not been touched since February 26th of 2013.
So I'm good just to supply that. It provides a point of reference. And the attorneys, to Heidi's point, may say, you know what, just start over. Okay,
He
Okay.
might.
yeah, so,
You know, the only thing is you have to make sure that those procedures get back in the new one.
that'll be our job. So I think we already voted on that motion. I don't.
No, we have not.
Yeah, we got a motion out there, but we haven't voted on
Oh,
number
okay.
2 yet.
All right. My mistake. Roll call when ready.
Valmuth,
Yes.
Bennett, yes. Pop,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes.
And I'll get that out to them tomorrow. I'll send everybody a verification that it went out. And I think Chad Carson Carson is stepping in for Helen. He seems like a nice person. New business number 5, forms and agreement. And obviously, free camping weekend has already taken place, but the hold harmless agreement, Don had some questions on, I think. Oh, on the camping one? Yeah, they're similar, but I think, yeah, I didn't have so much, comments about the camping one. I had just used that one as a reference. To look at, the whole harmless was, we understand that's a specific event, and then there's things that we are relying on volunteers at a number of times throughout this camping season. And so the idea is do we have to go in and write a hold harmless for every day for everything and just massive amounts of paper versus creating a range, a date range, and a list of potential services or volunteer activities that they would be doing, and saying, okay, so in essence, you're signing this one, and it's giving you a blanket coverage so that if you're helping us on Friday, May 6th, May 5th, and you come back again on May 28th, and then come again on June 14th, and come again on July 5th, that we're just not having to rinse and repeat versus covering a broader date range with those activities. So it was just, the camping one was just one to show something a little more specific to a specific event, to something a little more general.
Could we take a break for just a moment? I'm either gonna have to leave or see if somebody can cover for me. Can we take a break for a moment? I don't have objection, because my husband doesn't know how to answer text messages right away.
What is he, all elbows?
Can you do that for me? I need to go pick Patty and the boys up and take them to Mill Creek School. $420. At Tracy's house. Yep, that's all you have to do. All right, thank you, bye. Oh, I must have just seen it.
Well, that's very nice.
The mail that I had labeled for Andrew. That's the mail.
Right? See that he gets it.
Do you have a place where he can come pick up the mail every day? Here?
Well, he does it so far, but he needs one, but I called him the other day and had a question for him and he didn't call me back, so. I said who I was and everything and.
Well, they've been kind of busy down there, Cheryl. And they've been kind of busy down there. I can attest to that. I was there.
It's the busiest day of the year checking in 55 campsites.
One day. They all 55 coming at the same time.
No, they didn't.
Never
No,
thought
they
that.
didn't. No, they didn't.
One time as being one day.
No. No, they were sporadically spaced. Maybe we had 5 or 6 at the same time once or twice. It moved.
Thanks for that good suggestion, Ardell. We're good to go?
Yeah.
And did I make motion 1 or did I just?
No one has made a motion yet.
Motion 1, send free camping weekend and the volunteer hold harmless agreements to legal for review.
A second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready, but,
What's your last sentence about? No motion pending.
well, this was really not my business topic. It was a concern that Don had brought forth.
Oh, okay.
And so I didn't know. So I just
It
write it
just
in.
followed along the lines of looking at
Yeah, thanks.
antiquity of documents. You know, I mean, like the pavilion, you know, we're talking about, you know, if there's alcohol, lessee must provide a minimum of $300,000 liability insurance and furnish the township with a copy of that liability. Does anybody know where that came from, how that number was decided? And
I don't know, that's a ridiculous amount.
my point being is I think.
That-
Low or high?
No, that would be the insured.
No, that's the minimum.
That's low.
Minimum limits on a homeowner's
Alcohol.
policy.
Yeah.
As soon as you say alcohol, it's big bucks. As soon as you ask an insurance company or to bond you.
See,
Big money.
this is where I think this is all crazy. If they stand inside this wooden building and drink a beer, they've got to have this liability. But if they stand on that dock as they're bringing that boat in on the trailer and drink a beer, we don't require nothing.
Well, cause here's the
Do you see what I'm
difference.
saying? This-
Yeah.
Well,
but
the
it's a
difference is that at a pavilion event, they're having it available for
And then
people.
people that don't rent the pavilion, that use it anyway, drink beer in it.
So
Uh-huh.
never thought of it that way.
It's just like a
Guilty
bar.
on
It's
the
just-
last
well,
charge.
It's just like a bar. You're insured, they'll insure you till you walk out with the alcohol, then it's a problem. If they don't have a permit for you to step out of the bar, it's a problem. They lose their liquor license.
I understand that
So-
it is protecting the township. I didn't
Yeah.
mean to get into this big, long discussion. I'm just saying it's ridiculous.
Roll call when ready.
Goss, no, Damian,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to send the pavilion lease agreement to legal for review.
Yes. A second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? The only thing I might add is, would you consider doing this as part of your liaison bridge?
Yeah,
These
I'll-
two
I'll take
items?
care of these 2 items.
Because you seem to have a better grasp of what you want to do.
Yep.
Okay.
Who in particular should I send them to?
Well, I think we start with Chris.
Okay.
And then he's gonna reassign us for sure.
Okay. Yeah, that would be fine.
What's the deposit they have to put down?
They gotta pay for the pavilion, it's $100.
or 75 at High Prairie and 100 at Whitewater Township.
And they lose 25 if they cancel 30 days or more in advance.
Yeah, there's a cancellation fee.
Are we?
I'm good.
Any other questions? Roll call when ready.
Bennett,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, no, Valmuth,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes. Business number 6. Consider rejecting Grand Traverse County ARPA funds for Lossy Road Nature Trail. The motion is motion not to accept Grand Traverse County ARPA funds for Lossy Road Nature Trail.
I'll second for discussion purposes.
Thank you.
and you said, which isn't exactly what was in the packet, not to accept Grand Traverse County ARPA funds for Lossy Road Nature Trail.
Right.
You probably need to specify.
And you seconded that, Don?
Yes.
I believe.
So this motion is not necessarily to return the funds. The motion is specifically designed around the paragraph above. And I'm asking the board, where are you at with it? We have a challenge to the trail itself, whether or not it is going to have potential ingress and egress uses, not just for one person any longer. It could be every property owner. We already know that that particular zoning district, which I believe is agricultural, you can site condo it. So I'm asking the board, what is your desire? We obviously heard from a lot of people here today that the trail is important to them. Are we going to protect it? Or are we going to just allow ingress and egress? And if we do it for one property owner, how do we not do it for the others? And then if we have a prescriptive easement claim, which we do, we can't limit. There is no limit
That's why. I brought it
to
up.
one house or one car, or, I mean, it just opens the floodgates. And so my concern is that by the time we get this decision hammered out, will we have another claim? Will we be beyond our deadlines? And we certainly have to have, because these are federal funds,
You need 3 bids.
we need 3 bids. We discovered that even during broadband, that we needed 3 bids. This is way beyond where PrAC has ever been. And it's who here has the time to help them with that? Do we hire somebody, use a portion of those funds to hire somebody? Okay, then let's get that going.
I don't know. Can you use funds
Use the fund.
if you put it in the grant that way? Yes, but was it put in the grant that way?
So,
The feds are sticky, so.
and rightfully so, and you just hit on a topic, like I asked Brandon this morning, Brandon Flynn. Are we paying somebody to design it? Then they can't bid on it, like the conservation folks, right? man, if we overstep there, they're gonna be out. And so I'm not opposed of paying somebody out of township funds to help Pratt get that along. But it's still going to depend on
Okay,
what-
for,
whether or not we have driveways.
we have heard from quite a few people that they want us to improve that trail. They want that trail maintained. Melissa read to us today,
We were all here.
right?
Yeah.
But she pointed out today that it was given to us by the county, it was turned over to us by the county to be used as a trail.
I know.
Okay, our main concern about the egress and ingress has to do with one property owner who has frontage on Skigmog Road. And I have not seen, and I've asked about it, why he cannot take his driveway off in Skigmog. Why must it be off in Losi?
Because that's what he showed on his land use permit that.
Well, that
That's what the Bob
does
gave us.
not matter. If
Years
he
ago.
has access off on Skigmog Point Road, then he doesn't need access across a trail that is non-motorized.
Cheryl?
These people put together this ARPA report with our blessings,
Yeah, I agree.
and they worked hard on it. They actually won this grant. What kind of message are we sending to our people that work hard on these grants? If we return the funds and say, well, by 2026, we can't do it,
But
and we're in 2023.
So I'm sorry to cut everybody off. So let's forget about the returning of the funds. But let's think about the actions that we need to take as a board to make this happen. Okay?
But
I
Ron, don't you believe-
specifically designed this to draw as much attention as I could to this fact. And we had 3 or 4 people in the audience. That was it. And one person on the, it's not about returning the funds. It's about either we get going or we don't.
Okay, but I don't.
I
I
have
don't appreciate using those kind of tactics to draw attention to action item that needs to get moving on. We can do that without doing this type of thing. Because it does upset people when they say, it upset me when I saw it, quite honestly. There's other ways to bring around the attention that we have things that we need to discuss to move this forward. And that's what you're trying to do right here in this meeting, is
Yep.
to bring it up and to talk about it. So in the future, just do that instead. I'd
Sure.
appreciate it.
So several things. The delay around the PrAC doing anything about this project at all was created by the township board in February. I believe it was actually on February 17th of 2022, when the park and recreation funds were discussed, that I had budgets that I had prepared and brought to the board last year in 2022. And where they wanted $25,000 to put towards getting going on the work on the Lossy Road Trail. And the board decided to take that money out of the rec fund and put that particular project, postpone that project for a year, along with another project that was, that I don't remember, it doesn't matter what it was. But anyways, $40,000 was taken out of the capital improvement budget of the Parks and Rec Committee in February of 2023. And they were told, you're not going to work on that right now for the next year. Then the board, I believe it was in December, approved, Melissa came to the board and asked for permission to, no, it was even before that. They went for the county ARPA funds. I'm thinking of the Spark grants, but they went for the county ARPA funds with the board's blessing, specifically to address wetlands mitigation on the Lossy Road Nature Trail. There's no wetlands on the east end of the trail that goes from Skegamog Point Road down to where the creek is. And certainly, we're never going to upgrade that bridge to the point that a car or a truck can go across it. It's meant to be a footbridge. So they want.
Gonna be
this is-
handicap
excuse me,
accessible or
Heidi,
no?
please don't interrupt. It's extremely rude to interrupt. You make people lose their train of thought. Please stop doing that at any meeting. So anyways, there are no wetlands on the east end of the trail where we have one challenge to the use of the trail by one particular property owner. That's what we have so far, a formal challenge. Our attorney's office is supposed to be dealing with that. And we don't know what the outcome of that is going to be, but whatever the outcome of that is, doesn't affect the west end of the trail where these wetlands are. I agree with Della that 2 members of the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee spent many hours putting this grant request together. Actually, I believe they had 2 of them. And this particular grant request was the highest scoring grant request out of those that were submitted from Whitewater Township. Why was it the highest one? I don't know. They had a consulting firm that scored all the grants, and then they have the Board of Commissioners who decided who was going to get the grants. So the township was awarded $95,917. They have already, Melissa has already met, I think it mentions it in their minutes, one of their minutes, that she's already had the pre-application meeting. And I believe the next step is to get an engineer involved. We have the funds, and in the budget process, which we aren't that far out from, $130,000 was allocated to this wetlands mitigation, of which the greatest share of it is the $95,917 from the county ARPA funds that is specifically must be used on this project. And so to me, I can't imagine why the legal challenge doesn't have anything to do with this end of the trail. That's a red herring that doesn't even need to be discussed. The Parks and Rec Committee can move forward in a stepwise fashion to get, obviously with getting authorization to spend money from the board, but they can get an engineer in there, an engineer along with Eagle. Eagle has already said there has to be a permit. Of course, we pretty much assumed that. So there has to be a permit. So the DNR is going to be involved, and they're going to say, what has to be done. I'm sure they're going to try to do it in the most cost-effective manner possible. And I don't see any reason that we should waste all of the effort that the Parks and Rec Committee put in on this grant request, which was substantial, and now turn around and not accept these funds. We just got a form from Nate Alger that has to be filled out. I haven't even had time to look at it yet. That has to be filled out and sent back to get, the process of disbursement of these funds underway. And I believe I sent it to Don and the Parks and Rec Committee. And this is just ludicrous that we would not accept these almost $100,000. The township, when does $100,000 fall out of the sky around here? It doesn't very often. And we have some talented people who were able to convince, the county that this project was worthy of some of their ARPA funds. It's not just going to be our township residents who are going to use this trail. More and more people are coming to Whitewater Township all the time. They want to know where things are at, recreational opportunities. That's one of the things that draws people here. So I am gonna be voting no on not accepting these ARPA funds for Lossy Road Nature Trail. That is exactly what they have to be used on.
Lot said around the table. I've listened closely to everyone here, and there are bits and pieces of what everyone said that I agree with and I disagree with slightly. My take on this is that I do believe that the motion to not accept is premature. And I will say that I have reservations with the potential lawsuit. Not so much that one is in itself potential destroyer to this area, but the fact that it could have a ripple effect because there are a number of adjacent properties. And so depending on the outcome of that one, what happens, do more dominoes do more dominoes start to fall? It's going to take time to litigate any matter that's brought forth. I'm not saying that we have to wait to the end of that, but I'm saying I think we need more information as to where directionally that might go and what might happen in terms of, is this a sole suit, or ends up being a sole suit, or is there more to it? I think there's some other issues that have to be handled in tandem with this before a final project and a spend of $130,000 or whatever it is takes place. I think there's more of a motorized vehicle issue out there than I think we realize. I'm hearing it anecdotally from a number of people that walk that trail. And I know that there's some that would like to have it coexist. That's not what I'm here to discuss. All I'm saying is that I think that we don't do code enforcement on this. We don't have code enforcement for this. I think that we have parking and access to the trailheads that's an issue yet to be addressed, and maybe that gets fixed in this whole project as well. And I think there's, albeit property owner, maybe well within his rights to have a gun range, but without a code enforcement, is there any violation of being that close to the public and walking? So I'm just saying he's entitled to have it. It's just, is there a safety buffer? I think there's some situations here that I think all have to be worked forward in tandem. To your point, Cheryl, I think that the PrAC is done the pre-Eagle. They were meeting or getting an engineer scheduled to look at it and try to get some idea of what a scope of work would look like and try to get some drawings done and working that thing forward. I think they should continue to work that in tandem because we don't know what that's going to look like. I know there were some things with the Eagle pre-walk and that came back that initially may add additional costs. So I don't know where that's all going to go. I think when I look at the potential, the legal issue, the motorized, and the parking's is an issue on both sides. I think those are things that have to be worked forward. And as long as those are getting addressed, I think we should work those. But I think today it's just premature to say that we should be giving them back. Because depending on where that lawsuit or potential lawsuit goes, we could be investing an awful lot of money into this area that may end up going in a different direction. And so I'm not advocating that we give the funds back, but I'm just saying that we have time, albeit not, it never seemed like you have enough, but the project has to be designed and put forth by the end of 2024. and completed by the end of 2026. And I'm certainly not advocating that you wait to those deadlines, but I think we ought to keep this whole thing to the forefront and keep an attention on it. Because it's going to have some twists and turns in terms of actually what do we end up doing? Are we building out some really nice trails that will attract more motorized vehicles in there? And how do we handle that? So this is, I understand the passion and the value to the community, but there are some complexities in here that I think have to be addressed as we move forward, and those will unravel. So I just think we're premature with this type of motion.
So I'm sorry, Heidi, go ahead.
I'm gonna be the bad guy here, and it's okay, because I already got chewed well from the people all week on this, because two things. I will still remember the gentleman that stood up here with a rolled up map and said, more people drive on this trail than walk. Okay, that was several years ago. And we never have addressed, are there more wheels than feet in that portion of the trail? I look at it this way. I bought the information of the shared trail, and I bought that for one reason, because the trail is technically everyone in the township's enjoyment, and whether someone chooses to walk or ride is their prerogative. But what I will tell you is Michigan is supposed to be ORV, UTV friendly. And from everything I read, not in the last 2 years, but before that, that's the direction we were supposed to go. There's ORV clubs, there's snowmobile clubs, they're maintaining the trails, they're getting money from the DNR, the bicyclists are doing the same. I'm sure the horse people are on it too, because there are shared trails in Michigan, and sometimes we're all on the same trail, and that's when respect comes into play. The disrespect comes into play for people that don't want to read or follow the rules at the beginning of trails. When you don't follow rules on the trails, the DNR is out there for you. Whether you think the DNR will ever go on Lossy Trail, don't kid yourself. I think we need to move forward, let them do their grant. Most of it, from what I can read of the grant, isn't on parts where people use vehicles. So because of the issues that haven't been answered on the east end of the trail are being addressed legally and at a standstill right now, because we don't know where that's going, I think we need to address this trail in two parts, because parking is a problem on the east side. And when this whole thing came to the board, I was out there in the audience, and there was another parking lot somewhere that got filled in. I'm still trying to find that parking lot. So we need to look at this as this trail is two different entities, I think. One we have a problem with, the other we need to keep going. If you split it in half, Cheryl even said the same thing. More of the grant is for the west side than for the east side. Those are my comments.
So just to recap a little bit, if I'm a property owner on the west side and I'm watching what's happening on the east side, you don't think I'm going to ask for the same?
We have
Just
not
say it.
heard, I'm just saying,
It's
okay.
a rhetorical question.
Okay, I'm
Rhetorical
just saying though,
question.
we haven't heard nobody from the west side, so maybe the west side
Rhetorical
got it
question.
here.
Rhetorical
I
question.
think more importantly, when it was deeded over from the county, it was deeded over as a non-motorized.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure if that's in the deed.
Right.
I'm
I-
gonna,
I'm
I
gonna tell
don't
you,
know
it
that
says different.
that is not true.
It was relinquished to be used. It was relinquished to the township. The road commission did not, the road commission did not say that it had to be a non-motorized trail.
Nope.
It was just relinquished to the township.
I'm getting to the point on Losi Trail where I'm gonna say we abandoned it and quit trying to do anything good for this trail. Because every single time we talk about it being non-motorized, somebody's gotta correct me. It has traditionally been non-motorized. We have signs saying non-motorized.
There's
If you want four-wheelers racing around the corner as you're walking your dog or your little child, and now you've got to jump out of the way, well, okay. But I'm telling you right now, there's plenty of trails in Grand Traverse County that are non-motorized. And the DNR are out there and they will ticket you. I know that.
I haven't had a chance to comment
Okay.
yet, Cheryl, but go ahead.
Well, okay, I just have one more comment, and that is I'm going to totally destroy this bogus information that Mike Jacobson is starting a shooting range near his property or anywhere along the trail. Mike Jacobson, I had a conversation with him yesterday and talked to him directly about that. And Mike Jacobson, from time to time, exercises his Second Amendment rights to discharge a firearm on or near his property. And that does not rise to the level of constructing constructing or operating a shooting range. And I would just remind the board that the entire Battle Creek natural area and the entire Tobacco natural area are able to be hunted. And people hunt out there for various things that are, various animals have various seasons, and people hunt out there for different reasons. So if anyone thinks that they aren't going to encounter somebody with a gun out in the Battle Creek natural area, they are sadly mistaken, because part of the state's requirement when you get money under the Michigan Natural Resources Trust Fund, the property must be open to hunting. And that is the reason, so I've been told, that Bill Kettlewell did not add one of his parcels to the Battle Creek natural area acquisition, is that he did not want it hunted, that portion of the property, and that is not consistent with what the state requires. The state recognizes people's right to hunt, people's right to fish, and all that. And Mike Jacobson is not starting a shooting range on the east end of the trail. That is completely bogus information that has been put out there to try to inflame the public and get them all worried that, oh my God, if I walk down Lossy Road Nature Trail, somebody might shoot at me. It's complete bogus information. And that type of information should not be being put out to anyone in the public, because it just flat out is not true.
Well, somebody has supplied a picture. I thought I could immediately find it of it. And so I guess you would also then call the Conservation District liars, who said while they were out there cleaning up Lossy Road Trail that there was gunfire. And as you stated, we can fire a gun. We can do
That's
that.
right.
Doesn't even have to be our land.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
But there are rules about shooting across roads. And there are, I assume, rules about shooting across the trails. Documented trails. Okay. If we're out walking, foraging in the woods, I understand. That's why we wear hunter orange during those seasons. Okay, and anyone I know, surveyors, people who work in the woods, they don't go out November 15th.
Mike is a hunter.
Well, that's just it.
I have a feeling, he's sighting in his gun.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a commercial gun range where he invites people over to shoot guns. He does not have.
I live in a subdivision and I hear gunfire every once in a while. People hunt. There's orchards all around me. People hunt,
I have
it's
one next
not
to my
illegal.
house.
So if we look at it,
hard.
that everyone
So,
hunts,
I
then how
would-
come
I
we
would like
can't
an
look at it as
opportunity
a
to
shared
comment
trail?
here.
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. Go ahead. Ben.
So, I would like to see the board to get an RFP for an engineer, fund it without ARPA money, because we may not be able to get 3 qualified bids in this short length of time. But once we have then a design, we can then advertise
Or the
to
bids.
multiple contractors what we want to build and where we want to build it. You turned simultaneous action of handled in tandem was your term. The motorized vehicle and the enforcement of parking and so on and so forth. So why can't we as a board could decide to spend some money, pick a number, 10, 20, 30,000, don't care. Get a firm, Gosling Zubeck, F&B, C2AE, don't care. Have them design the trail. And get it out for bid, just like we did with the boat ramp.
That is what the PrAC is doing. They're soliciting a bid. I think it might have been Zubeck. The Zubeck one that Melissa was interacting with, for them to come out and take a look, to give them a cost estimate for a scope of work to do that. And so,
But we can't use ARPA funds there.
well, no, because she is pulling together the cost estimate and the scope of work. So here's what my takeaway from the last meeting: they're getting a cost estimate and a scope of work for what the engineering firm will charge to go out and do this survey and do this work. She would be giving those back to me to bring back to the board for funding. And that's where we deal. And then looking at that scope of work and those expenses, if it's funded, then they would then take it to the next step and start the design and some of the specifications, and start looking at what would have to be done in order to accomplish that end goal. And
So you as a board member, are you willing to, I'm gonna use the word risk, that design money in case of legal complaints that don't protect the trail?
are you asking personally?
Yeah.
I see no harm in that seed money.
Okay. Ardella, what do you think?
I feel the same as Don.
Okay, Heidi?
You can always cut the trail in half and then you won't have a problem.
How do you feel?
No,
about
no,
that?
you won't.
I feel,
Because
I'm good.
If I'm a west side property owner, I'm waiting to see what the east side happens.
Yeah, I haven't yet to see anybody come there. I'm good with how Don explained it. I'm
Cheryl?
Good.
Your thoughts?
I think the Parks and Rec Committee needs to continue down the path that they're going. And whether ARPA funds are used or not, I don't think it matters. Don't laugh, please. That's very
Well,
condescending.
Then
Okay.
why don't you educate yourself on ARPA funding?
Well, why
don't you do that?
Listen to what I'm saying before you make your condescending facial expressions and everything
Like
else
you
that
did
you
with
do to
shooting.
everybody on the board. So, the project to mitigate the wetlands on this section of the west end of the Lossy Road Trail. That project is going to require engineering services. And so if you want to get 3 estimates for engineering services, I mean, that's fine. It doesn't matter if, as long as it is a cost associated with the goal and what the funds were awarded for, ARPA funds can be expended. The township has other funds. So if you want to say, okay, this isn't ARPA funds, then fine. But I do, you know, the Parks and Rec Committee has had this project on their plate for years and they would like to continue with it. And I think they should be allowed to.
I think this is a wonderful opportunity for the township board and the Parks and Rec, another committee, to work collaboratively together to make this project realized in its full. And I think we have that opportunity. We just hired a new park administrator manager. Maybe he could be brought in on this project. Maybe Don, you could bring him into a meeting and get him caught up to date on what they're doing, and maybe he can be a part of the oversight. If you're not willing to do it, because I understand you have a lot on your plate. Call for a vote? Or do you want to?
We have a motion on the table
That's
because
what
we
I'm
had to
saying.
have a motion to discuss. Are you gonna pull it off the table?
Well, we're still in discussion, and so what I have right now is that Glenn, Bennick, and Ballmuth top support an engineering study for work scope, kind of like what Cheryl said, as well, kind of what you told us, as they're proceeding along. So that's the next step. Even though the money's going to be at risk. And the only reason I'm recommending we don't use ARPA funds is because we don't really have the time to get 3 bids for engineering and then 3 bids for construction.
I thought it was because if we use that, then the engineering company couldn't also bid.
If we pay the engineering firm, or if we pay the fire truck company out of our personal funds to generate the specs, then they can bid
They
the
can
project.
I got that. I understand that. That's what I thought you were saying
Yep.
about this engineering company. Then they couldn't bid on being the engineer for it.
Right,
I thought that was your main reason why don't use ARPA money for the engineering.
it is, yep. Yep,
Well, that's
precisely
another
right.
reason too, because if you don't use ARPA funds, you're not really stuck to the grant. Therefore, you could only do one engineering bid if that's all you could get.
And I think time frame dictates just one. We'll be lucky in the
You're gonna
time
be
frame.
lucky to get just one. Even get it back.
Well, in the time frame, we'll be lucky to get the engineering done, and we'll be lucky to get the project done by 2026.
Oh,
So I believe the motion out there is to not accept the Grand Traverse County ARPA funding.
That's the
Is that
motion.
correct?
Yep.
yeah.
Okay. Roll call when ready.
That's the motion.
Uh,
for vote now.
No.
Goss, no. Valmuth,
No.
Bennick, no. Glenn,
No. Motion fails.
no. Motion carried. The motion is not to accept Grand Traverse ARPA funds, and we all voted no. Motion not to
we-
accept.
No, we voted no to not give
On the
them back
motion.
on the motion.
We voted no on the motion.
Exactly. And the motion was not to accept. So
we
in other
voted
words,
yes,
we
we
will
will-
accept. Correct?
I thought we were voting on not to give them back, but
That's what we,
that's why I was gonna
I
have. you
think the
reread
motion was
which
repeated.
started-
Ron just repeated the motion right before we voted on it.
Voted the same way, Cheryl.
If the motion said motion to give back, we all said no.
That's not what the motion says.
Not to accept is to give back.
Motion not to accept. Motion to not accept. If you were agreeing to not accept, you would vote yes.
That's not what I thought you said, Ron.
If we agree to not keep the money, we vote yes.
Motion by
So,
Pop not to accept.
I'll make a motion to reconsider new business item number 6. Returning county ARPA funds.
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, good. So now there's a motion and a second. So let's clear up the motion.
Just read the whole thing like it was,
Let's
then we
clear up the
voted right.
motion. Really,
How about motion to accept?
no motion needs to be made at this point.
That's right.
It's a null fact. The only reason we carried through with the vote is because the motion was out there. So we could have rescinded the motion,
Yes, we could have.
right?
Yep.
So now using, you are the resident expert on Robert's rules.
Uh-oh, okay.
Do we make another motion? Or do
Well,
we,
first of all,
how do we correct the last vote?
we'd have to make another motion, but that's why I was gonna have Cheryl read the motion, because I thought you did the motion just how this was on the sheet.
The motion was written in the negative,
Not to accept.
not to accept. So when you vote no
Then we have to.
on
revote.
that motion, you are saying
You didn't accept.
you don't want to not accept.
Clearly, that's not what we meant.
Yeah, and I don't think
Well,
that's,
that's why he puts another motion.
and I don't think that's really what the motion says. The
Okay.
motion says not to accept. Do you want to not accept?
We said no.
Correct. And so I believe that allows the money to flow through. And
I
so,
agree. The motion
I
and the
would think.
vote allows the money to flow to the township.
We have a negatively worded statement and affirmation is a negative vote.
the negatives make positive.
Yeah, right, but no, not in this context. So now we have to remove our motions because you don't need them.
How about we just make a corrective motion? I don't know if there is such a thing.
Maybe we should just. Do you want to just make a new motion so that that one's now off the table and we all do it the right way?
Well, I don't know what this form says, what this acceptance form says, so I'm not gonna make a motion to accept until I see that form.
Right?
So
I would say we haven't really done anything.
is that a form you can supply to the board?
Sure.
You just read the motion and answer yes in your mind.
It doesn't.
We have to answer.
If
yes
the
on
motion
two.
says not to accept and you vote yes on the motion, you're voting not to accept.
We all voted no.
So we're fine.
We should be fine.
We move on.
It's 5 o'clock, people.
I would like to.
Cheryl's
we
the one
done
that
with
had the
this?
question here. I'm just trying to,
I know, are we ready to move on?
No, I understood what the import of the vote was. You disagreed with what I said was the result of the vote.
The motion failed.
The motion was not to accept
And it failed,
the funds.
and it failed.
And a yes vote on a not to accept motion would be in
I don't care. I
agreement.
don't care anymore. Can we move on? I know that's rude of me, but we are at 5 o'clock.
I get it, yeah. This meeting's
And
gone
I would
on
like
for
to
8
suggest that we
hours.
take number 7, new business, and bring it back next time and do some of these that have money attached to them so that we can get the business done. If, I don't know if anybody else feels the same way or not. I don't want to be here at 7 o'clock tonight.
I don't want to be
No,
here
I
at 6
can't.
o'clock.
What was your suggestion, Donna, to take new business number 7?
Just put it on next month. And then go to new business number 8 about the audit, because that has to be decided tonight. And we've got a reimbursement thing that needs to be talked about tonight, and you have crack asking for money tonight. So, I mean, there's money things down. Maybe what we could do in the future is put all the money things first and then do all the other stuff after. It's just,
Let's just move them all.
I think we need to get some of these done.
We
Yeah,
need to make
probably
a
ought to-
decision on the audit
Probably ought to get
because
the
so we
audit
can
done.
get that scheduled.
Yeah, so let's move number 7. If that's good with the board.
I'm good with that.
Move to June. What are we moving it to?
I don't know. I've already got, I think, 11 business items for June. So I don't know that I can work it into June, quite frankly.
Okay, so move to a different meeting. I'm fine with that.
Future meeting.
Move to a future meeting.
So that brings us to new business number 8. Annual audit, and apparently this is a quote from Tobin.
Opening company.
Okay, they were our previous auditors.
Yeah. And their bid is 6,500. And I did give each and every one of you the sample of what we've used in the past. When we went out for bids. I did not change the dates on them.
You didn't change a lot of things.
I didn't know. I didn't. This is what we used in the past. But I did look on MTA to see what they had as samples of them, and this is pretty much boilerplate. The categories, pretty much boilerplate.
Stella, if I could just point out that on the Tobin proposal, it's a total of 7,000 because there's a 6,500, then there's out of pocket of 200, not to exceed 200. And then there's preparation of the F-65,
Which is 300.
for 300. So that would be a total of 7. If that was approved.
Thank you. I missed that.
This is
So
a-
are we gonna
a lot of-
bypass doing an RFP then this year, but
This is a lot of information. Can we schedule a special meeting to read through this?
are you talking about the RFP?
No, I'm talking about the Tobin quote.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing.
Same
Yeah,
letter
it's-
they have sent
Our
every year.
Potter, Bishop, they all do the same thing, but yeah, if you want to do that.
I mean, is there honestly, I mean, I feel like that when we've got 2 quotes and one of them is twice as much as the other quote, why would we vote to spend twice as much money on the audit as, you know, that just seems ridiculous that we would spend $14,000 on an audit for a township of this size. And I've already in prior meetings mentioned a few things that I wasn't impressed with the Baird audit, and I won't restate those, but I just can't in good conscience as a steward of the taxpayers' money vote to spend $14,000 when there's a competent auditing firm out there that will do it for $7,000. Remember the size of this township.
And my point is that if we were purchasing a load of sand or an audit, doesn't really matter. If there's that much difference, wouldn't you want to be educated on why there's that much difference? Clearly, I think Baird just doesn't want to come back.
Well,
That's my first thought.
that's
And it could
probably
be they have
true.
more overhead, so they do have to charge more.
Yeah, I don't know.
They're a bigger
It is a
firm.
bigger firm. They brought 4 people.
Well,
And
I
So-
wouldn't necessarily say they brought 4 people because the one young man didn't know what he was doing.
well, I wasn't gonna go there, but there were 4 people here.
Sure, the first day.
So it's up to the board. I mean, what do you want to do? You want to take a few minutes to read through these pages? You want to bring it back next month, which I think is going to be pretty late.
I would urge the board to not bring it back next month because once an auditing company is chosen, then Della and I have to both look at our schedules. She's got taxes coming up. Thankfully, I don't have an election and we need to, it is May 9th and we need to get the audit scheduled. And not in September.
In a normal situation, I would want to compare them side by side just because it's a big difference. But
Heidi, what's your thought?
Aren't we supposed to get 3 bids? Whatever.
It didn't last.
Yep. So because we're rushing, we always have to rush. You guys need to learn how to do all this stuff like January, February.
I'm getting angry. Tobin.
No, I think
Tobin sent this proposal, showed up in my mail, totally unsolicited. I did not ask them for this. Last I knew, we were putting an RFP together, but the time is waning. And the F-65 has to be done by September 30th. No auditor likes to be working on that at the end of September.
So
I
Donna, what
certainly
is your
don't
thought?
want to be.
I think we should have a special meeting and bring more to the table, but
Quite honest, you asking me?
Mhm.
Okay. I had experience with both of them and both of them asked the same questions. They asked for the same materials. They pretty much checked the same stuff. With Tobin and Company, when we had the WMDLS, they had to audit that in Miami Beach. They audited those accounts every year and there were special reports that had to happen and they were very thorough about it. They would catch me if I was off on anything. So I'm comfortable with Tobin and Company because I think they do a thorough job. Of course, I've experienced the other, and I was not impressed with the young man that they brought with him, but maybe he was just an intern or something, getting his feet wet. He didn't comprehend who he was supposed to ask for what type of documents, even though I did instruct him 3 times. But they asked basically for the same materials. They look at the same stuff. If we were to compare this side by side with Baird, Cotter, and Bishops, I have a feeling we're gonna find out it's the same thing. They all use about the same type of document. They look at the same things to write their reports. So I'm comfortable with spending less money to get the same information, the same level of service. And if you want to do the RFP after we get through this audit, like maybe we, I don't know, started in October or something, going out for quotes with other auditing firms. Great, but Cheryl's right, we are on a timeline. We have, and, mix it in with my taxes, it gets even rougher. So I would like to go with Tobin. And I have a motion whenever anybody's ready to hear it.
Well, let's hear it.
Well, I'm going to make a motion to authorize the supervisor or clerk to sign the Tobin and Company scope of work letter dated 4/26/2023 to conduct the 2022-2023 fiscal year end financial audit for Whitewater Township for a total cost of $7,000.
And I will second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Why the big difference in cost?
I don't know, I just explained, they asked for the exact same material.
I know, but this is who you were using, this is who you use. Now this guy wants twice as much as this guy. Why? And there's no answer as to why.
This is a smaller firm.
I do realize
No,
that.
okay.
I know they're sending more CPAs. Whatever you guys want to do.
Any final thoughts?
Not happy with either one of them now, but go on.
Roll call when ready.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Valmuth,
Yes.
And the motion was to have the supervisor or the clerk.
or the clerk. And I will take care of signing this letter and emailing it to Tobin.
And that is the engagement letter.
Well, I called it the scope of work letter, but it's an engagement letter.
And I should just probably let Baird know that we won't be using them,
That's a good idea.
so they know how to schedule. Heidi, why don't you take this RFP? And I've had another firm reach out to us from Cadillac or from Gaylord that does this
Okay.
kind of work. I can get you their name and address, I believe, and you can start working on assembling a list for next year's audit. Would you take that on?
Sure, why not?
I can think of a lot of reasons.
To not do it?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, last time I did it, somebody else did my work too, so if I'm the only one doing it, fine. I don't want to show up and find out that somebody else did it too. You can move the packet stuff till
New
next
business
month
10.
if you want, new business 10 if you want. Cause this is insane.
Okay, so. Are we on 9 yet?
That's not a money
We,
thing.
we are, yeah,
Okay.
but we can move that too.
That's not a money
Motion
thing.
approving 2023 Board of Review meal expense submitted by supervisor in the amount of 85.68.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion. Roll call when ready.
And I still say that we don't. Dawn is chiefly an independent contractor for the township. And we certainly don't pay for Bob's lunches or our cleaning person's lunches. Apparently, we're gonna have an independent contractor agreement with this Randy Kitzmiller. I don't think we're gonna be paying for his lunches. And so I don't think board members should be doing that for independent contractors and then expecting to be reimbursed for it.
Wasn't this like a big committee of people that were eating? No, okay.
No. Motion made and seconded. Further discussion. Any further discussion, I should ask? Roll call when ready.
Maddox,
Yes.
Valmuth,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, no.
Yeah, it would just be rude.
So should, I guess we bring this policy back? Is that something the board wants to review? Or, I mean, she does have an employment agreement. It's always been done, but it doesn't mean it has to continue. So what is the board direction moving forward?
Okay, can I ask one question here though? But her lunch was not 49.
No.
Her lunch was like 11 or $5. I
Yeah.
don't really care who ate what. But this was a meeting you all had together,
Oh, yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
It's an all-day meeting. Like
That
these
that
are.
would just be ignorant.
Maybe we should call caterers for this meeting.
Maybe we should, because we missed lunch. Now I'm gonna miss dinner.
You'll need to resubmit that. We don't have those documents anymore, so. We need original documents.
I'll have to charge extra for that.
I'm pretty sure we don't have them. I believe I returned them to you.
So Heidi, did you want to move the packet
Yes.
deadline?
Yes. Move it.
I can't guarantee June, but you want to try June?
Go for June. Maybe I'll just come back with something even stupid and simpler, so it takes 5 seconds.
Track funding, new business number 11.
Yeah, now.
So they're looking for money to finish those 18 trees off.
Yeah, I'll make a motion on that. Motion to approve the PrAC request for funds not to exceed 1,000.
Hold on just a minute. This isn't in the packet, is it?
No.
No,
No,
Okay, so if you could read it somewhat slowly. Motion by Glenn to approve PrAC request for funds.
not to exceed $1,655. As shown on the cost estimate. Dated April 24th, 2023. From the Grand Traverse Conservation District. For the project entitled Battle Creek Trail Clearing 2023.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? The only comment I have to say is that, I believe we paid for this once already. And I think that we as a board need to determine that. I don't think we've set the time aside to do it. We've got other pressing issues, quite frankly. So I'm going to be voting no on this particular item.
And because,
Well, I would like to verify what we did wrong as a board that
we
allowed this
missed-
to happen.
that we missed 18 trees,
Well, not only that, but
the checks and balances, I get it.
well, the map that was created by the arborist. Why didn't it include this section? I don't
Well,
know.
Maybe it just accidentally got missed, Ron. We need to get it done. It's $1,600. I get that. But it gets one more thing off the list of things to do down there.
Yeah, and so by approving this, we haven't had the arborist look at the trees. So that has been important to the board before. More disease related than anything. But clearly, even if we have the arborist look at them, the map he or she creates might not be totally accurate.
So the arborist didn't look at these trees?
Steve Argent was out at the, it's my understanding, he walked this part of the trail. And because the Prackett initially thought the number was 30 trees just on their layman's count. So Steve Largent came out and walked it and refined it and said, you know, there's, it's my understanding there's a couple that are already just down, but there's also some that are, and so, you know, I guess the fact that it's my understanding Steve Largent walked it and I think he kind of knows his beans, so.
Yeah, he does know his beans.
Well, to back up, you know, there was the original number of trees, listing of trees, and map of trees that was prepared by Matt Harrow from Partial Tree Service. And, but these trees, the board, didn't notice weren't on the map. And, what I've been told by Melissa Melton, relayed to me by Melissa Melton a couple different times now, is that Ron Pop told Matt Harrow not to worry about these two sections. That's what I've been told. So you can refute that if you want, but that is what Melissa has been told by Matt Harrow. So can I call for a vote?
Call for a vote.
Yeah.
Go. Go before we hear about more. That was uncalled for.
Well, you
I
can
also-
poo it until you've talked to Matt Harrow, Heidi.
I also,
Talk to that gentleman, believe it or not.
I'm also the one that brought the 3 trees that were in controversy. 3 trees. So.
Just vote. I'll vote.
Are we voting?
Yeah, roll call when ready.
Pop,
No.
Bennett,
Yes.
Valmute,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Glenn,
No, based on that last comment you made.
motion carried.
So is there going to be?
Well, with the insurance and then 13 is the financial one, so that was the added one.
Yeah, so my question was going to be who is going to handle that with Steve?
I'll handle that.
Who's
Pratt,
that?
I'll handle that.
With Pratt?
Yeah, I'll handle that with Pratt.
And do you know what 13 trees are
18 trees.
18 trees?
please tell me they're marked on a sheet and we have a quote and everything looks pretty.
Sure, that's what it looks like.
Good, I'll be at the next PrAC meeting. I want to see a copy.
Why don't you just walk out there and see how they're marked?
I might do that too. I might be standing behind everybody in these projects.
So there's really nothing to do on new business 12.
Well, it was really just more of a notification to the board, right? And I think we kind of discussed this during our
Yep.
boat ramp expansion thing, that we don't have long-term pollution experience or coverage. And, you know, we did operate a dump.
All right,
So the board's aware. Does the board wish me to take any action?
not at this time.
Nope, not at this time. Okay, and let's see. Salary wage schedule.
So are we looking at changing what we've done in the past, which I'm all for, by the way, to include wages for the PrAC board rep? Is that what we're really
Well,
discussing here today?
yeah, we had the conversation during budget time was that Heidi as the PC would be paid her trustee rate, and then we added the PrAC in this case. And I do remember, and I appreciate your support on that, because I think genesis of it was you, and then
I was
we
surprised.
talked
we
about
had a
that in an
problem.
earlier meeting, and then we made some budget adjustments. And so, but there seems to be some recollection difference.
There was no consensus reached as to what, because of course Heidi has been paid all along as the township board rep to the planning commission, has been paid all along what the other members of the planning commission get. And so has, of course, the township board rep to the ZBA, which we currently don't have, but that person has been paid all along. And the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee, or the township board rep to the Parks and Advisory Committee, has never been paid anything, because the difference being they did not have a vote on the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee. At the budget meetings, the way I remember this discussion was that it was tossed around whether there was a request that these board reps get paid their township board per diem to attend these meetings, which has never been done, at least as long as I've been here, and not on any salary wage schedule that I ever saw before I got here. So there never was a consensus of the board or a motion that that would change. It was discussed. I will grant you that. It was discussed, but there was never a determination made, and it was not added to the salary wage schedule, which it should be, because we've got PrAC on there and we've got Planning Commission on there. You all approved the salary wage schedule without a separate line showing that the township board representative to those bodies would be paid at their township board per diem. So that was never approved. That's all I'm saying is the board can do whatever they want, but it was never approved in the budget. Well, thank you for that, Cheryl. Ron, is it okay if I say something?
Please.
From the inception of the PrAC, the board representative was not going to be paid. I don't know if it's because they didn't have a vote, or
if it was because they felt it was a volunteer thing at that particular point. It was a brand new commission board, whatever. They didn't even know if that was going to be around a year later. But since then, that committee has done a lot of work for this township. They've shown their value. And the representative from the board that sits on there has shown their value also. So I think it's time for a policy change where we pay the board member and possibly even make it so that they are a voting member. Just like with the other two. I know the other two has to do legally wise, but I believe that it's time to make a change in those policies for that particular board. And whether it's just the wage and leave out the voting, although I feel like you should have a vote on it, you're helping make the decisions and reporting back. Just like with the planning commission.
That would just take a little more effort because then you'd have 6 votes, which is a potential tie. So
So
that
now you need another person.
I get what you get, but it's
Yeah.
going to take a little more work to do that.
Well,
So as for the notion that we need to have a separate line item on the salary wage schedule, I think that's just an overbearing. I don't think that's necessary. The
but if we
discussion,
yes, we will.
the discussion I recall is that a board member is a valued member. And why should they be paid less just because they attend a different meeting than this one? So we've never called out the liaison or the board member from the board to a planning commission to the ZBA. We've never called that out. We can if we wish, but it's not a requirement.
We're going to have to, so that everybody is clear who gets paid what, because I was just gonna pull up the March 21st meeting packet. And so we have everybody's wage is either on the salary wage schedule or it's on the graded wage scale. And so if you look at and I realize you don't have it, I'm looking at packet page 72 of the 321 meeting.
Is that the public hearing one?
Yeah.
Yes. And so you've got the line items.
Trustee.
The line items under there are planning commission members, planning commission chairperson, planning commission subcommittee, planning commission recording secretary. The board rep to the planning commission doesn't fit under any of those categories. The same with the ZBA and the same with the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee. So, somewhere on this salary wage schedule, it has to be delineated that board, I don't care if you put it under those or not, but somewhere on this salary wage schedule, it has to be delineated that the township board reps to bodies they might be appointed to get paid at their township per diem rate. That has to be on here for future clerks, and it just has to be on here somewhere.
well, I think the reason why it's not listed underneath the individual boards is because that has to do with budgeting, and we don't pay them out of the planning commission or the ZBA or PrAC. We pay them under their trustee wages.
Okay, no, the board rep to the planning commission gets paid under the 400 department. The board rep to the ZBA gets paid under the 410 department. So they get paid under that department because that's a cost of that department. So that's where it would need to go on here. And I have no problem with doing it, but it needs to be memorialized in a document so that everyone going forward knows that that is what they get.
Well, as in instructional wise, I can see your point there, Cheryl. So people coming in later have a roadmap. We've found that a lot of times we don't have roadmaps. So it's nothing wrong with putting it in the list. I don't have a problem doing that at all. I will say that right now, we don't have a ZBA person assigned. But let's say that it was you or I. What wage are you putting in there for us? It's easy with these guys, they're getting per meeting. What would you put for us? I can tell you what we've done in the past, we've just done what the other members are being paid. That's exactly right. So, I mean, we broke away from tradition when we said, it's a meeting you're attending. You should get your meeting rate. But what about us? How are you gonna handle that one? That's probably another discussion for a different day.
What do you, I thought I was following you.
Well, zoning board of
because you're on
appeals needs a board
salary.
member to be appointed to it,
Okay,
and they get paid for being on that.
yeah,
If it's not Don or Heidi, if it's Cheryl or I, one of us, we don't get a per meeting rate like they do. How are you going to establish what we get paid?
oh,
for each
I see your
meeting?
point, okay.
Yeah, so that's just, I don't think we need to talk about it today, but keep in mind that is something that we're gonna have to talk about.
Yeah, I don't have a problem documenting it. I just don't. I think it's good policy to leave some breadcrumbs. I agree with you, Ardella. So I don't have a problem amending that. Let's see, that's gonna be the wage scale, right? Salary and wage scale.
Schedule.
Mhm. So you're just gonna add a line item to each of those.
Well, because I believe that they should be paid out of that department, not
Yeah, no
out of
argument.
township board.
Yeah, no argument. Assign the cost where it belongs.
Right.
That's gonna be a business item next month anyway. So glad you said that. So I'll make a motion here. Find the document in the packet.
You want me to hand it to you?
No,
I
no,
was looking
done.
electronically.
Yeah, I was looking for it electronically. Motion to amend the salary wage schedule for 2023 through 2024 to include the line item under Planning Commission, Zoning Board of Appeals, and Park and Recreation Advisory Committee. Board representative to be paid at the trustee per meeting rate.
Effective the beginning.
Effective 4/1/2023. Yeah, the new budget. So Ardella, does that? If one of either you or Cheryl took a position, would the $220 per meeting rate be acceptable to you?
A lot more than I was being paid before.
Right, that's what I mean. I think this is a positive move, right?
Yeah.
And the motion as constructed, do you think it would apply to the scenario that you had a question about? Can you read the motion back, Cheryl?
Motion to amend the salary wage schedule 2023-2024 to include a line item under Planning Commission, Zoning Board of Appeals, and Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, board representative to be paid at the trustee per meeting rate effective 4/1/2023.
So now if you didn't pay them, do you gotta go back and retro them because you're making it 4/1?
Yeah, I would think that's the expectation. I honestly didn't know this was an issue. I thought it was all mopped up.
So did I, cause when I looked at my budget stuff, it was all on there, so I was like,
Well, we added $16,000 to the planning commission to cover in part to cover the additional wages that you would be receiving.
Right, but we didn't.
Or
put
we
the other
didn't add
ones on there.
16,000, we added
No.
3,000.
Three.
We added 3,000.
That was those wages. Several line items were modified in the planning commission department for the DIY master plan survey.
Someone second that.
I'll
No, they
second it.
didn't.
Did you catch the read back, Ardella?
I did.
And do you think it satisfies your question?
Yes.
Any other questions or comments on this item? Roll call when ready.
Smith,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett. Yes. Pop.
Yes. So who's going to amend
I will.
the budget document? You will?
I will amend the salary wage document. That's what we're just amending, the salary wage schedule.
Right. And will you provide a new copy for us all?
Sure. Do we need to do a budget amendment also, Cheryl, to make sure the money is in? I don't think we need to.
Yeah, I think we
There's plenty
accounted.
of money there. I don't remember if it got accounted for or not, but when wages get low, we have to do a budget amendment to provide more money for wages, so we'll see if it gets there.
I think we did it. I think that concludes our business for today. Any tabled items? Board comments or discussion? I have one. Several of us got this in our mailboxes this week. Maybe it was last week. The 2% award grant dated February 16th, 2021. Was there some,
I asked Cheryl for
in
that,
our
so she
email?
gave it to everybody.
you asked just for the award notice, or you asked, what I remember is you asked for the grant,
Yeah, I
not
did.
not the
Yeah.
award notice.
Well, okay, well, I can give you the grant too, but I thought it was just the notice. That's what it started out being.
That's
Because
okay.
didn't you have a question about what the actual grant was written for?
Yes, I did. So Cheryl, I kind of need the grant, but I was just gonna send you an email, but
Is that what this is in regards to, Cheryl?
Yes. I wrote a grant several years ago.
No.
For the boat.
yeah, but she gave it to everybody.
Heidi, because she had asked for the boat wash grant.
I don't remember her asking for the grant. I thought that was the document that she wanted.
No,
The 2%, the proof that we got the 2% award of $20,000. That I've represented, that some of the park money is the $20,000. From the tribe
I don't.
that has to be spent on that project.
I wanted to see the grant, but
And I'll supply it. And when I supply things, I supply them to the entire board. I
so
don't just
she
send them to one
confused me,
person.
sorry.
No, I just want to make sure that I assumed something and wanted to clear it up. And so I'm glad I did. So. School supply. Copy of grant. And so that would have been what, the spring, or that would have been winter of 2020?
Whatever the date of that is, it was the previous deadline. I
So
don't,
this
I don't have that in front of me.
It
I'm
was the
sorry, you have it, I
second
don't.
half- It was the second half of the 2022% cycle.
2020. Second
Sure.
half of 2020.
Yeah, that makes sense. And it was specifically for the boat wash.
I don't remember the exact wording of it right now. You
Well,
can see
it's-
that the award was for boat launch improvements. So I'll supply it. You can read it.
All right, good. Anything else? Next township board meeting, next regular is June 16th. No one.
I don't
here.
think it's June 16th, is it?
Oh, I'm sorry, June 13th. And I'm looking out in Zoom land. Anyone wishing to make a comment, please use the raise your hand icon.
Somebody's still there?
Well, there's quite a few names listed. I don't know if they're still there or not. But I see no public comment. So motion to adjourn.
Public comment, please.
Oh, okay.
I can't wait to get up, Lois. I'm feeling my foot's gonna hate me.
So I guess I need some clarification on Zoom access. I will download today's meeting. If it is the way that I understand that it is, that other people are going to have access to it. I'm guessing that's at least one. I will download today's meeting and then provide access to the person, whatever, to one person, and then they
Two
can
persons
disperse it to
request it.
whoever. They can pass it on, because once I give it up, I'm giving it up. I don't want anything to do with it again.
Don't talk to her.
And
ahead.
I will not do that any longer, and you'll need to find a new laptop, because that's the treasurer's laptop, and that's not coming out here into the public. At least that's my understanding. I'm sorry, I may have spoke for you, Della. And there are quite a number of meetings that are on the schedule already, and they have all already been given to the powers that be, or the entities that need them, for posting the notices, and the planning chair and Parks and Rec. Just wanted to let you know that.
So a new computer is needed.
Honestly, if you're going to not do Zoom, use your tablet. That does everything you need for it.
That's right.
To my knowledge, we're moving forward with Zoom. So we need a new computer.
So Lois, as I understand it, you have the administrative access to, I do not. I have access, but it's not administrative access to the Zoom account. I don't even know if there can be more than one administrator access on the Zoom account.
What discussion are we having here?
I'm trying to clarify what I just heard.
You can't talk to her. It was a public comment. If she's gonna read me about doing the same thing in my meeting, then you gotta zip it too. Bummer.
I guess
So-
I'll take it up with you later, Della.
That would be-
Lois, I thought the board might be interested in the clarification, but apparently they're not.
I think we can't talk right now. We're done. But if you can still make public comments in this room, then I don't make. I think somebody better clarify whether Lois is still doing Zoom for the rest of the committees or just whatever. So apparently she's shaking her head. So that must mean she's completely quit. You better get a clarification here.
Can't talk to her.
That's right.
I still see nobody commenting with their hand up. Oh, Linda Slopesma has her hand up. Hello, Linda, you almost missed. Well, you actually, you're still in public comment.
Well, good, thank you. So I just wanted to make a comment about Zoom access to township meetings. Especially given the demographics of our community where we have a lot of people that leave town certain times a year. And also the fact that your meetings are during the day, and I would say politely excessively long. It's difficult for people to participate in agenda items that are of interest to them. So I would just prevail upon you to please continue for the small cost to make it available, both Zoom Live as well as Zoom recordings. Because at the end of the day, if you're interested in citizen input, which I would hope as elected officials you are interested in that you make this tool available for people that are interested in keeping up on what's going on. And I think you would all rather have engaged citizens as opposed to apathetic citizens. So thank you for please thinking about this.
I don't know if this is a public comment or not, so I'm afraid to say anything, but I'm gonna go ahead and I'm looking at the township calendar and I see an upcoming date for a local entity who wishes to use the meeting space. Heidi, you earlier said that
Yeah.
you were on board to take that. Do you now have a key to the township
No.
hall?
No,
Have you
but did you
requested?
first of all, did you verify someone else isn't doing it?
I've not asked anyone else to do it
So
because
you
of
know
the-
for sure no one is stepping forward to do it.
I-
Just checking.
I thought you had stepped forward to do
Well,
it.
if
but
it's just between you and me, fine. If somebody else is gonna show up when I'm standing here, then I'm gonna be a little aggravated.
I know Clerk Goss has said no, she's not doing it.
Correct.
Yeah, I don't ever schedule a homeowner association meeting for Friday night ever.
Well, I don't mind now. If somebody gives me a key, I'll open the door and come back. I don't care. Or I'll
And
sit
we
here.
have
It
no
doesn't matter.
spare keys to give out, so somebody will have to loan Heidi their key. We don't have any spare keys to give out right now.
Why wouldn't we? Who didn't
Everybody
return
that-
theirs?
Paul lost his key. So we don't have that key. And I haven't gotten any others made. Heidi's been here for 2.5 years, has never asked for a key, so.
Are you working Friday, right?
Yes.
I'll just go sit with you then, but I'll be here one way or another.
Well,
I
if
know.
you don't have a key and we don't have one. I don't know how you get a key. You?
I was going to say, if unless it's some specially super top secret key,
I think it is.
is it?
You're not supposed to duplicate the town, that's right in the policy. You're not supposed to be duplicating. And we get more from the place who provided the keys. But someone could loan Heidi their key for the evening.
So I asked you if
Don't
you were
think there's-
working Friday. I would meet you
Shouldn't be a
here.
problem with that.
You can either lock up and I can reopen. Or it might still, you might still be here whenever the meeting is.
Yeah, I'm sure we could be. So I'll just go ahead and.
Can you
sign
guys
on
work
for-
that out on your own? Can we get this meeting over with?
Yep. I don't see any more hands up. Or motion to adjourn.
Make that motion.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when.
I'm sorry, who made that and who seconded it? I was making a different note. I made the motion.
I seconded.
Thank you. Goss, yes, Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett. Yes. Pop,
Yes,
Bauman.
Yes.
at 5:54 PM.